today who wants to bring our discussion to a conclusion this week. Wants you and Bob Goldman, Ovitz's financial advisor, to settle out his contract immediately and sign it by week's end. Despite Eisner's interpretation of the meeting, Ovitz had still not accepted the fact that he was being fired. Although he was deeply depressed and overwrought, he still clung to the notion that if he could hang on until Christmas, he'd turn things around, even as he authorized Goldman and his lawyers to begin negotiations on his behalf. Though Eisner kept various board members informed of these developments in his usual sporadic way, neither the board nor any of its committees appears to have ever met to consider how to resolve the Ovitz situation, even though the bylaws provide for the removal of Disney's president by the board. Eisner later testified at trial that the board met in executive session on November 25th to discuss firing Ovitz, though there was no vote and no notes were taken. Remarkably, at a December 10th meeting of the Executive Performance Plan Committee, which determined executive bonuses, including Eisner's and Ovitz's, the committee voted to give Ovitz a bonus for 1996 of $7.5 million. Erwin Russell argued that Ovitz had performed diligently according to his particular mode of operation, even though we had determined that it had not been effective for the company. Eisner attended the meeting and raised no objection. Indeed, he'd met with Russell in advance of the meeting on December 6th, and Russell's notes indicate that Eisner thought Ovitz should get the bonus if he keeps his mouth shut. Ovitz seems to have never given much thought to what he would be paid if he were, in fact, fired, in part because in his own mind he hadn't accepted that it was inevitable. Still, he was certainly aware that had he taken a job with Sony or become a trade ambassador or simply resigned, as Litvak and Eisner had tried so hard to get him to do, he would forfeit what would otherwise be due him under his contract. "I didn't want to leave, and I was prepared to work under my contract," Ovitz later explained. "I was prepared to do what I bargained for. I expected the Walt Disney Company to live up to their end of our agreement. I left an incredibly lucrative position to take this position. I did not expect them several months into the situation to make me miserable, my life miserable, and my career difficult." The key question was whether Disney was firing Ovitz for cause, which it was entitled to do without breaching Ovitz's contract, and in which case it would have owed him nothing, or whether his firing was a so-called non-fault termination, in which case he was due the full amount stipulated by his contract. Eisner was aware of this distinction and asked Litvak if Ovitz's firing might be considered for cause. As Eisner later testified, "I asked Sandy and everybody else I could find because I didn't want to pay the money. I was annoyed, I'm cheap, and I just didn't want to pay the money. But no matter how many people I asked, I could not get anybody to give me anything but an immediate answer that we had no claim on him." But there's no indication that Eisner discussed this with the board other than informally with individual members or anyone else other than Litvak. Oddly, Disney didn't seek any formal legal opinion, either from Litvak and other in-house lawyers or from outside counsel. Litvak later testified that he did discuss this issue with Morton Pierce, Disney's outside counsel at the Dewey Ballantine firm. It's quite possible that if Ovitz were indeed guilty of all the things Eisner suspected him of, that would have constituted cause for firing him. Given Eisner's tortured reading of Katzenberg's contract to support his contention that Disney owed Katzenberg nothing, it seems highly out of character, astounding really, that Eisner made such few and feeble attempts to avoid paying Ovitz the full amount Ovitz claimed was due him. At the very least, Disney's lawyers could have tried to negotiate a settlement for some fraction of the full amount. Nothing of the sort happened. As the negotiations continued between Erwin Russell for Disney and Bob Goldman for Ovitz, Ovitz and Eisner met again to discuss the situation and talked about various face-saving possibilities, including Ovitz's suggestions that he remain on the Disney board and work as a consultant to complete the Sony Records deal. Eisner agreed to Ovitz's requests, but the next day he changed his mind. I thought that was stupid, like staying on the board. All these requests came up, which I thought were ridiculous. I was absolutely committed to not giving him one dime more than we were contractually obligated to. Both Eisner and Ovitz were in New York for the rest of that week. Ovitz for a meeting of the Council on Foreign Relations and to escort Penny Marshall to the premiere of her new film for Disney, The Preacher's Wife. Henry Kissinger and he were co-hosting a lunch for Roone Arledge, the legendary head of ABC Sports. On December 11, Eisner summoned Ovitz to a late-night meeting at his mother's apartment in the Pierre Hotel. When Ovitz arrived, he showed him a press release announcing his resignation by mutual consent. Confronted in writing with the fact that he was being fired, Ovitz was stunned. Everything had been building to this moment, but just 13 days until Christmas and 2 days before his birthday, Ovitz still thought he'd have another chance to present his case. The rest of the meeting passed in a blur for Ovitz. I was on autopilot, just fighting for my life, he later said. Nor did Eisner recall the substance of their discussion that night. He remembered only that he stressed public relations. Kind of like, let's say nice things about each other. We will play up the friendship thing. Ovitz did vividly remember one thing. At the end of the discussion, Eisner said he still wanted to be friends, that he hoped this wouldn't affect their personal relationship. Eisner said that he and Jane were still looking forward to hosting a 50th birthday party for Ovitz in Los Angeles just 2 days later. Ovitz stared at him, incredulous. Ovitz left the Pierre at 1 a.m. and walked the short distance to his New York apartment at Metropolitan Tower on 57th Street. When he got there, a letter had already been hand-delivered to him confirming the terms of his separation from Disney. It was especially galling that it was signed by Sandy Litvak. It blew me away, Ovitz recalled. I was just amazed that Litvak sent this letter. It was just like poetic justice that it was he who signed this letter. I had always said to Eisner that if he wanted to do something or say something to me, say it to my face and not to write letters to people and talk to board members and go behind my back and tell people who report to me to report to him and not to do what I say and undermine any little authority that I had. I was torn inside. The fact that I got fired, or whatever you want to call it, the fact that Litvak wanted my job and was very public about it, the fact that Eisner, who I considered my best friend and I trusted, and he betrayed me, the fact of the things he did to me when I left are mind-boggling. After a sleepless night, Ovitz flew to Los Angeles, gathered members of his family, and retreated to Aspen. Judy was devastated, worried about her husband's well-being, her friendship with Jane Eisner shattered. Ovitz spent his 50th birthday alone with his family. He didn't want to see or talk to anyone. He had never felt so humiliated, such a failure. For the first time in years, the Ovitzes did not join the Eisner family for the Christmas holiday. After New Year's, Ovitz's wife and children returned to Los Angeles. Ovitz was too humiliated to face anyone in Hollywood. He stayed in Aspen alone for another month. He never set foot in his Disney office again. 11. Ovitz's departure from Disney was front-page news in Los Angeles and New York on December 13, 1996. Eisner issued a statement saying, "I will miss Michael's energy, creativity, and leadership at Disney. We have been doing business together while being friends for many years, and I know that both our personal and professional relationships will continue." Disney made no mention of how much it would cost to settle Ovitz's contract. Although the terms of Ovitz's departure would have to be made public eventually in SEC filings, Eisner was under the impression that Ovitz had promised not to disclose them. He was thus irked to see major news accounts reporting that Ovitz would receive $50 million in cash, plus options on 5 million shares, then valued at $40 million, for a total of $90 million. Ovitz actually received $38 million in cash. Depending on how the options were valued, the deal was potentially worth far more than $90 million. The consensus figure was $140 million. Beginning with a piece in that Saturday's New York Times, Eisner was infuriated by the perception that Ovitz himself, as well as sources close to him, were spinning the story in Ovitz's favor. Bernard Weinraub, writing in the Times, said, "Already yesterday Mr. Ovitz's associates and even some foes were reshaping his image from that of the Disney president who floundered to that of a man put in an untenable position by Mr. Eisner." In a withering attack on Ovitz in a December 16th email to John Dreyer, Disney's head of PR, Eisner stated his decision to strike back through an exclusive interview with John Huey of Fortune magazine. "John, I agree with you. I will talk to John Huey and discuss with him an article sometime in the March area. I will talk to the others just to say I am not talking on the record or off the record for a while. I want to see what spin MSO puts on the whole thing. Nobody has got the two main points. One, he is a psychopath. Basically, he has a character problem. Too devious, too untrustworthy, and only out for himself. In other words, his problems started and ended with a character problem. Two, totally incompetent. Nobody has either of these 2 points correct, but let's just wait and see what's happened." Not surprisingly, the press felt Eisner had been something less than truthful on the many occasions, including the Larry King Show, when he had publicly denied that there were any problems between him and Ovitz. The Los Angeles Times' Claudia Eller was especially miffed. "Is it any wonder people are so cynical about what comes out of the mouths of Hollywood's most powerful movers and shakers when they have no compunction about intentionally misleading the news media and their shareholders?" She noted that in an interview with the Times in September, Eisner used the word ludicrous 4 times to describe rumors of a rift. Still, director Ray Watson loyally defended Eisner in the article, saying Eisner's public comments about Ovitz were the proper thing, and I applaud him. Eisner steadfastly maintained that Disney wasn't paying Ovitz 1 penny more than he was entitled to under his contract, given that Ovitz's firing was deemed a non-fault termination. Yet this put Eisner in an awkward position. If Ovitz was really a liar, a psychopath, and unethical, if he had defied orders to meet with the chief financial officer and to take responsibility for Hollywood Records, to name just a few of the charges Eisner leveled against Ovitz to various board members, both verbally and in writing, then why wasn't Ovitz terminated for cause? Did Eisner simply rely on Litvak's claim that there was no basis for firing Ovitz for cause, as he testified? Was he influenced by the residual friendship he felt for Ovitz? However understandable in human terms, that should be irrelevant to shareholders. Though it had actually been negotiated months earlier, Disney unveiled a new 10-year contract for Eisner soon after Ovitz was fired. His base salary remained $750,000, but his bonus formula, tied to an increase in earnings per share, was potentially more generous. Eisner had earned a bonus of $8 million in 1996. But the key element was a grant of stock options for 8 million shares that Eisner could exercise between 2003 and 2006 when the contract expired. Disney had hired corporate compensation expert Graf Crystal to advise the company on both Eisner's and Ovitz's contracts, and he valued the Eisner options at the time they were granted at an astonishing $770.9 million. Placing a value on options is inherently difficult, since no one knows what the stock will be worth when the options are exercised. Disney itself later valued the options at a far more conservative, but still enormous $195 million. Executive compensation reports cited it as the richest option grant ever given a chief executive. Moreover, the contract made it difficult for the board to dismiss Eisner, since the cost of doing so would be so high. Specifically, the contract provided that if the title of chairman or chief executive were taken from Eisner, he was entitled to terminate the contract for good reason. In that event, he would be entitled to a cash payment equal to the present value of the remainder of the salary and to the bonus payments. And the stock options would vest immediately. The combination of the Ovitz payment and Eisner's new contract triggered a storm of criticism. To the outside world, a contract settlement valued at $140 million to Ovitz for a failed year as president seemed incomprehensible. To Ovitz, it didn't compensate for having relinquished his talent agency to endure a year of frustration and humiliation that ruined his reputation. In a column in the Washington Post, economist Robert Samuelson wrote that Ovitz's contract transcended wretched excess, and that Eisner should pay the settlement out of his own pocket. Both the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal chastised Disney and expressed disbelief. Nobody in the real world, not even in the far-out precincts of Hollywood, gets that kind of money for flubbing up after a year on the job, Holman Jenkins wrote in the Journal. In the New York Times, A.M. Rosenthal zeroed in on Disney's acquiescent board. Why should a board responsible to the shareholders allow its chairman to pay so much to push out Ovitz? Everybody knows that a board of directors is responsible for the well-being of the stockholders, not executives. In corporate America in 1997, it wasn't at all clear that board members at major corporations typically gave the shareholders much thought, unless the shareholders happened to be Sid Bass or Warren Buffett or other billionaires holding such large blocks of shares that they couldn't be ignored. The long-running bull market, interrupted only briefly by the 1991 recession, had lulled shareholders into complacency and masked a steady erosion of shareholder democracy. Entrenched executives who managed their companies for their benefit rather than for shareholders had helped bring on the takeover wave of the 1980s, when many of them were thrown out by new owners, but the lofty stock prices of the mid and late 1990s discouraged hostile takeover bids. Corporate governance experts had urged companies to align the interests of management and shareholders by using stock options rather than cash as compensation. The theory enthusiastically embraced by Eisner and many other CEOs was that executives would focus their efforts on raising the stock price, which would benefit all shareholders at the same time it lifted their compensation. In practice, few recognized that the interests of someone who owns millions of shares in a company are far different from someone who owns several hundred or thousands. Nowhere was this more evident than at Disney. From the beginning, Eisner had embraced stock options as his primary means of compensation, and in some years they had made him the highest-paid executive in the country. Eisner often pointed out that he only became wealthy by making shareholders rich. By the time Ovitz was fired, stock options had made Eisner the company's second-largest individual shareholder, eclipsing even Roy and other members of the Disney family. Only the Basses held a bigger stake. At the same time that his ownership was growing, Eisner had consolidated power by isolating board members, compromising their independence, and stripping them of any real oversight function. The Disney board had become a travesty of independent governance. Obviously, Eisner controlled the Disney executives who reported to him and who were also members of the board, such as Litvak. Disney maintained that the other 12 directors were independent, in the sense that they didn't work for the company. But that was defining independent so narrowly as to be meaningless. The most egregious example was Erwin Russell, Eisner's personal lawyer, who negotiated Eisner's lucrative contract and who had a professional duty of loyalty to Eisner simultaneous to his duty to shareholders. Yet Russell was also the chairman of Disney's compensation committee. Incredibly, during the Eisner contract negotiations, Russell represented Eisner, and Ray Watson stepped in for Disney. Everyone on the board seemed to think that Russell was an inherently fair-minded and decent person, and so no one appears to have raised any questions about such a blatant conflict of interest. While less egregious, others had obvious conflicts. Director Robert Stern was Eisner's personal architect and was beholden to Eisner for an immense amount of work from Disney, including designing the new animation building. Revetta Bowers was the principal of the prestigious Center for Early Education in West Hollywood, a school attended by Eisner's sons and the children of other Disney executives who also gave the school donations. Eisner had named Leo O'Donovan, a Jesuit priest and president of Georgetown University, to the board after Eisner's son Breck graduated from Georgetown. He gave Georgetown $1 million, and his foundation financed a scholarship. George Mitchell earned a $50,000 consulting fee in addition to his board stipend, and his law firm earned hundreds of thousands in legal fees representing Disney on various matters. Gary Wilson, Ray Watson, and Card Walker, now 80 years old, were all former Disney officers, although to their credit, Wilson and Watson at least occasionally asked questions, such as Watson's request for information about Eisner's successor. Even normally passive institutional investors were aroused by the appearance of conflicts on the Disney board. The Council of Institutional Investors urged shareholders to withhold approval of Eisner's new contract, and for the 5 directors up for re-election at Disney's annual meeting in February, Bowers, Roy Disney, Lozano, Mitchell, and Wilson. Eisner was dismissive of the critics, even contemptuous. He referred to the Wisconsin pension whatever, saying that if the California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, and the Wisconsin State Board of Investments didn't like the way he managed Disney, he'd personally buy back their shares, and added, "I don't have any great desire to have an old boy crony network of CEOs that just share the same old war stories. Most CEOs don't understand the entertainment business. They don't understand our problems. If they have so much time to spend on our company, what are they doing at their company? I don't see that as an asset. I'd rather have my kindergarten school teacher who taught my kids telling me about our products." Eisner could afford to be defiant. With the support of the Basses and Roy, and with his own large stake, corporate governance advocates seemed a paper threat. In the end, they mustered just 12% of the votes to withhold approval of directors up for re-election, and only 11% voted against Eisner's contract. Later that year, Eisner exercised Disney stock options, then worth $565 million before taxes, once again earning the title of America's highest-paid executive. When Los Angeles philanthropist Caroline Amundsen announced she was stepping down from the Disney board, Eisner discussed the vacancy with his wife, and then proposed that Amundsen be replaced by Andrea Van de Kamp, another influential figure in Los Angeles social and charitable circles. It was a typically impulsive Eisner personnel decision. He'd been impressed earlier that year when Van de Kamp had called on him to raise money for the troubled Walt Disney Concert Hall project, which had been funded by a $50 million bequest from Lillian Disney in 1987 to honor Walt's love of music. Van de Kamp was the new chairperson of the Los Angeles Music Center, which was building the Frank Gehry-designed concert hall, and was head of the West Coast office of Sotheby's, the prominent art auction house. Vivacious, energetic, and attractive, with shrewd instincts for the role of power and money in Los Angeles society, Van de Kamp had come to her concert hall position with an impressive resume and an array of influential contacts developed over years of charitable endeavors and marriage to a prominent Los Angeles attorney, John Van de Kamp, former Los Angeles District Attorney and 2-term California Attorney General. She knew she had a crisis on her hands when, in her absence, her fellow board members of the Los Angeles Music Center elected her chairperson in 1996. The Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, home to the Los Angeles Philharmonic, had never been designed as a concert hall. The downtown music center was in debt, losing money and losing its aging audience. But progress on the Walt Disney Concert Hall had ground to a halt. All but $31.4 million of Lillian's gift had been spent, and all that had been built was a parking garage. Architect Frank Gehry, selected by a committee after an international competition, was increasingly pessimistic that his visionary design would ever get built. Van de Kamp quickly concluded that either she or the board had to raise the money to match Lillian's gift or return the $50 million. For Van de Kamp, the deciding moment was a trip to Bilbao, Spain, where Gehry's new building for the Museo Guggenheim Bilbao was about halfway completed. The beauty of the building and how it was transforming the sleepy capital of the Basque region astonished her. From a fundraising standpoint, the problem was straightforward. The Walt Disney Company had refused to contribute. Eisner had been critical of the project and said that Lillian hadn't really liked the Gehry design. Nor was Roy Disney involved in a project initiated by the Walt side of the family. When Van de Kamp approached other major corporate donors, their first question was always, "How much is Disney giving?" They didn't really draw any distinction between the family of Walt Disney, which had initiated the project, and the Disney Company. In the end, it would be Disney Hall, which to most people meant both the family and the company. Van de Kamp began exploring approaches to Eisner. She was warned repeatedly that he was inhospitable to fundraising. She enlisted the chairman and president of Cal Arts, who were interested in developing a theater in downtown Los Angeles, and where both Roy and Walt's daughter Diane had served on the board. She contacted Stanley Gold, who invited them to breakfast at his home. "What are you doing here?" Gold began. "I thought that project was dead." Van de Kamp briefed him on the fundraising problems posed by Disney's lack of support. She knew that the issue of Roy and Diane's relationship remained a tricky one, but she pointed out the hall would bear Roy's last name too. "I'm not sure I can help," Gold said. "Michael is not interested." Still, he promised to see if he could get them a meeting with him. It took 8 months, but finally Gold called in September 1997 to say that Eisner would see them. As Van de Kamp and the Cal Arts administrators sat down in his office, Eisner said, "Are we here to talk about a movie? Because I'm against the Walt Disney Concert Hall." "Should I leave now?" Van de Kamp asked. "Or can I finish my coffee?" Eisner laughed, and Van de Kamp seized the opportunity to talk about Gehry's Bilbao project, tapping into Eisner's interest in architecture. She seemed to have gotten his attention. She thought he asked good questions about whether the budget was realistic, how the space would be used, who would cover the operating costs. But then he said, "Why should Disney care about downtown Los Angeles? We're not even located in Los Angeles." "If this fails," Van de Kamp said, "it has the Disney name on it, like it or not." Eisner seemed to be wavering. "Well, for any substantial gift, I'll have to go to the board," he said. He said he'd bring the subject up at a board retreat in December. "I'll be biting my nails," Van de Kamp said. On the way out, Eisner complimented her. "You're a good salesman," he said. "Maybe you should work here." Van de Kamp laughed off the comment. "I'm not looking for a job." Afterward, Van de Kamp bumped into Roy in the hallway. Encouraged by Gold, he personally pledged $5 million toward a Cal Arts theater that would also be housed in the building. Diane Disney Miller was delighted that Roy gave the money, though she would have preferred that the Red Cat Theater be housed in a separate facility. Diane contributed another $25 million from her mother's foundation, and she and her late sister Sharon's children also gave additional gifts. Sharon died of cancer in 1993. Then, after the board retreat, and with Eisner's support, Disney came through with $25 million. Still, it irked Diane that Eisner, who had become so wealthy from Walt's legacy, gave nothing personally. Van de Kamp arranged a press conference to announce the Disney corporate grant, and suddenly other corporate coffers opened. Within 6 weeks, she obtained another $45 million in commitments. Suddenly, the new concert hall was a viable project. The following summer, when Eisner called Van de Kamp, she had a moment of anxiety that he'd changed his mind and that Disney was canceling the commitment. Instead, she was surprised when he suggested that Van de Kamp joined the Disney board. "Jane and I were talking," he said. "You'd be a wonderful representative for culture in Los Angeles on the board," he said. "Jane and I think you'd be perfect." Van de Kamp was flattered by the suggestion. It didn't occur to her that, as the chairman of an institution that benefited from Disney largesse, she might be seen as anything less than independent. Indeed, she found it jarring when Eisner added, "Of course, don't come back to me for more money if you're on the board." Freed from his preoccupation with Ovitz, his own power now fully consolidated, Eisner showed little or no interest in finding another president. Despite the pleas of his wife and the advice of his doctors, he seemed even less interested in sharing power with a partner. As he indicated in his letter to Ray Watson, his chosen successor within the company was now Bob Iger, someone he barely knew, who had been with the company just over a year, and whom he had freely criticized, even in the letter to Watson when he suggested that he was naming Iger his heir apparent. Conspicuously absent from Eisner's succession planning were both Sandy Litvak, who was continuing to function both as chief operating officer and Eisner's main confidant, and studio head Joe Roth, whose duties had expanded to include both live-action film and the television studios. Litvak had outlasted all of his obvious challengers for the presidency, Katzenberg, Ovitz, Bolenbach. But Eisner resisted naming him president, later testifying that he never considered him a viable candidate. Litvak wasn't physically imposing and lacked the polish that Wells had. Eisner couldn't see him representing Disney to the outside world. Perhaps, as so often happens in corporate suites, serving as Eisner's hatchet man had earned Litvak Eisner's contempt as much as his gratitude. Still, Litvak was generously paid. His options alone were valued at nearly $20 million in Disney's 1997 SEC filing. To outsiders, Roth seemed the most obvious candidate. He was handsome, urbane, and articulate. Just about everyone liked him, both inside Disney and in Hollywood's creative community. In the wake of Ovitz's departure, Eisner and Roth had several conversations about Roth's future at the company, and the possibility that he might succeed Ovitz as president. In one of these meetings, Roth nominated himself, volunteering that, "I could be president. I could function as a kind of junior partner. We could be a creative team." But Eisner made clear that he didn't want a real partnership, least of all, a creative one. "I want someone to take all the shit," he said. "I need someone to make the trains run on time." A job description that relegated a president to little more than a glorified administrative assistant. Roth readily agreed that he wasn't the person for that kind of job. Of course, Roth had no way of knowing that Eisner had begun criticizing him almost immediately after he became head of the studio, or that he'd asked Ovitz to line up a replacement. Eisner was suspicious and resentful of Roth's popularity, which he attributed to his profligate spending. Indeed, Eisner had diagnosed Roth's eagerness to be liked as a need to overcome the harassment and ostracism he'd experienced as a child after his father was one of the plaintiffs in a landmark 1962 Supreme Court case that banned organized prayer in the public schools. In the same email to Sid Bass in which Eisner lauded his meeting with Iger, Eisner compared Roth to Katzenberg. "Joe's ego simply cannot deal with having a boss. Not only does he not come to me or anybody else, but he is more into hiding the fact than Jeffrey ever was. As a result, I am again frustrated. If he was succeeding, I would be accepting of this arrangement. Unfortunately, we lost $60 million over the last 3 movies. We spent $90 million more than what was prudent this year, starting with Nixon and continuing with all our recent dogs. Not only has Joe not asked my opinion about the current films, ideas, scripts, or rough cuts, but I have not seen any of our summer releases. I am seeing them in the theaters on opening weekends. Spy Hard cost $18 million, I think, with a marketing budget going from $20 million to $27 million. Wow! With The Rock costing $72 million with $40+ million on marketing, etc., etc. Last year we were okay with Joe because he had no problem limiting marketing spending, $5 million to $6 million, on Jeffrey's dogs. But there are no dogs in Joe's mind on Joe's films, and therefore he chases every film. Anyway, down the road I am going to have to teach Joe the realities of life. Eisner had strategic planning meticulously document Roth's spending and gave hard scrutiny to the studio's profit and loss statements. He found plenty of fodder for his theory that Roth was buying market share and personal popularity. Still, Eisner kept expanding Roth's duties, consolidating under him the divisions he'd separated after Katzenberg's departure, starting with television after Hightower was fired. Given that Eisner was badgering him to cut costs, Roth seemed annoyed that David Vogel insisted that he honor his promise to let him make some adult films with larger budgets. After the success of Dalmatians and George of the Jungle, Disney's live-action version of the popular cartoon series starring Brendan Fraser, Vogel told Roth that, "I've honored my part of the bargain." So Roth gave him the moribund Hollywood Pictures label, which he would run along with the Walt Disney label. Just 2 weeks into his new position, Vogel got a call from Jeremy Zimmer, an agent representing M. Night Shyamalan, in September 1997. "Night's written a spec script," Zimmer said. "We've already sent it to New Line. If you can clear your lunch schedule, you should read it. You won't be wasting your time." Vogel knew this was agent speak for a hot script. Vogel had been following Shyamalan's career since reading his first script, Praying with Anger, and then had attended a screening of his new film, Wide Awake, made by Miramax. They'd had lunch at the Four Seasons Hotel in New York, and Shyamalan had complained about Harvey Weinstein's heavy-handed editing of Wide Awake, lamenting that it wasn't the film he wanted to make. Shyamalan promised Vogel he'd show him his next project. Vogel spent the lunch hour reading the script for The Sixth Sense. It opened conventionally enough with the shooting of an esteemed child psychologist, Malcolm Crowe, by a demented former patient. Crowe seeks to atone for his failure with this patient by treating a troubled young boy named Cole Sear. Sear's disorder is that he sees ghosts as if they are real people. Caught up in the suspense of whether Crowe can cure the young Cole and whether Cole and Crowe are in jeopardy, Vogel was unprepared for the script's startling final revelation, that Crowe is, in fact, already dead, murdered in the opening scenes. He is one of the ghosts that Cole sees. Vogel had often said that a film executive could hope to read a spec script that was perfect once or twice in a career. The Sixth Sense was perfect. Vogel called Zimmer at 1:30 p.m., the minute he finished reading. "I want it," he said. "New Line has already made an offer," Zimmer said. It was reportedly $2 million, plus Shyamalan could direct. Vogel's mind raced. How could he close this deal? He couldn't get into a bidding war. $2 million for a spec script was already off the chart. "I'm going to say something on the phone," Vogel said, "but at some point you either let me buy this or the deal is off the table." Then he offered a guarantee that if Shyamalan brought the project in on a $14 million budget, it wouldn't be killed by the studio, and he agreed when Zimmer asked for a pay-and-play provision, which guaranteed Shyamalan the right to direct. Zimmer accepted. Vogel's head was spinning. Joe Roth was out of town, so he couldn't immediately consult him. He had never greenlit a project on his own before, let alone given a director commitment to the screenwriter, a rare promise. When he outlined the deal terms to the Senior Vice President of Business and Legal Affairs, Philip Mule, he was initially floored. "I'm getting this bargain basement," Vogel argued. "The script reads like perfection beyond perfection, and it's the most controllable deal." Kathleen Kennedy and Frank Marshall, already under contract to Disney, were set to produce, and they were great with kids. Vogel said Shyamalan would likely hire a talented but less expensive actor for the lead, Kevin Spacey maybe, for $1 million. He'd easily bring this in for $10 to $14 million total. "If this is not the moment in my career to try this," he told Mule, "then it never will be. This is what you wait for." That night, Vogel took Shyamalan to the Four Seasons Hotel in Los Angeles to celebrate. When Joe Roth returned, he read the script and said he liked it okay. But Vogel could tell he wasn't enthusiastic. Eisner wasn't going to like the $2 million price tag. Vogel realized that by unilaterally negotiating the deal, he had gone way out on a limb. Yet he had no way of knowing that as far as Roth was concerned, he'd gone too far. Since Roth's presentation at Sun Valley 2 years earlier, Disney's live-action film strategy had undergone a fundamental shift. Gone were the modest singles and doubles of Eisner's Paramount and early Disney days. Gone was the philosophy of the Katzenberg Manifesto. In their place was a star-driven blockbuster mentality that had swept Hollywood since the success of Paramount's Titanic and Warner Brothers' Batman and its sequels. The theory was that audiences, especially overseas, wanted action and special effects-packed vehicles with major stars that could be mass-marketed and quickly recoup their admittedly high costs. Fees for major stars soared to $20 million a picture, plus profit participation. Studios catered to stars with production deals that gave them office space, support staffs, cars, and other perks, as well as multi-million-dollar fees in return for first looks or options on their film projects. Rather than swim against this tide, Disney had embraced it, reluctantly on Eisner's part. Internal Disney documents show that by mid-1996, Disney had more than 40 such deals, costing Disney about $50 million a year in overhead. Among the beneficiaries were producers Jerry Bruckheimer, $5.6 million a year, and Kathleen Kennedy and Frank Marshall, $6.6 million. Directors Michael Mann, $2.5 million, and Martin Scorsese, $1.7 million. Television personality Oprah Winfrey, $1.8 million, and smaller deals for actors John Cusack, Michelle Pfeiffer, Diane Keaton, Sandra Bullock, Tim Allen, and Robert Redford. One of the few of these deals to yield significant results was the agreement with Jerry Bruckheimer. With his understated manner and casual good looks, Bruckheimer had long worked in the shadow of the flamboyant Don Simpson, a key producer for Eisner since his Paramount days. Their last collaboration for Disney was the action thriller The Rock, starring Nicolas Cage, which grossed $139 million in the United States in 1996, shortly after Simpson died of a drug overdose. Since then, Bruckheimer had emerged as the embodiment of the expensive, action-packed event film producer. He'd come into his own with Con Air, another prison escape thriller starring Cage, and then Armageddon, about a meteor that threatened Earth. Costing $140 million before marketing and advertising, Armageddon was the most expensive film Disney had ever made. But it was family-oriented, modestly budgeted hits like the live-action remake of 101 Dalmatians and George of the Jungle, both of which happened to be David Vogel's projects, that produced nearly all of the studio's profits. Eisner proclaimed that 1997 was the most profitable year ever for the live-action studio. But was it? An internal Disney study reached a different and much more sobering conclusion. Because of soaring overhead costs evidently ignored by Eisner, 1997 was not the most profitable, 1988 was, and wouldn't have been profitable at all if not for the huge success of 101 Dalmatians and George of the Jungle. Particularly grating to Eisner was that Kundun, which opened in December 1997, grossed less than $6 million in the United States, although at least Eisner could assure the Chinese that, as he'd predicted, the film was a box office failure. The studio's dismal performance in 1996 had caused a loss that year of $180 million, and at the time the internal memo was written, the 1998 slate was on course to lose over $100 million. Over the last 7 years, the live-action business has destroyed approximately $575 million in value, the memo starkly concluded. Expensive films like Armageddon, even with aggressive revenue assumptions, have difficulty achieving a positive return as the impact of high upfront investment more than offset future cash flows. Pressed by Eisner, Roth produced a 5-year cost reduction plan that called for staff reductions, a smaller slate of films, and merging Hollywood into Touchstone, reserving the Hollywood name for some releases. Despite the success of Dalmatians, Vogel had fallen out of favor with Roth, who proposed getting rid of him. Roth predicted that merging the studios alone could save $40 million, even as it marked a retreat from the ambitious production schedule launched in the heady days of the Katzenberg era. Eisner replied in a letter dated April 6, 1998, that expressed some of his frustrations. "I would say, Vogel," he wrote, "David, even with his drawbacks, can be helpful in relieving some of your burdens." But he criticized Roth's spending and failure to move quickly to cut costs. "Everything is reaching for the sky, and overhead is still a big problem. We really have to get a move on this. A $260 million live-action overhead for the year is really off the map. What is Miramax, $40 million? I think you would have to agree the entire industry is out of control, but we are joining right along. We have to get off the train. We are spending $166 million in cash on development this year. The target we gave the board was $80 million. It is certainly against the strategy of singles and doubles I am comfortable with, or better said, what the old business was like. I understand the new market of event films, but aren't we also now into event overhead and event development? We really have to bring our costs down almost $350 million a year to get back into smart business. Animation remained a separate division run by Peter Schneider, reporting to Roy. Although Schneider largely escaped Eisner's criticism for overspending, there, too, costs were soaring. And there was no disguising the fact that Disney's new golden age in animation was waning. Pocahontas, Hunchback, and Hercules, the 3 immediate successors to Lion King, paled by comparison, both critically and commercially. Internal Disney documents show that by 1997, Lion King had generated nearly $1 billion in profit, including international, home video, and merchandising. Hercules eked out less than $30 million and lost money if overhead was taken into account. Cost increases were even more alarming. The Lion King had total costs, including overhead, of $74 million. Hercules cost $179 million. Of that amount, artist labor amounted to over $100 million, thanks to the competitive bidding for artists by DreamWorks. Budgets for the forthcoming Mulan, Tarzan, and the computer-generated Dinosaur were all above the $100 million level, the cost of a Jerry Bruckheimer action film. Animation's ambitious production schedule was hurriedly scaled back, but it didn't save that much in overhead costs since so many animators had been signed to lucrative multi-year contracts to keep them from defecting to DreamWorks. Many idle animators were assigned to Roy's Fantasia project, which was now called Fantasia 2000, aiming for a release date to celebrate the new millennium. Progress on the film had been painstakingly slow as Roy and his creative team sifted through the vast archives of classical music. According to Eisner, some years earlier, he met backstage with Leonard Bernstein after a performance of the New York Philharmonic. Smoking a cigarette and draped in a cape, the maestro looked frail to Eisner, but he was enthusiastic, especially when Eisner suggested a segment using music from the Beatles. But Bernstein died in 1990. In his place, Roy recruited James Levine, the Metropolitan Opera's principal conductor and music director, as the film's music advisor. Although Roy had spurned Eisner's Beatles idea as inappropriate for a film featuring classical music, Eisner kept close tabs on the film's progress, and after a trip to his son Eric's high school graduation, insisted that Edward Elgar's Pomp and Circumstance be one of the compositions featured in a segment. "Everyone can relate to Pomp and Circumstance," he said at a meeting with Roy and the animators, noting that he'd just heard it at his son's graduation. Roy said nothing, but everyone could tell from the strained look on his face that he didn't like the idea. Eisner proceeded to outline a plot for the segment. All the classic Disney heroes and heroines, Cinderella and Prince Charming, Ariel and Eric, march in a wedding procession carrying their future babies, which they would present in a ceremony. There was dead silence in the room. "Okay," Roy finally said, with notably little enthusiasm. When Eisner left, the animators were in an uproar. Pomp and Circumstance might have been classic graduation music, but the animators and many critics deemed it mediocre even by Elgar standards. Roy hated the idea. The mass wedding procession seemed like something out of a Korean religious cult. And showing the hallowed Disney characters as married with babies implied they had engaged in sex. The very thought was unsettling. Still, Roy reluctantly concluded they would have to try to implement Eisner's idea. Several animators were assigned the task and came up with a mythological Greco-Roman setting for the ceremony, with classic architecture and gardens. Various characters paraded by, carrying babies or pushing them in perambulators and strollers. When they unveiled the segment to Roy and the other animators, there was stunned silence. "This is an appalling abuse of the characters," one animator said. "It's terrible." The animators flatly refused to continue work on the segment. Roy and Schumacher finally conveyed the news to Eisner, who reluctantly gave up the idea of the babies. "I don't care what you do with it, but you have to use Pomp and Circumstance," he finally said. Roy concluded it was the price he'd have to pay to get the film made. Just as the original Fantasia had been a commercial fiasco, Eisner knew that a sequel featuring short episodes of traditional animation set to classical music would never be another Lion King or Beauty and the Beast. The success of animation had spilled over into so many other Disney businesses. The theme parks, and especially the Disney stores, needed new hit characters, and they weren't getting them. The only bright spot was Pixar, which had created Buzz Lightyear and Woody in Toy Story. But Pixar's success was a double-edged sword, since Disney didn't own the company. In the course of renegotiating the Disney relationship with Pixar, Roth presented Eisner with a proposal that would both solve the issue of succession and address the faltering performance of the animation division. It was admittedly bold. Disney should buy Pixar, as it could have done years earlier, and merge its own animation division into it. "Make it all digital," Roth urged. "That's the future." As part of the deal, Eisner should make Steve Jobs, Pixar's chairman, president of Disney. "Jobs is a darling of Wall Street," Roth argued, "and you'd get John Lasseter, the greatest creative mind that's come out of Disney." That idea went nowhere. By late 1997, Peter Schneider and his top deputy, Thomas Schumacher, were increasingly absorbed by the stage production of The Lion King, Disney's second venture in live Broadway theater, even as they struggled with running the animation division. Beauty and the Beast had opened at the Palace Theater, but now Disney had finished renovating the New Amsterdam. Elton John was also developing a popular musical version of the Verdi opera Aida, but Eisner insisted on Lion King as a musical. He was convinced that anything Lion King would be a success. Schneider and Schumacher insisted that the $20 million show had to be different, original, and not just another variation on Beauty and the Beast, which cost $14 million to mount. Schumacher brought in Julie Taymor, a director he knew after trying to hire her for a Los Angeles arts festival, and asked her to come up with some ideas. She had never seen the film or heard the soundtrack. At a meeting in Orlando, she introduced the concept of elaborate puppets and masks so that humans could play the animal characters. Language and music would dominate, especially African music. What's so visual on the screen will be replaced by music, she suggested, and she wanted to add to the story to include Simba's lost years, when the young lion would leave the wilderness and confront the big city. "Julie, we're simply not going to do this," Schumacher said, insisting that the show remain true to the original. But he loved the look, the music, and the images she suggested. For Schneider and Schumacher, working on the Broadway version of The Lion King was the most fun they'd ever had. They knew it was a success at the first preview in Minneapolis. Before it began, Schumacher announced there were some problems with the set, and there would be some pauses. But there was a sense that something original was being born. The music started, and the first animals started parading down the aisles toward the stage, and the audience went wild, cheering and applauding. The Lion King garnered an avalanche of rave reviews when it opened in the refurbished New Amsterdam in November 1997. A gorgeous, gasp-inducing spectacle, Time reported. Vincent Canby in the New York Times called it one of the most memorable, moving, and original theatrical extravaganzas in years. The Lion King is told with a theatricality that frequently takes the breath away, and with a sophistication that has little to do with the usual Disney cuteness. The day after the opening, the New Amsterdam box office set a record by selling $2.5 million in advance tickets. At that spring's Tony Awards, the big rivals for the top prize of Best Musical were the lavishly produced Ragtime and Lion King. Ragtime was the favorite, in part because of lingering resentment on Broadway toward Disney. Schneider and Schumacher had booked a car so they could make a quick getaway the moment Lion King lost. Eisner didn't come, partly to avoid questions about Ovitz, partly because he didn't expect it to win. Ragtime swept the awards for Best Book, Actress, and Score, but then, at the end, Schneider and Schumacher were stunned when Lion King won as Best Musical. They raced to the stage, but the show was running late, and all they could say was a few thank yous before the broadcast ended. They ran off the stage and couldn't stop laughing. Backstage, surrounded by reporters, Schneider said, "We're thrilled and shocked." In some ways, the Broadway production of The Lion King marked the pinnacle of the Eisner years at Disney. It was both a critical and commercial success, both wildly original and entertaining. It was so exhilarating, so successful, that Schneider wondered what could come next. It was in the nature of the creative process that you couldn't simply repeat yourself and succeed, at least not for long. Even as The Lion King played to sold-out crowds, Eisner pressed Schneider about the next show, Aida, which was having problems in development. He worried about feature animation. If Schneider had a criticism of the Disney culture, of both Katzenberg and Eisner, it was that they never knew how to celebrate or enjoy success in a true, meaningful way. It was never enough. There was always tomorrow to worry about. In the wake of Pulp Fiction, the Weinstein brothers were favorite sons at Disney, and Eisner frequently prodded them to expand their reach. As Miramax racked up profits and the Disney studios floundered, Harvey Weinstein was sometimes embarrassed when Eisner taunted Joe Roth in his presence, asking why Roth couldn't run the Disney studios as successfully as the Weinsteins ran Miramax. After Katzenberg left, the Weinsteins had to report to Roth. He took charge after Bill Mechanic left, and it hardly helped their relationship. Still, the Weinsteins were generally allowed to do whatever they wanted, including Bob Weinstein's Dimension films aimed at younger audiences. Eisner had often encouraged Harvey Weinstein to create a Miramax cable channel, a venue for Miramax's growing film library, and for original programming that would compete with the increasingly successful home box office. In the summer of 1997, Weinstein brought Disney a deal in which Miramax would acquire a half-interest with Cablevision in two existing channels, Bravo and the Independent Film Channel, IFC, and would create a third Miramax channel. The cost of the deal for Disney was $312.5 million. But Peter Murphy, head of strategic planning, balked. "This is pure gold," Weinstein protested. "We're not ready," Murphy replied. Pressed by Weinstein, he acknowledged that he liked the deal, but the powers that be, meaning Eisner, had said no. Weinstein pressed the case with Eisner but made no headway. "We're not moving in that direction," Eisner said, meaning cable. Weinstein reluctantly abandoned the idea. The channels were later sold to NBC for $1.4 billion. Whatever the merits of the deal, Disney was still struggling with the Cap Cities acquisition. The ABC network's first full year under Disney ownership was little short of a disaster. Tarsis had arrived to begin her new job in June. Eisner had a meeting with Harbert to persuade him to stay, but he couldn't really explain what his duties as chairman were, so Harbert exercised his option to leave. Putting aside the management turmoil, the messy hiring of Tarsis, Ovitz's firing, and the departure of Harbert, the network that had fallen to third place was barely ahead of the Fox network, which ran only 7 hours of primetime programming a week. The fading Roseanne was in its last year. Co-star John Goodman had quit the previous spring. Neither Eisner nor Iger had liked the dark drama Nothing Sacred about a Catholic priest, but deferred to Tarsis. It quickly floundered against the NBC comedies on Thursday night. Spin City, a DreamWorks production starring Michael J. Fox, broke into the top 10, but of course it rankled that it was a Katzenberg production. Apart from the alarming decline in the ratings, the idea that Disney could quickly reprogram ABC into a haven for family-oriented comedies was in shambles. Although she paid lip service to ABC as the Family Network, Tarsis showed barely disguised contempt for the lower-brow working-class comedies that had been the backbone of the ABC lineup, preferring edgier, young, urban comedies like Over the Top with Tim Curry and Hiller and Diller with Kevin Nealon, both of which soon failed. The network seethed with resentments, jealousies, and turf battles. Just as Ovitz had been a marked man from the beginning, Tarsis came to the job already enveloped in controversy from the Ohlmeyer matter. With Ovitz gone, only Iger could protect her, but he was in New York, and she was alone in Hollywood. Eisner had distanced himself. Harbert had naturally resented her. Development head Stuart Bloomberg, a close friend of Iger's, saw her as blocking his own initiatives. The knives were drawn and the complaints flowed freely. Tarsis didn't return phone calls. She was petty and vindictive. She was fragile and emotional, sometimes crying in front of colleagues. When her boyfriend Robert Morton was fired from the Letterman show, but still being paid to develop shows for Letterman's production company, ABC gave him a $2 million per year production development deal, which triggered howls of nepotism. Harbert said he had no choice given that Ovitz had already approved the arrangement. ABC programming executives seethed when Morton started showing up at network meetings, pontificating on branding and other corporate strategies. It didn't help that Tarsis had to carry the burden of being the first woman president of a network at the same time as she was perceived as lacking any real authority. Rumors that she would be fired or demoted circulated almost constantly. Partly as a way to lay these rumors to rest, Tarsis agreed that a New York Times Magazine reporter, Lynn Hirschberg, could follow her around during the 1997 development season, culminating in the year's upfront presentations to advertisers. She failed to mention this to Iger. The ABC presentation that year was at New York's Radio City Music Hall. As the curtain rose, Tarsis was seated at center stage, her back to the audience, wearing her trademark Armani pantsuit, watching a big-screen episode of NYPD Blue. As the spotlight focused on her, she swiveled her chair around, stood up, and moved to a podium. "What? You were expecting someone else?" she said. There were awkward laughs at the reference to the rumors of her demise. Then she introduced ABC's new branding campaign, TV is Good, which left advertisers scratching their heads. When had TV been bad? Eisner and Iger congratulated Tarsis at the party afterward at a Rockefeller Center restaurant, but Eisner was unimpressed with her, later badgering Iger with derogatory comments and complaints. Then Tarsis gave the go-ahead for Arsenio as a mid-season replacement without consulting Eisner. Eisner had hated the pilot, in which Arsenio Hall plays a sports broadcaster. Iger ordered her to cancel the show. She resisted, ignoring Iger's calls for 3 days. When he flew to Los Angeles, she stood him up at an 8 o'clock breakfast meeting, later claiming she had overslept. Then, in late June, Iger told her that he was promoting Stu Bloomberg to chairman of ABC, and she would have to report to Bloomberg. Just 2 weeks later, on July 7th, Tarsis's photo was on the cover of the New York Times Magazine, Jamie Tarsis's Fall, as scheduled, by Lynn Hirschberg. To just about everyone in Hollywood, it was a devastating story for Tarsis, the worst of it being Tarsis's own words. Someone said this job was supposed to be fun. Maybe at some point that's going to start. It's no wonder that I feel a little paranoid and beat up. I never had a mentor, and sometimes, like today, I think that would be really helpful. Men have an easier time having mentors. I always felt I had to do it on my own. Sometimes I wish they would just fire me. It would be so much easier. And so on. At ABC, there was a collective intake of breath. Any one of the quoted comments would have been enough to get her fired. At one point in the story, Tarsis calls Iger in New York as Hirschberg listens in. "Hey, Bob," she says, "how are you?" "Really? What's wrong?" "What lawsuit?" "Can't tell me?" "That's okay." She then discusses whether to make an offer for another season of Roseanne. The problem was that Iger had no idea a reporter was listening and was stunned to see the conversation in print. He wanted to fire Tarsis immediately, but Eisner stopped him. "Wait," he urged. "Be patient. Do it on your schedule, not hers." Just 2 weeks later, at an annual television writers' conference in Pasadena, Bloomberg and Tarsis appeared together on stage, with Tarsis announcing, "I am staying at ABC. I am deeply committed to it, and I am very, very excited." Bloomberg added, unconvincingly, "We are having a really good time." And so Tarsis stayed. Despite the soap operatic management turmoil, Eisner liked to say that all the network needed was one breakthrough hit. London-born Michael Davies, who was developing alternative series for Disney's Buena Vista television unit, thought he had one. A curious hybrid of game show and adventure about a group of contestants, or castaways, on a desert island. Davies was so low in the Disney hierarchy that he was pretty much left on his own. Even so, he felt he wasn't making a very good impression. In contrast to the hard-working ethos of the place, he was erratic. He stayed out late, going to bars and restaurants. He dressed in mismatched jackets and pants with his tie askew. He traveled to London frequently to visit his friends in British television, though he did make deals with many of them, buying U.S. rights to shows like Charlie Parsons' The Big Breakfast, a live 2-hour talk show. Davies had been a fan of Parsons ever since Network 7, another show produced by Parsons. Network 7 used a variety of formats, one of them a variation of the Castaways idea in which 4 people, a soap opera star, a TV drama star, an ex-convict, and a stockbroker, were stranded on an island. The resulting special mixed elements of Lord of the Flies, Robinson Crusoe, and Gilligan's Island. It was just the kind of thing that appealed to Davies. One day, Parsons mentioned that he wanted to revive his island idea with a show called Survive, this time with an elimination element. Davies leaped at the idea, and the two developed a pitch explaining the logistics and rules. At ABC, they met with Bloomberg, who passed. So did CBS and NBC. But Lauren Corrao at Fox loved it. "I want this," she said. She recruited a producer named Mark Burnett for the show and assigned Fox Business Affairs to wrap up a contract. Then, in September 1995, Disney's acquisition of ABC was announced. Under pressure from Disney, ABC took a look at everything Buena Vista had in development, and Davies was told to move Survive to ABC. Corral was furious. Bloomberg gave Davies $130,000 to develop the idea, though he warned that it would be a tough sell. Davies and Parsons built their own plastic model of a tropical island setting, complete with a tribal council setting. It was admittedly cheap-looking, but workable, they thought. They expanded their treatment and did a sample video. Parsons and his partner, Wahid Ali, flew from London to Los Angeles for a meeting with Jamie Tarsis. They explained the concept, the teams or tribes, the physical contests, the elimination angle. One person would be voted off the island after each episode until there was just one winner. The possibilities for intrigue, politics, and betrayal were tremendous, which, when they thought about it, wasn't all that different from life at ABC. They showed her the island model and the video, which concluded with the slogan, "Action, Bravery, Commitment," followed by the ABC logo. "How do you pilot it?" Tarsis asked. "Naturally, you can't really pilot it," Davies explained. "This is something no one's ever done before, but you can't really do just one episode and then cancel it because of the way it's set up. You just have to film the whole series." Davies realized it was an unorthodox approach. In primetime television, the networks depended on pilots to evaluate a show's chances of success and, more important, to preview for potential advertisers. Plus, the show would be expensive, at least by the standards of the cheap alternative programming Davies was supposed to be developing. The total cost to ABC would be $13 million for the first season. Tarsis looked skeptical. Still, she complimented their effort and didn't reject it out of hand. She didn't seem to balk at the price. Davies thought she had asked good questions and that she liked the idea. Parsons wasn't optimistic. "This is going to be a hard sell," he said, and Davies agreed. In fact, Tarsis later claimed that she loved Survivor. Could she greenlight it on her own? It was only her second week on the job. In her version of events, she explained the concept to Iger and said that it would be hard, if not impossible, to create a pilot. Iger said he'd have to think about it. The next day, he said no. "I'm obsessed with game shows," Tarsis later said. "Survivor was the neatest thing I'd ever heard. It was going to cost $13 million. I went to Iger. I needed his support. He said no. I begged him. He vetoed it. He would not give me the money I wanted to do this. They wouldn't let me," she said. Iger flatly denies this, saying Tarsis never mentioned Survivor to him and he knew nothing about the show. Tarsis never formally rejected Survivor. When ABC's development deal with Parsons expired, ABC didn't renew it. Davies was disappointed but not surprised. Parsons sold the idea to Swedish television, and Expedition Robinson aired the following year. While it attracted large audiences, its success was marred by the suicide of one of the participants. Eventually, Parsons sold rights to a U.S. version to Mark Burnett, the same producer Fox had wanted to bring to the show. At the urging of Bloomberg and Tarsis, Iger had brought Davies to ABC from Buena Vista in late 1997 to be in charge of alternative programming. Under Iger's leadership, ABC had scored a big success with America's Funniest Home Videos, which wasn't a traditional scripted show, and had launched That's Incredible, which featured real people performing stunts that ranged from the amazing to the ridiculous. Iger encouraged Davies to come up with some new, preferably cheap, base hits that could be plugged into the ABC schedule. This was a variation on Eisner's singles and doubles strategy for the movie business. Tarsis was eager for Davies to develop alternative comedies, so he bought the rights to Whose Line Is It Anyway?, a British improvisational show, and developed The Man Show with comedian Jimmy Kimmel, who'd worked with Davies on Win Ben Stein's Money. The Man Show was something of a cross between a variety show and Animal House, and the brazenly lowbrow show featured plenty of young, bikini-clad women jumping on trampolines and chimpanzees trained to perform scatological stunts. Eisner walked out of the screening. Iger just looked at Davies and shook his head. "Gutsy," he said, "but you must be out of your mind." The Man Show was sold to Comedy Central, where it ran for 6 seasons. But after the failures of other Davies-backed shows like Puppies Present, hosted by a dog, Davies was marginalized within Disney as someone who belonged in cable. He seemed an embarrassment to Tarsis, whose primary interests were traditional comedies and drama. Later that year, in September 1998, a tape of a new British television show arrived at Davies's home, sent by one of his friends in London. As he watched it, he was excited. Eisner had repeatedly expressed an interest in reviving the venerable game show $64,000 Question, and Davies had been trying to find a way to remake the show ever since. The new show solved the problems he'd encountered with $64,000 Question. It was also a ladder show in which winnings rose the longer the player kept delivering correct answers, and with each question, the winnings were at risk. But there was a critical difference. Contestants could quit and take their winnings after they saw the next question and the multiple-choice answers, removing a large element of uncertainty from the bet. And it had another wrinkle, a so-called reality element. A contestant could place a phone call to someone for help in answering a question. In a taped episode Davies watched, a young woman called her father, and they ended up in tears. Davies himself was so moved by the moment, he had to brush away his own tears. He summoned his new assistant at ABC, Andrea Wong. She loved it too. The pair rushed from their office and bumped into Tarsis and Bloomberg. "My God, you have to see this!" Davies exclaimed, practically dragging them to the nearest television. But when it was over, Davies's spirits sank. Both said they liked it, but it was obvious that neither loved it. "This might work on cable," Tarsis said. When Davies said he wanted it for prime time, they both looked at him like he was crazy. "This is so good, someone else is going to do it," he warned. Davies wanted to get on the next plane to London to lock up the rights. Bloomberg said no. Davies called Paul Smith, the show's creator and producer at Celador in London. "I want it for ABC," Davies said, though he had no authorization. "Everyone wants it," Smith replied. He was thinking of an auction. Davies knew he had to stop that. ABC would never get into a bidding war. He called his friend Ben Silverman, the most aggressive agent he knew in London. Silverman was at William Morris, the agency that had represented Smith when he produced TV's Bloopers and Practical Jokes 20 years earlier. "I want this," Davies said. "If you get me this show, I will get you a package and you've got a deal here." Davies could hardly believe he was making promises he had no idea whether he could keep. And after fruitless pleas to Tarsis and Bloomberg, he had to call Silverman back. ABC wouldn't give him the money for a primetime commitment, only a pilot. Shortly after, Eisner and Iger convened a meeting of top ABC, Touchstone, and Buena Vista executives to discuss development projects and the upcoming season. Davies wasn't specifically ordered not to speak, but Tarsis made it clear he was not to bring up any of his offbeat alternative ideas, which would only distract from the important scripted dramas and sitcoms. After Bloomberg and Tarsis made their presentations, Eisner went around the table, randomly asking people what they were working on. Suddenly his gaze landed on Davies. "What do you have?" he asked. Davies took a deep breath. He felt he only had one shot, so he'd have to choose between Survivor and the British game show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Tarsis was glaring at him. He knew he was about to commit corporate suicide. "Actually, I brought a tape," he said. "You know how you're always asking about the $64,000 question? This is a game show, and it's doing huge numbers in Britain. This is the show we've been talking about for 6 years. He got up and handed a tape of the show to Eisner. Tarsis said nothing. The next day he got an email from Eisner, who had watched the tape. "I can't believe I like it, but I really like it." Iger too watched the tape and called Davies. "I want this on the air." After the meeting, Tarsis said nothing to Davies. When they passed in the hallway, she looked the other way. When he said hello, there was no response. The silence extended for weeks, then months. Davies never formally quit ABC, nor was he officially fired. One day Bloomberg, who remained friendly, called to discuss a severance deal, and shortly after, Davies left. Eisner's long-awaited autobiography, Work in Progress, written with Tony Schwartz, was published in the fall of 1998 by Random House. It was heavily edited by Disney people, including Sandy Litvak and John Dreyer. Some readers maintained that while Eisner stressed his low-budget single and doubles movie strategy, Disney had in fact embarked on the same big-budget, event-driven schedule that he criticized in others, Armageddon being just one example. Others pointed out that, for all Eisner's talk about the importance of creativity, there were few concrete examples. Numerous characters, Dennis Hightower for one, entered the story, only to vanish without explanation after being fired or pushed out or resigning. Almost the entire chapter about Ovitz was cut, deemed too controversial. The Katzenberg sections were heavily sanitized, since the Katzenberg lawsuit was still pending. Even so, the book managed to infuriate people, either by not mentioning them at all, or by mentioning them with faint praise. Eisner's relationship with author Tony Schwartz had also become strained. On more than one occasion, Eisner had threatened not to publish the book. He had come to feel that the book had lost much of his voice, and certainly his sense of humor. But in the end, he expressed appreciation to Schwartz, taking a swipe at Joe Roth and Bob Iger. "I appreciate all the hard work you've done," Eisner wrote Schwartz in an email. "It really has been fun and rewarding. I wish all the execs here, Joe and Bob especially, worked the way you do." For someone so eager to psychoanalyze the people around him, Eisner's book is surprisingly unreflective. There is little sense of what motivated him, what satisfaction he derived, or what meaning he found in his career. Yet there are flashes of what seem to be inadvertent self-revelation. In his acknowledgments, Eisner begins by noting that, "I don't praise people enough, partly because receiving praise so embarrasses me. Except when it comes to my children, I am too stingy with compliments and too slow to express my appreciation, even though I know how much people need it and how often they deserve it." He doesn't offer any explanation for why praise would embarrass him, or why, if that were so, he bestowed false praise on people like Ovitz, Katzenberg, and others he intended to fire or push out. At the end of the book, Eisner describes a harshly competitive, almost Hobbesian philosophy seemingly at odds with the sunny optimism he so often invoked to describe his own nature. "Life is a race that I began when I was born, but didn't truly appreciate until I nearly died. The race is about getting it all in." And later, "I spend far less time looking back in regret than I do looking forward with anticipation. There is so much to be done." 12. Acting on Eisner's mandate to cut costs, in July 1998, Roth merged the Touchstone, Hollywood, and Disney Studios under the Buena Vista Motion Pictures Group, headed by David Vogel, whom Roth had wanted to have fired just a few months earlier. Vogel wrote Eisner a note thanking him for the promotion and for including him in a recent management retreat. "I want to assure you that Walt Disney Pictures will always be foremost on my mind," he said. Eisner was always telling him that he was the only executive who understood the Walt Disney brand, and Vogel wanted to assure Eisner that he could do adult live-action films at the same time. He had one of his assistants hand-deliver the note to Eisner's office. Joe Roth confronted him almost immediately. "Are you corresponding with Michael?" Vogel assumed Roth or one of his assistants had seen his own assistant carrying the note. "Yes," he replied, and told Roth what was in the note. "I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't go behind my back," Roth said. "Why would I go behind your back?" Vogel indignantly responded. "Michael makes everybody miserable. He makes you miserable. He made Jeffrey miserable. Why would I want that?" Vogel was not going to get close to Eisner only to have his head chopped off, as he put it. He'd had plenty of opportunities, but had remained loyal to Roth. In the intrigue-filled corridors of the Team Disney building, Roth obviously didn't trust him, or anyone else for that matter. The Sixth Sense wasn't helping Vogel's relationship with Roth. After committing to star in Armageddon as part of a two-picture deal with Disney, Bruce Willis had negotiated the right to choose from every leading man role in development at the studio. So Vogel, after buying the rights to The Sixth Sense, had sent the script to Willis's agent, Arnold Rifkind, as he did all the scripts he acquired. He didn't imagine that a star of Willis's stature would be at all interested in a small-budget thriller from an unknown writer-director. So Vogel was shocked when Rifkind called producer Kathleen Kennedy and said, "This is our movie." The next day, Rifkind called Vogel. Willis wanted to play the role of Malcolm Crowe, the child psychologist. "The script is good, but Knight's not directing," he said. Vogel realized the star treatment was starting. "He has a pay-and-play commitment," Vogel explained. "How could you be so stupid?" Rifkind asked. This infuriated Vogel, who'd only guaranteed Shyamalan the chance to direct in order to get the script. "Who the fuck do you think you are?" he exclaimed. "This guy wrote it, and that's how I got it." Both he and Joe Roth, who was dismayed that Willis had chosen The Sixth Sense rather than sticking with his action picture franchise, figured that Willis would walk when he found out Shyamalan was directing. In some ways, it would be easier if he did. Because of Willis, the budget would vault the film into the event category. But Rifkind backed down, and Willis stayed attached to the project. Since he had other commitments, the shooting schedule got delayed. But by the summer of 1998, filming was underway. About three-quarters of the way through the production, Vogel got a call from Roger Birnbaum, head of Spyglass Entertainment, an independent producer. "I just wanted to tell you that Sixth Sense is my baby now." Spyglass had bought all foreign and domestic rights to the film from Disney. "In terms of going forward, you have to run all your budget overages by me first." Vogel was reeling. Roth sold his movie without even telling him? Not just foreign, but domestic rights too? To reduce risk and recoup some of their investment, studios often sold some rights to the films they had in development or production, but rarely both foreign and domestic. So all Disney would get was a distribution fee. Birnbaum added that he expected a producer credit on the film. "Roger, you're wrong," Vogel countered. "You may be picking this up, but you have to wait until I'm done and stop talking to me like that. It's upsetting to me. I may be getting screwed out of this, but not yet. It's still mine." Minutes later, Kathleen Kennedy and Frank Marshall were on the line. No one had told them either, and they were furious. Vogel wanted to run upstairs and confront Roth, but he held back. What was the point? He knew Roth was competing to succeed Ovitz as president of Disney, and he was under pressure from Eisner to cut costs drastically. Roth would just say that he'd never really liked the script, and that Willis had driven up costs. The next day, Vogel and Roth met to discuss something else. Vogel was still in shock. Neither said anything about The Sixth Sense, but after that, Vogel felt their relationship was never the same. What camaraderie had existed faded. Roth pretty much left Vogel alone. Miramax's Harvey Weinstein also bore the brunt of Eisner's crackdown on big-budget event movies. Just as Disney was selling off foreign and domestic rights to The Sixth Sense to reduce costs, Weinstein approached Eisner with a cherished project, a multi-picture deal to turn J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings into a film. rights to the beloved classic were held by British producer Saul Zaentz, who had been notoriously reluctant to give them up. But Zaentz had developed a close relationship with Weinstein when Zaentz co-produced the wildly successful The English Patient with Miramax, winner of the Academy Award for Best Picture in 1997. After Weinstein introduced Zaentz to New Zealand director Peter Jackson, Zaentz was captivated by Jackson's grandiose vision for a Tolkien epic and readily agreed to sell the rights to Miramax for a Jackson-directed production. Miramax spent about $14 million to develop the project, but because of the projected budget, Weinstein needed Disney and Eisner's approval to go ahead. He arranged a meeting with Roth to show him the concept, some storyboards, and animatics models of the computer-generated sets, and a few battle sequences that Jackson had created. Weinstein made the pitch for 2 films with a projected budget of no more than $180 million. Expensive, yes, but $90 million per film was substantially less than Armageddon or other Bruckheimer projects. "Joe, this will be the movie of our lifetimes," Weinstein enthused to Roth. "We'll sell foreign. We'll get half our cost back off the top." Roth called Weinstein after he took the project up with Eisner. "Michael passed," he said. "He what?" Weinstein replied, incredulous. "He said we're not going to spend this kind of money." Weinstein called Eisner. Eisner wouldn't back down. From his point of view, Weinstein was asking him to risk a huge sum of money on an unproven director with no finished scripts, no sure market, no partners. This was not the kind of low-budget, independent movie Miramax was supposed to be doing. Besides, he didn't think Lord of the Rings would translate well to film. An earlier animated version had failed. There was a limited audience for the fantasy genre. "You're making a terrible mistake," Weinstein practically screamed. "This will be the franchise to end all franchises." After Eisner's rejection, Weinstein reluctantly let Jackson shop the project to other studios. All turned it down. But then New Line, a division of Time Warner, agreed to reconsider. After sitting through Jackson's presentation, New Line's chief executive, Robert Shea, committed to 3 films with a combined budget of $350 million, an even more ambitious venture than Weinstein had dared to contemplate. New Line was so eager to do the project that it agreed to reimburse Miramax's costs, and Weinstein insisted on keeping the right to 5% of the gross. When Weinstein reported the deal to Eisner, he just shrugged, which angered Weinstein. Here he'd acquired the rights to one of the most sought-after literary properties in the world. Eisner had killed the project, and now he didn't seem to care that Weinstein had brought him a 5% stake. "You don't believe in this," Weinstein finally said in exasperation, "so give me half the 5%. Eisner agreed. Weinstein's contract specified that the brothers would each be paid 25% of any revenues Disney received, without limitation. Still, Weinstein was seething. This wasn't the first time he felt Eisner had thwarted him. Eisner had rejected his cable deal. He wouldn't invest in the Broadway musical The Producers when Weinstein wanted to help out Mel Brooks. Weinstein put his own money in the show. He blocked a deal to buy 1 Times Square for Miramax headquarters. But this was a feature film that Weinstein desperately wanted to make. It didn't matter to him that Eisner was fully within his rights. Weinstein had had to grovel before Eisner, only to be turned down. Lloyd Braun, the 39-year-old president of Brillstein Gray Entertainment, was intrigued when he got a call from Joe Roth, inviting him to breakfast to discuss Disney's troubled Touchstone TV studio. Brillstein Gray had thrived in the year since Ovitz left Disney, producing Just Shoot Me and News Radio for NBC, and the late-night Politically Incorrect with Bill Maher for ABC. Braun, a lawyer and manager who numbered Cher and Seinfeld co-creator Larry David as clients, was probably best known as the character named Lloyd Braun, whom David kept writing into Seinfeld plots. Another one of Braun's clients was TV writer-producer David Chase. Braun had been trying to develop a new series with him for Brillstein Gray, but none of Chase's ideas seemed quite right. "I know you've got a great show in you," Braun persisted. While walking Chase out of the office after another disappointing pitch session, Braun said, "These ideas you're coming up with aren't coming from the heart. Bring me something controversial, different." "Like what?" Chase asked. "I don't know," Braun said, thinking for a moment. "You know, I've always wanted to do a modern-day Godfather. Set it in today's world. You know, a guy who lives with his kids and deals with everyday life, except he's in the mob." "That's interesting. Did you know I was Italian?" Chase asked. "No, but that's even better." 2 days later, Chase was back with a proposal for a series about a suburban New Jersey mob family set in the present. A family beset with all the problems of any other American family, as well as a dark, parallel existence in the mob. Despite the high concept, a modern-day Godfather, it wasn't an easy idea to sell. The 3 major networks passed on The Sopranos. On a long shot, Chase sent the treatment to Chris Albrecht at Home Box Office, the pay cable channel that was developing various series deemed too sophisticated for the networks. Albrecht wasn't sure if the script was edgy enough, but went ahead and ordered a pilot. When Roth called Braun, rumors of chaos at Disney's television studio were swirling. The marriage between the studio and the ABC network had been ill-fated. Although one of the driving forces of the acquisition was to provide an outlet for Disney-made programming, it was almost as though ABC, with Tarsis at the programming helm, went out of its way to reject Touchstone-made pilots. Those that did get on the air, like Hiller and Diller, were flops. The fate of Touchstone-produced Ellen was uncertain after its star, Ellen DeGeneres, came out on the show as a lesbian. "ABC wants to forge our identity as a network that takes chances," Tarsis told the Los Angeles Times, a comment that sent shudders through Disney's upper ranks. But during their breakfast together, Roth was charming and persuasive, hinting at changes to come and potential opportunities for Braun. They hit it off instantly. At a second breakfast, Braun arrived to find that Eisner had joined Roth. The pleasantries were barely over when they started arguing about ABC and Disney's TV studio. Braun was characteristically candid. The relationship between the studio and the network was dysfunctional, Braun said. "You should merge the studio and the network. As it is now, there's a terrible rivalry. There's no sense of the common good. People won't pull for each other. They root for each other to fail." Somewhat to Braun's surprise, Eisner listened. In the middle of the discussion, Eisner interrupted Braun and asked, "How do I get you to do this?" Braun saw the offer as an interesting challenge. He joined Disney as chairman of the Buena Vista Television Group in March 1998, reporting to Joe Roth. From the beginning, he faced the problem he'd already identified. Far from favoring Disney productions, ABC resented any pressure to pick up Touchstone pilots. Braun often compared the mood at ABC to occupied France under the Nazis. At the same time, the other networks were highly suspicious of the studio's relationship to ABC, assuming that it was steering its best projects to its sister network and offering them warmed-over rejects. Braun was in a catch-22. He couldn't sell to the other networks, and ABC seemed hostile to any Disney product. Braun became convinced that it was urgent to merge the studio and network and pushed the idea at Eisner's staff lunches. By the summer of 1999, Eisner seemed to agree and began sounding it out with Joe Roth, who favored the idea, and Bob Iger, who opposed it. Bringing Touchstone and ABC together posed some delicate management issues, starting with who would be in charge of the merged division. Roth, who was close to Braun and had brought him into the company, was a strong advocate for Braun. Bob Iger, as head of ABC, and by now Roth's chief rival for the Disney presidency, was suspicious of Braun as a potential Roth ally. Eisner suggested that Braun, as head of Touchstone, report to Stu Bloomberg and Jamie Tarsis. Braun rejected that idea out of hand. He had little respect for Tarsus, and there was no way he would even consider reporting to her. When Braun once tried to circumvent Tarsus by going directly to Bloomberg, she said, "If you think by going directly to Stu you will get what you want, you're mistaken. Stu has no power here." Braun countered that he should run the combined network and studio, with Bloomberg and Tarsus reporting to him. It was Roth who suggested a way out, proposing that Braun and Bloomberg run the combined network and studio together, with Tarsus reporting to the two of them. The idea was that Braun would be the senior partner for the studio, Bloomberg the senior partner for the network. "It's the only possible solution," Roth argued to Eisner. Clearly it further marginalized Tarsus. Braun was open to the idea, but Iger still resisted, saying Braun and Bloomberg couldn't work together. Braun barely knew Bloomberg, but he called and invited him to his house in Brentwood. "I know what you've been told," Braun said. "I'm a viper. It's not true." As the discussion continued, they discovered they had much in common. Despite Iger's skepticism, Bloomberg was won over. At the end of the afternoon, the two shook hands and agreed to work together. Braun arrived at ABC that summer, moving into a new office down the hall from Tarsus and Bloomberg in the ABC Entertainment Complex in Century City. He also kept an office at the TV studio. Tarsus's reaction was predictably hostile. As with Davies after the Millionaire meeting, her demeanor toward Braun was glacial. At meetings, she ignored him, sometimes swiveling her chair so she didn't have to face him. She didn't copy him on emails or memos. It was as if he and his position didn't exist. The cold shoulder extended through the ranks below Tarsus. Braun's presence was barely acknowledged. Finally, Jeff Bader, the head of scheduling for the network, came into his office and confided that Tarsus had ordered that no one who reported to her was to speak to Braun. "If she sees me in here, I'll be fired," he said, half seriously. Braun also detected a certain coolness from agents and producers he dealt with for years, in some cases for 20 years. Finally, one confessed that Tarsus had warned him that if she found out that he returned a phone call from Braun, his projects would be dead at ABC. Braun finally called Eisner. "This is an unmitigated disaster." Eisner urged him to hang in. "I need you there," he insisted. A few weeks after the merger of ABC and Touchstone, Steve McPherson, Braun's former deputy, now head of Touchstone, set up a meeting with Tarsus and executives in ABC's drama department to pitch a new crime drama that producer Jerry Bruckheimer, with Joe Roth's encouragement, had developed for Touchstone. The idea was a fresh spin on the tried-and-true police drama, a series about a forensic team in Las Vegas that gathers evidence for police forces and prosecutors. Called CSI, Crime Scene Investigation, the series had been created by a young, hyperkinetic screenwriter named Anthony Zwicker, who'd grown up in Las Vegas and had driven a hotel tram. He'd sent several scripts to Bruckheimer, who liked Zwicker's tone and sensibility, and called to ask him if he had any ideas for television. Zwicker had spent weeks trailing forensic detectives in Las Vegas, and his vision for a crime drama gelled. Las Vegas seemed the perfect setting, flashy, photogenic, running 24 hours a day, with 30 million visitors a year, an inexhaustible source of stories. The idea also tapped into a public fascination with forensic evidence triggered by the O.J. Simpson murder trial, which had the nation debating the significance of a blood-stained glove. The idea also had momentum at Disney, since Bruckheimer was Disney's most successful producer, and Bruckheimer had the enthusiastic backing of Roth, Braun, and McPherson. Dressed in black, bursting with energy, the 31-year-old Zwicker gave one of his trademark pitches. To his amazement and to the dismay of Bruckheimer and McPherson, it fell flat with Tarsus and her head of drama development. ABC passed. Zwicker was furious. He prided himself on his pitches. He promptly named his production company Dare to Pass, explaining, as he put it, Dare to pass on me, and this is going to show up somewhere else." More determined than ever, Bruckheimer and Zwicker shopped it to other networks, even though it was late in the development season. Braun and McPherson saw this as an opportunity to show that Touchstone wasn't a captive of ABC and could sell potential hits to competing networks. CBS had closed its development slate, but McPherson convinced the network to have one more meeting. After another performance from Zwicker, drama development chief Nina Tassler made an exception. She'd loved the hit series Quincy, about a coroner, and as she put it, she loved a good autopsy. Tassler ordered a pilot. As the production company for the series, Disney Touchstone still had the opportunity to earn big profits on CSI. Network licensing fees almost never cover the cost of producing a series, but the production company retains the syndication rights to resell the show after its initial network run. If a program is a hit, the syndication fees can be huge when the show is sold for rebroadcast. Syndication revenues are the lifeblood of the TV production industry. But Iger had already proclaimed his lack of interest in producing shows for rival networks. Why, he reasoned, should Touchstone incur a deficit to produce a show that ABC didn't think was good enough to put on its schedule? Within days of CBS picking up the CSI pilot, Iger convened a meeting to address the issue of whether Touchstone should produce a show for a rival network. ABC's chief financial officer had worked up 3 scenarios: high, medium, and low, depending on how CSI performed in the ratings, purporting to show that even under the high scenario, CSI would lose money for Touchstone. "What's the deficit per episode?" Iger asked. McPherson explained it was about $1 million. "We can't do that," Iger said. "Michael won't understand how we can spend $1 million a show to subsidize CBS." The potential flaw in Iger's reasoning was that ABC's judgment might not be infallible, and that CSI could be a hit on another network. Braun and McPherson were both upset and insisted on meeting with Eisner to press the case. They argued that it would be devastating to Touchstone's ability to sell to other networks if it pulled out of CSI now that CBS had picked it up. Besides, CSI might be a hit. Why give up the potential syndication revenues? In contrast to Iger, Eisner often wanted Touchstone to sell shows to other networks, but the CSI situation seemed to bring out his competitive instinct to inflict failure on a rival. In the final meeting, Eisner said he didn't care if CSI was a hit if it was on a network other than ABC. He also warned that Bruckheimer was a profligate spender and that deficits would probably be a lot more than $1 million per episode. Besides, he didn't think CBS would be willing to pick up the production costs, and if Disney pulled out, the show would die, creating a hole in the CBS lineup. Braun was ordered to call Bruckheimer and pull the plug. The unflappable Bruckheimer took the news calmly. He was disappointed, but gracious. But Eisner and Iger underestimated his determination and that of Les Moonves, the head of CBS. Instead of dropping CSI as they had anticipated, CBS lined up another producer, Alliance Atlantis Communications, which pre-sold some foreign rights to raise $800,000 per episode, an amount that nearly covered the projected deficit. CBS financed the rest, minimizing the potential loss. CBS placed CSI as the centerpiece of its Friday night schedule for fall 2000. That February 1999, Eisner had asked Steve Burke to come into his office in New York on one of his many visits to ABC headquarters. Despite his many ties to the city, Eisner was tiring of the frequent travel and didn't see why ABC's headquarters should remain on 67th Street. "I want to move ABC to Los Angeles," he said. Burke was startled. Nobody had mentioned the possibility. "Why?" he asked. "Ad sales is in New York. Soap opera productions is in New York. News is in New York." "Everybody should be together," Eisner said. "My Monday lunches are the way I run the company. I need everybody there. That's the problem with ABC." This didn't make any sense to Burke, who felt that ABC's distance from Burbank was the least of the network's problems. "Think about this for a minute," Burke said. "Bob Iger and I can fly out there for your lunch. Prime time is the issue, so have Jamie Tarsis come to your lunch. Why uproot 5,000 people?" Eisner shrugged, saying he needed people close by so he could be more involved. On some level, Burke had an emotional attachment to ABC, where his father's portrait hung in the lobby of the headquarters building. "You're going to destroy a whole culture," Burke warned. "You're saying there's nothing worth keeping." On February 12, Iger issued a memo saying that ABC headquarters would be moved to Burbank, so ABC executives would be adjacent to Disney senior management, meaning Eisner. Predictably, Eisner's decision caused an uproar at ABC. Several top executives quit. Morale plummeted. When Burke expressed his reservations to Iger, Iger agreed with him that it was a big mistake. Burke pressed him to stand up to Eisner on the issue, but Iger said it would be pointless. Eisner was stubborn, and his mind was made up. Burke wasn't surprised. He'd already sensed that Iger wasn't willing to contradict Eisner, not as long as he still thought he had a shot at being president. Burke's high regard for top management had begun to slip. Burke had reservations about moving his family to the West Coast, but he was willing to consider it. Then Peter Murphy, the new head of strategic planning, no relation to his predecessor Larry Murphy, convened what Burke thought would be a routine budget meeting to discuss the ABC radio stations which reported to Burke. Eisner attended. Like nearly everyone else at ABC, Burke was wary of the strategic planning department. One of Ovitz's arguments little more than a year before had been that the ABC radio network either had to grow through a big acquisition or be sold. Eisner had rejected both alternatives. But Burke was now negotiating a deal to combine the ABC stations with those owned by Westwood One, which would give ABC the critical mass to make radio a success. At the meeting, Peter Murphy launched into a 30-page flip chart presentation that concluded the ABC radio stations should be sold outright and that Disney should abandon the radio business. As Burke realized where the presentation was going, he became increasingly angry. No one had warned him about this or shown him the data. No one had consulted him. "Wait a minute," Burke finally interrupted. "You've never set foot in a radio station. Now you're using this budget meeting to tell me to sell the division?" Murphy just looked at Eisner, who had obviously known what was coming. "I'm leaving," Burke said, starting to walk out. "Sit down, you're not going anywhere," Eisner ordered. Burke stayed, quietly fuming. He'd had all the freedom he wanted to run the Disney stores, and at Eurodisney he had been geographically so far away that he was pretty much left alone. His father's management style at ABC had always been to choose good executives, then trust them to run their businesses. But working at ABC was no longer fun. It seemed like every decision was second-guessed by Eisner, with strategic planning pulling strings behind the scenes. Coming on the heels of the decision to move ABC to Los Angeles, the radio meeting was tough to take. Burke went to Iger and said he wouldn't relocate to L.A. "Wait," Iger urged. "Don't make any decisions until I talk to Michael." Later he came back and said Burke could stay in New York and be in charge of all the ABC operations, in effect replacing Iger. Iger himself would move to L.A., in some new, higher-ranking capacity reporting to Eisner. Iger seemed excited. It would position him for the presidency. Burke said he'd think it over. On one level, Burke wanted to stay. The new job would keep him in New York. Turning around ABC would be an interesting challenge, if he really had the freedom to do it. But he concluded that he never would, not as long as Eisner was in charge. Burke was grateful to Eisner for launching his career, but, he thought, that was a different Eisner, relaxed, confident, willing to take risks, willing to delegate. Burke still respected his creative instincts, but Eisner's management style had become the antithesis of what Burke had learned from his father and Tom Murphy. So when a headhunter called Burke, he took the call for the first time in his career. He began talking to Comcast, a large cable company based in Philadelphia. He told Iger he'd decided to leave the company. Iger seemed surprised. "You've really made up your mind?" he asked. Burke insisted he had. A big affiliates meeting was coming up in Orlando, and Burke said he'd be happy to go ahead with his presentation at the meeting. "I'll handle this any way you want," he offered. The next day, Burke got a terse voice message from Iger. "Michael and I have talked. He's very upset. We've decided there's no further need for you here. You can leave tomorrow." Burke placed several calls to Eisner, who didn't call back. He cleaned out his office and left. He'd already gotten a job offer from Comcast. Still, people at ABC were stunned that he'd leave Disney and the chance to run ABC for what seemed like a lesser job at a much smaller company. The next week, Time magazine ran an article on Disney pointing out Eisner's lack of a successor, noting the recent resignations of Burke and also Geraldine Laybourne from TV, Richard Nanula, and Larry Murphy. But Burke told Time, "The whole situation is a lot less sexy and nefarious than people believe. Eisner is the most interesting combination of entertainment and business talent in the entertainment business, maybe in any business, and the company still has one of the greatest collections of business talent I've ever seen." After the article appeared, Eisner returned Burke's call. "I'm sorry this turned out this way," Burke said, "but I appreciate everything you did for me. I hope we can get beyond this." "Why didn't you tell me?" Eisner asked. "I made your career," Eisner said. Eisner said Iger had assured him everything would be okay, that he had Burke under control. Burke conceded that he should have earlier dealt directly with Eisner. Maybe he'd made a mistake communicating through Iger. Still, it wouldn't have changed anything because Eisner himself was the problem. "Thank you for the comment in Time," Eisner added, "but I'm still mad at you." In anticipation of ABC's move to the West Coast, Eisner commissioned a new ABC building from Italian architect Aldo Rossi, who had snubbed the Euro Disney competition, to be built on the Burbank campus. Iger was promoted to a new position in Los Angeles, though still not to the Disney presidency. He would oversee ABC, but also be responsible for international, the same as Ovitz's ill-fated assignment, and an area in which Eisner was relatively uninterested, in part because he didn't enjoy foreign travel. To replace Iger in New York, Eisner tapped Steve Bornstein, the head of ESPN. Given the success of ESPN, Bornstein was an obvious choice, even a possible rival to Iger. A native of New Jersey, he'd worked at the public broadcasting affiliate in Columbus, Ohio, before joining a still-fledgling ESPN in 1980, and became president and CEO 10 years later. Under his leadership, ESPN had become even more wildly profitable than anyone had expected. In 1999, its operating profit was a remarkable $750 million. The number of households with cable had soared during Bornstein's tenure from 50 to 90 million. With its heavily male 18 to 45 viewership, a much coveted audience for advertisers, ESPN could command steep advertising premiums. But Bornstein's master stroke was a $9 billion deal with the National Football League that guaranteed ESPN 8 years of Sunday night football games for the full season and secured 8 years of Monday night football for ABC, as well as the broadcast rights to 2 Super Bowls, the most coveted event on network television. The contract not only conferred a near monopoly on the most important sports programming, but under a little-noticed provision in ESPN's agreements with its cable operators, securing a full season of NFL games gave ESPN the right to raise its subscription fees 20% per year. Bornstein moved aggressively to do just that, and ESPN was able to double its per-subscriber fees from $1 to $2. Still, at the time, a record $9 billion deal for sports programming seemed audacious and risky. Bornstein was grateful that Eisner backed his NFL strategy, something that the more cautious Cap City's ABC leadership had been reluctant to do. And Eisner let Bornstein launch ESPN Magazine in partnership with Hearst, another idea that Cap City's Tom Murphy had resisted. The magazine was an immediate success. Eisner was willing to spend money when he believed in an idea. Indeed, in Bornstein's view, he sometimes seemed too willing. Eisner insisted on launching ESPN retail stores, though Bornstein opposed the idea. Men don't shop in malls. It's that simple, he argued. The effort was abandoned after a handful of test stores failed abysmally. More important, Eisner let Bornstein run the ESPN business with minimal interference. Eisner came to ESPN headquarters in Bristol, Connecticut from time to time, and he loved to talk about his enthusiasm for sports in his letters to shareholders. He boasted about ESPN's burgeoning profits in meetings with analysts. But Bornstein knew that Eisner didn't really care that much about sports. He knew real dyed-in-the-wool sports fans, and Eisner wasn't one. The dynamic changed when Bornstein arrived at ABC. Nominally, he was in charge of the network, but Iger oversaw ABC Entertainment, and Eisner intervened in all the major programming and scheduling decisions. The blurry line of authority was exacerbated by the ongoing war between Tarsis and Braun. Bornstein thought Tarsis was in way over her head, immature, and that she was manipulating Bloomberg, the third member of the triumvirate. It was a mess. Bornstein warned Iger that he'd have to fire Tarsis, but Iger resisted. "She's never going to thank you," Bornstein warned. "You're just putting off the inevitable. You're going to have to do it eventually." ABC primetime was taking up so much of Eisner's attention that he didn't have much time for any of the other divisions, such as the live-action studio under Joe Roth or animation under Peter Schneider. Despite Roth's efforts to cut costs, to eliminate costly talent deals, to reduce overhead, Eisner was convinced that spending remained out of control and that Roth lacked the capacity to say no. Schneider had been restless ever since The Lion King triumph on Broadway and was threatening to quit. Eisner's solution was to move Schneider from animation to become head of the Walt Disney live-action studio, reporting to Roth, with Thomas Schumacher succeeding Schneider at animation. Schneider's orders were to keep costs down, to monitor Roth, and to report directly to Eisner, in effect, to spy on Roth. News of Schneider's ascension came as a blow to David Vogel, who now reported to Schneider, even though he retained his title as president of the Walt Disney Studio, as well as Touchstone and Hollywood. He went to see Roth. "So I'm fired," he said. No, Roth assured him. "Schneider had to get the studio, but he'll be far too busy to bother you." Right, Vogel thought. He wished Roth would just have the decency to level with him. For whatever reason, buying The Sixth Sense, he suspected, he was being hung out to dry. The next morning, Schneider and Vogel had lunch at the Rotunda, the Disney executive dining room. Schneider announced that he would be making all decisions involving the Disney label, and Vogel would carry them out. "If you're not happy with this, I'm prepared to move into your office," Schneider said. As he said this, Schneider was gripping the table so hard that it shook. "Give me a week to rearrange the company," Vogel said. He'd been running Touchstone and Disney as a single entity. "That's not fast enough," Schneider replied. Vogel had always maintained a respectful distance from Eisner. He'd promised Roth he wouldn't go behind his back, and he honored the promise. Still, Eisner had often complimented him at meetings, and once sent him a note that no one understood the Disney label as well as Vogel. But now Eisner ignored him. Roth invited Schneider to all studio meetings, even Touchstone ones where Vogel was in charge. Schneider said, "I like this," or "I don't like this," effectively controlling the entire development slate. At one meeting, he interrupted Vogel in front of the entire staff and said that he had little respect for anything Vogel had produced. "Well, I can see that all of our movies aren't perfect, but what about 101 Dalmatians? It did well." "No," Schneider said sharply, and proceeded to criticize one Vogel project after another. Everyone present fell into shocked silence. Schneider told Vogel he no longer had the authority to buy anything on his own. Then he began emailing orders to Vogel's staff, copying Vogel. "I realize you want things done, but there's a chain of command, and I'd appreciate it if you'd stop emailing my staff and then CCing me later," Vogel wrote back. When Schneider returned from a trip, he summoned Vogel to his office. "I'd appreciate it if you'd give up the title of president of Walt Disney Pictures," Schneider said. "I can't get anything done." "Peter, do you realize you're voiding my contract?" Vogel asked. "Yes, I know, but I hope you'll stay on at Touchstone." "Thanks, but no," Vogel replied. He left and called Roth, who was out of the office. He reached him on his cell phone. Vogel told him what had just happened. "No," Roth said, drawing out the vowel. "Yes," Vogel replied, mimicking him. Roth said he'd call Schneider and call him back. "Peter would like you to stay," Roth reported when he called Vogel back. Vogel cut him off. "Joe, I'm gone." 2 weeks later, Vogel left. A few days later, he was at home when Eisner called. He was chuckling when Vogel got on the line. "So, I just want you to know that you're a great executive. I mean, this happened to me at Paramount, and look how I ended up. So you'll be fine." "Well, okay." Vogel couldn't resist adding, "I've left you with 2 of Disney's biggest pictures, Inspector Gadget and The Sixth Sense." Then he hung up. Sacrificing Vogel was evidently the price Eisner had to pay to install Schneider as a watchdog on Roth. 2 of Roth's movie projects in particular had aroused Eisner's suspicions. The first was a thriller about a whistleblower in the tobacco industry, The Insider, based on a story in Vanity Fair by journalist Marie Brenner. The second was the latest event movie from Jerry Bruckheimer, Pearl Harbor, an epic being directed by Michael Bay. Eisner had been hostile toward The Insider from its inception. One of the main characters in the true story, Lowell Bergman, was an investigative reporter and producer for CBS's long-running news magazine, 60 Minutes, and a central thrust of the article was that CBS had suppressed Bergman's work out of fear of offending the powerful tobacco industry. Eisner was appalled at the idea of a film that portrayed a rival news organization in a negative light. "60 Minutes will track us down forever," he warned Joe Roth. Roth thought that was ridiculous. The last thing CBS wanted was more publicity on the matter. And there were other reasons for The Insider that Roth found compelling. The project had attracted acclaimed director Michael Mann, Heat, The Last of the Mohicans, and screenwriter Eric Roth, who had written the successful, award-winning Forrest Gump. Mann was a personal friend of Bergman's and was passionate about the project. It was an opportunity to get both highly sought-after talents into further projects for Disney. Roth also thought the subject of big tobacco and the plight of a whistleblower was dramatic, urgent, and important. It was the kind of story that would help earn the kind of prestige that, apart from Miramax, had been conspicuously lacking at Disney. Despite Eisner's concerns, Roth greenlit the project. Eisner saw a rough cut and praised it, though he again stressed that any facts about CBS had to be accurate. The Insider opened in November 1999 and garnered lavish critical praise, especially for Russell Crowe's portrayal of whistleblower Dr. Jeffrey Wigand. But just as Eisner had feared, there was a storm of controversy. CBS didn't let the film pass without comment, and veteran 60 Minutes correspondent Mike Wallace was vehement in his denunciation of his portrayal. Even worse, from Eisner's perspective, was the fact that the film earned less than $7 million in its opening week. He was so dismayed that he called 60 Minutes producer Don Hewitt to complain that it was bad enough Disney had ever agreed to make the film, but to make matters worse, it was a box office flop. This, in any event, was the account of the conversation that infuriated just about everyone who had worked so hard on the film, especially Michael Mann, who was convinced that Eisner and Disney were deliberately underselling the movie in the same way they had made sure that Kundun was a flop. Neither Eisner nor Hewitt would reveal just what Eisner said in the call to Hewitt, while acknowledging that such a call was made, and Disney denied that it wasn't promoting the film. Still, suspicions were fanned again after The Insider garnered 7 Academy Award nominations, and Disney mounted what Mann considered a tepid campaign with members of the Academy. The Insider was shut out at the awards ceremony. More important, the whole controversy vindicated Eisner's original instinct that The Insider was a mistake, even as he was growing more worried about Pearl Harbor. After the success of Armageddon, Roth had moved swiftly to sign director Michael Bay to another project with Jerry Bruckheimer. But nothing Roth offered Bay captured his interest, a task made more difficult by the fact that Bay didn't read scripts, or, so far as Roth could tell, much of anything else. Bay had come from the world of fast-paced television commercials, which didn't put much premium on the written word. Still, after the success of The Rock and Armageddon, Bay was being avidly courted by other studios, so Roth convened weekly meetings with Bay, his agent, his lawyer, Bruckheimer, and Disney executives to hammer out an idea for Bay's next film at Disney. 10 ideas were presented and rejected. The effort seemed to be getting nowhere, and Bay had stood up to leave when Todd Garner, the studio's co-head of production, tossed out 2 words: Pearl Harbor. Garner was a frustrated screenwriter, and he'd been dreaming of a Pearl Harbor epic for 14 years. His idea was to use the devastating Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor as a background for a story that would reunite 2 brothers and the Hawaiian woman they both loved. Bay nodded. "Yeah, I like it," he said. The next day, Garner pitched the idea to screenwriter Randall Wallace, one of Hollywood's star writers in the wake of his script for Braveheart, which won the Academy Award for Best Picture and was nominated for Best Original Screenplay. Wallace was a military enthusiast and liked the idea. The story had all the elements of the sensationally successful Titanic, a love affair set against a historical tragedy, and the wartime verisimilitude of Saving Private Ryan. Joe Roth assigned the project to Bruckheimer to produce. It went without saying that the combination of Bruckheimer, Bay, and Wallace meant that Pearl Harbor would be expensive. Ben Affleck, still popular from the success of Miramax's Good Will Hunting and Touchstone's Armageddon, was signed to play one of the brothers, with Kate Beckinsale as his love interest, at which point the heroine became a British nurse rather than Hawaiian. Preliminary budget figures for Pearl Harbor came in at $200 million, a number that left Eisner aghast. "Why are we using Michael Bay? I could give this to my son and make it for $70 million, he told Roth. He railed at Roth for letting costs burgeon out of control. Roth let him continue until he seemed to calm down, then asked, "Tell me what you'll make it for." "Get rid of Bruckheimer and Bay, make it for $70 million. Eisner said. Roth was appalled. "You can't do this on the cheap. You have to go all out or it won't work." They argued until Roth volunteered to go back to Bruckheimer and Bay looking for some cost savings. The producer and director were skeptical, but finally came back with a lower number, $140 million, the same as the budget for Armageddon. Garner wanted to cut the ending of the film, the Doolittle raid on Japan that ended the war, which wasn't part of his original idea and would have saved millions. "It's called Pearl Harbor, not Hiroshima," Garner argued. "This isn't about Japan." Eisner vehemently disagreed. "That's the American victory. The Americans have to win at the end. That's why we're making the movie." "Everybody already knows the Americans won World War II, Garner countered, but Eisner wouldn't back down. Eisner finally agreed to $140 million, but then told Roth he wanted no producer or director guarantees, insisting that they not be paid until Disney itself had turned a profit. Though not unprecedented, such deals were rare in Hollywood and hardly ever used with top-level producers like Bruckheimer. Major talent on a film, producers, directors, writers, and stars, typically earned a percentage of a film's revenue, usually expressed as either a percentage of the gross or, more often, a percentage of net profits. At the same time, they were guaranteed a minimum fee. Since most films never earned any net profits, these guarantees were their de facto salaries. Though he had been operating within this system for much of his career, Eisner had long chafed at the notion that the studio put its money at risk, but that talent earned a guaranteed sum no matter how poorly the film performed at the box office. While this wasn't an indefensible position, it ignored decades of economic history. Just as auto workers don't bear the risk of failure of a new car model, talent in the movie industry had used its leverage to insulate itself from the commercial failure of a film. Eisner may have thought this was unfair, but management controlled the making, distribution, and marketing of films. Bruckheimer and Bay were predictably insulted. Bay said he was quitting, but Bruckheimer countered with a compromise. Disney could earn back its investment before any guarantees, but then the producers, director, and actors should get a percentage of the gross above the cost of the film. Eisner couldn't fault the logic, and somewhat to Bruckheimer's surprise, he agreed, though it meant Disney would be giving up some of its profits if the film was a big hit. Bruckheimer patiently lured Bay back, arguing that Pearl Harbor was such a sure thing that they'd more than make up the money by sharing in the proceeds on the back end. Reluctantly, Bay agreed. Bruckheimer stressed to Affleck that this was his opportunity to break through as a romantic action hero. Everyone finally got on board. At times, Bruckheimer felt more like a diplomat than a movie producer. Shooting began, and then there was another snag. After the first dailies were screened, Peter Schneider stood up, said, "I don't understand this movie," and walked out. Then he convened a meeting and announced that he was shutting down production unless the actors in the 13 major roles gave Disney options on their next films. Everyone there was stunned. "You can't ask them for options after they've just given up their guarantees," Garner argued. He was increasingly convinced that Schneider was trying to kill the movie. "I don't care," Schneider said. "Either we get the options or we shut it down." He and Garner got into a shouting match before Schneider finally walked out. Garner had never trusted Schneider, especially after he savaged David Vogel at a staff meeting. Schneider said he didn't recall such an incident and maintained that cost overruns, not options, were the reasons for shutting down production. Garner met with business affairs people and tried to negotiate the options. It was impossible. Actors Affleck, Josh Hartnett, Cuba Gooding Jr. all had deals for other projects they couldn't just cancel. Finally, Garner went to Eisner. "This is impossible," he argued. "I can't work for Peter. He's a horrible person. I can't stay if this continues." "Go back to your office," Eisner replied, "because Peter isn't leaving." Still, Eisner gave up the options demand, and production continued. Garner managed to spend as much time as possible on location in Hawaii, away from Schneider and the studio. The Insider may have flopped in its early November 1999 release, but just 2 weeks later, Toy Story 2 opened to lavish praise and grossed more than $80 million over the Thanksgiving weekend, a record for the period. The first question about Toy Story 2 is whether it's as wonderful as the original, Joe Morgenstern wrote in the Wall Street Journal. The answer is absolutely, improbably yes. Pixar, which releases its films through Disney, has done it again. The sequel's enormous success vindicated Roth's decision to rescue the film from direct-to-video and have John Lasseter rework it as a theatrical release. Now Lasseter was eager to embark on what would be the crowning achievement of a trilogy, Toy Story 3. Lasseter had the story already blocked out, The creative team for Toy Story 2 was ready to go. Eisner had reluctantly agreed that Toy Story 2, even though it was a sequel, would count as one of the pictures in the new Disney-Pixar deal. But now he dug in. Eisner stubbornly insisted that a third Toy Story would not count, and would not displace the already agreed-upon Cars as the last of the Pixar films under the current agreement. "I want Cars," Eisner insisted at meeting after meeting called to discuss the issue. Disney's Consumer Products division was clamoring for another Toy Story. Schneider and Schumacher urged Eisner to reconsider, if for no other reason than to keep Lasseter happy. Steve Jobs himself weighed in. But Eisner was at his most implacable. What was the point of a deal if you just changed it every time something was successful? He invited Lasseter to visit at Aspen, and afterward assured Schneider and Schumacher that he'd diffused the situation. But nothing had really been resolved. Joe Roth wasn't the only division head with whom Eisner had become disillusioned. Apart from the ongoing woes of Euro Disney, the theme parks had been Disney's most consistently profitable division under Judson Green. But it was obvious that Eisner accorded the division little respect, attributing the positive results far more to the creative efforts of the Imagineers than to the park's executives. At one point, he referred to the executives working under Green as monkeys. "What do you mean by that?" Green asked. "They don't have any brains. They're not that smart. It's a simple business." Eisner denies saying this. Green let the remark pass, but it didn't occur to him that Eisner might think the same about him. But then, just before Thanksgiving, Eisner summoned Green to his office. Paul Pressler, the young, energetic executive who had succeeded Steve Burke at running the Disney stores, had just gotten a job offer from toy company Mattel. Pressler was handsome, charismatic, a personal favorite of Eisner. "Nothing personal. I don't want to hurt you, but I'm promoting Paul to president of Parks and Resorts," Eisner informed Green. "You can stay as long as you want, but you won't have any responsibilities." Green was stunned. He'd had no warning. He had delivered the results Eisner and the financial planners had asked for. Eisner had even praised him in his autobiography for the special passion he'd brought to building the animal kingdom, and for his creativity as a jazz pianist. Although Pressler was well liked within the company and had brought some creative ideas to the Disney stores, his division had been faltering from a dearth of new products. Green agreed to remain in the largely titular position of chairman of Parks and Resorts until he had completed negotiations for a new theme park in Hong Kong. Then his long Disney career would be over. With his departure, the only executive left from the pre-Eisner era would be Dick Cook. Much as Joe Roth enjoyed his position at Disney and at times had enjoyed working with Eisner, Eisner was making his life increasingly miserable. Eisner confronted him with increasingly contradictory and therefore impossible demands. To slash production, reduce costs, and yet maintain market share and continue to be the number 1 or 2 studio at the box office. There was constant tension between Eisner's belief in a low-budget, single and doubles approach and the new pressures of costly, tentpole or event movies with big stars and special effects. Roth concluded it made sense to stay only if he had a reasonable chance of moving up to president or succeeding Eisner as chief executive. Given Eisner's reaction to his earlier suggestion that he be named president, both possibilities seemed remote. Roth's contract would expire on January 1st, 2000, so toward the end of 1998, with little more than a year remaining, he gave Eisner notice that he planned to leave the company when his contract expired. Eisner invited him to lunch and said he didn't believe him. "I'm not really unhappy," Roth said, "but you don't want me to do what I want to do. You don't want to make me president." This was true. Eisner was increasingly leaning toward Bob Iger and had already broached the possibility to him. But Eisner didn't say anything. A few months later, Roth reminded Eisner of his decision to leave. "I haven't changed my mind," he said. "You won't really leave," Eisner said again. "Why not?" "No one will answer your phone calls," Eisner said. "Michael," Roth answered, "that's called projection." Eisner thought for a moment. "Maybe that's true, but you'll see." The dispute between Jeffrey Katzenberg and Michael Eisner over Katzenberg's bonus finally went to trial on April 16, 1999. "I've been waiting 5 years for this," Katzenberg told the press, his wife Marilyn at his side as they gathered in a makeshift courtroom at his lawyer's offices in Century City. Serving as an arbitrator in the case was distinguished former judge Paul Breckenridge. In the intervening years, Disney had conceded that it owed Katzenberg something. How much was the issue, and the subject of the trial. Under pressure from the judge originally assigned to the case, Sandy Litvak and Katzenberg's attorney Bert Fields had negotiated a settlement in 1997 in which Disney agreed to pay Katzenberg $117 million, which Disney insisted was all that it owed. Katzenberg maintained that the company owed him more, plus interest. Disney and Katzenberg would have a trial before an arbitrator to determine the total. The settlement itself was a major breakthrough, given the stubbornness with which Eisner held to the view that Katzenberg had forfeited his bonus by leaving early. No doubt Eisner genuinely believed this. Perhaps Wells had told him this in order to mask his own mistake in granting Katzenberg such an open-ended bonus. The bonus concept had been Wells's idea in the first place, negotiated in a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel as an annuity for Katzenberg's twins. No one had expected it to amount to much, but that's hardly an excuse for such a vague, poorly drafted, potentially limitless liability that Wells imposed on the company. Eisner may have been right about Wells's deficiencies as a business executive, and right to be incredulous that there was no penalty for Katzenberg quitting before the end of his contract. But that didn't change the contract. During the discovery process, it had become increasingly clear that Eisner's understanding about the bonus was untenable. The language of Katzenberg's contract, the history of the negotiations, and the extensive analysis contained in Project Snowball all supported Katzenberg's claim that he was entitled to a bonus. Although Eisner had always maintained he knew nothing of Project Snowball, the document itself had his initials typed on it, indicating he had received it. Moreover, Katzenberg's lawyers had subpoenaed all the notes taken by author Tony Schwartz for Eisner's autobiography, replete with unguarded and devastating evidence of Eisner's hostility toward Katzenberg. The concession that Eisner might have offered him Wells's job, his petulant outburst that he wouldn't pay him anything, not to mention plenty of indiscreet remarks about Ovitz and others still at Disney. Schwartz was horrified at having to turn over the notes, but he could not claim that Eisner had been a confidential source speaking to a journalist. Disney lawyers resisted the subpoena on his behalf, but the court ruled the notes had to be handed over. And Schwartz had to give a deposition in which he swore that the notes reflected a near-verbatim account of what Eisner had told him. Schwartz wished that he hadn't written so much down, especially things that he knew Eisner would never allow in the book. Yet he had no way of knowing it would come to this. As a result, it seemed incomprehensible that in the ensuing year and a half, having already conceded the key liability issue, Disney and Katzenberg could not settle the case. Katzenberg dreaded the thought that everything about his career at Disney would become public. He knew Disney lawyers would try to put his actions in the harshest possible light, suggesting that he had tried to capitalize first on Wells's death and then Eisner's heart attack to advance his own interests, not to mention revealing his compensation at Disney. For Disney, the stakes were even higher. By going to trial, Disney and Eisner risked all the negative publicity it had hoped to avoid, as well as an order to pay far more than it thought Katzenberg deserved. Yet Eisner remained intransigent. Since Katzenberg's acrimonious departure, their relationship had deteriorated, if such a thing were possible. Eisner blamed Katzenberg for the ruinous competition for animators from DreamWorks. Eisner and Pixar's Steve Jobs accused Katzenberg of stealing the idea for DreamWorks' animated feature, Ants, from the latest Pixar project, A Bug's Life. Pixar had been talking about A Bug's Life before Katzenberg left Disney, though Katzenberg maintained he'd never heard of it. A DreamWorks film executive, Nina Jacobson, who had no knowledge of the Pixar project, first suggested Ants. Then Katzenberg had had the audacity to move the release date for Ants ahead of A Bug's Life. Stanley Gold viewed the approaching trial as an impending train wreck. He repeatedly urged Eisner to settle, even though it was obvious that this wasn't advice Eisner wanted to hear. Even Litvak, who had helped derail the earlier Ovitz-brokered settlement, now pushed for a settlement. At their lawyer's behest, Eisner and Katzenberg met to try to resolve the dispute, but the meeting quickly descended into acrimony, and Katzenberg walked out. At another point, Katzenberg appealed directly to Disney board member Tom Murphy, who spoke to Eisner. Lawyers for the two sides again met to negotiate, but Katzenberg was furious that Disney's lawyers wouldn't budge. His lawyer, Bert Fields, said he wasn't going to waste any more time on settlement talks. Finally, Gold reached out to David Geffen. Though he didn't know Geffen, Gold urged him to call Bruce Raymer, his former partner at the law firm of Gang Tier, who was Steven Spielberg's lawyer. "Ask Bruce if my word is good," Gold urged him. After talking to Raymer, Geffen agreed to meet with Gold, and Gold visited him at his Malibu beach house. He was surprised to discover that he was comfortable with Geffen. Geffen summarized the case from Katzenberg's point of view, emphasizing the many ways that Eisner had mistreated him. He stressed that Katzenberg was determined to go to trial and that he would win. Much of what he heard from Geffen was news to Gold. Thus far, he'd only heard Eisner's point of view. For the first time, he began to wonder if everything Eisner had told him was accurate. Gold told Geffen that Disney maintained that its maximum additional liability was $30 million. Geffen said he'd take $150 million. Gold said he couldn't get there. "I want to settle this, but I don't think I can sell the deal," he said. "Stanley, let me assure you it will cost you more the next time," Geffen insisted. "This is the lowest that the number is ever going to be." The trial date arrived with no resolution. Katzenberg was the first witness. He was calm on the stand, recounting the history of his employment contract and the origins of the bonus provision. He described the crucial meeting with Wells when Wells said Eisner had a misunderstanding about Katzenberg's contract, but that he would take care of it. His lawyers introduced numerous documents to support his position: the contract itself, notes taken by Arthur Emil, Katzenberg's lawyer in the salary negotiations, Wells's notes, a copy of the notes Irwin Russell took of his 1988 conversation with Wells about Katzenberg's contract. The portly, aging Russell was Disney's first witness. His demeanor was nervous and uncomfortable. Asked about the language in his notes confirming that Katzenberg's bonus would continue even if he left before the end of his contract, Russell testified that he had forgotten to write the word loses before the word bonus. "These were very quick notes strictly for my own purposes," he testified. "You had enough time to write the word loses," Fields injected. "Maybe, maybe not," Russell said. Eisner was the star witness. As his testimony began, he seemed calm, if slightly irritated that valuable time was being wasted in a court proceeding. The key issue was whether Disney had breached Katzenberg's contract by refusing to pay him his bonus, in which case it owed him the bonus plus interest. Thus, any motive on Eisner's part to breach the contract, such as personal hostility toward Katzenberg, was also an important element of the case. On the critical contract issue, Eisner insisted that he never agreed to continue Katzenberg's 2% bonus, notwithstanding various deal memos in Wells's handwriting that contained the provision. "You never heard or saw the name Project Snowball?" Fields asked. "No," Eisner said. "Not that I recall." Fields handed him a memo addressed to him titled Project Snowball. "I don't think I ever saw this memo," Eisner said. Fields handed him another one labeled Project Snowball, Highly Confidential, from Frank and Cheryl F. to Michael Eisner. "You didn't see that one either?" "I don't recall seeing it, no." After more testimony on the 2% bonus, and how Wells and Eisner had long assumed it would be worthless, Fields abruptly switched subjects, turning to notes taken by Tony Schwartz for Eisner's autobiography. "Did you consider yourself the cheerleader and Mr. Katzenberg merely the tip of your pom-pom?" "No." "Didn't you say that to Mr. Schwartz? That's how you looked at him?" "Mr. Schwartz has that in his notes, I believe. I don't believe I said it. If I said it, I'm quite sure it was in humor." "You don't think Mr. Schwartz made that up, do you?" "I don't know." "Do you think he made it up?" "Probably not." "So you probably said it." "In humor," Eisner finally conceded. Fields continued, "Did you tell Mr. Schwartz that you hated Mr. Katzenberg?" "In one conversation when he pushed me on things that Mr. Katzenberg had done, I did say that." "You said, 'I think I hate the little midget'?" Eisner looked uncomfortable. "I think you're getting into an area that is ill-advised," he warned. "I don't think it's productive, Mr. Fields, to ask what he was referring to that prompted that response. It was completely private. It has never been in a rough draft or in my book, which only looked at the bright and light side of my relationship with Mr. Katzenberg predominantly. And if you pursue this line of questioning, it will put in the public record those things that I think are not necessary to be in the public record." "Didn't you say on more than one occasion that you hated Mr. Katzenberg to Mr. Schwartz?" "I probably did hundreds and hundreds of hours interviewing Mr. Schwartz. Probably out of humor, out of gross unpleasantness. I did not hate Mr. Katzenberg. I still do not hate Mr. Katzenberg. We had a very long and fruitful relationship. There are things that I'm sure that I did that provoked his dislike and hatred of me, and vice versa at one moment in time. But to characterize it as me hating him is absurd, and is going down a direction that I think is not in your client's best interest or mine, but particularly your client's. But that's up to you." Fields turned to more of Schwartz's notes. "Did you say to Mr. Schwartz, 'I don't care what he thinks, I am not going to pay him any of the money'?" "I would say again, in anger, I said that." With that, Fields rested. He had gotten exactly what he wanted out of Eisner, an admission of personal animus toward Katzenberg that meant he wouldn't pay him any money even if he owed it. Eisner seemed surprised by Schwartz's notes, and later contended that he was surprised, which, if true, was an inexcusable lapse on the part of his lawyers, who should have reviewed them with Eisner before he took the stand. The thankless task of extricating Eisner from this evidentiary mess fell to Disney lawyer Lou Messinger. "What were the circumstances, Mr. Eisner, which caused you to tell Mr. Schwartz, in substance, that you didn't care what he thinks? I am not going to pay him any of the money?" "I was particularly annoyed with a practice that he had of negotiating with the press. You know, talking about company business to the press, bringing up the whole financial arrangement in the media," Eisner explained. "I get that very day a misdirected fax that was sent from Jeffrey Katzenberg to Bert Fields, thanking him for all the help of talking to the media on the New Yorker story, which inadvertently went to me, which annoyed me. With respect to Katzenberg's bonus, I now was saying to Tony Schwartz, screw that. If he's going to play this game, this media game, this deceptive game, this disingenuous game, and do the kinds of things I was angry about him for doing anyway, not keeping his word, being rude, things like that, I simply was not going to pay him the money. And I was aggravated, and I'm sure this was just one of the dark sides of an otherwise effective executive. There is occasion when somebody does something that goes toward the dark side that makes you so aggravated that you get annoyed." Oddly, given Ovitz's deal to settle the case with Katzenberg for $90 million, Eisner also testified that he never received any settlement offers. "We never got a figure, period. And the figure that was kind of out there in the ether was so much higher, catastrophically higher, that we never had a definitive conversation that I know of." The press, of course, had a field day with remarks like, "the little midget," and "the tip of my pom-pom," Catherine Harris, the former Los Angeles Times reporter now working for Bloomberg News Service, summed up, "Michael Eisner is a charming, intelligent, and facile executive who shouldn't be allowed near a witness stand. Far worse was the ebbing of Eisner's credibility, that most precious commodity in a witness, and certainly in a chief executive who has fused his likeness to a company. With Wells dead, there will always be an element of mystery about the Katzenberg bonus. Exactly what Wells told Katzenberg and Eisner, and what he meant in drafting the contract language. Even so, Breckinridge ruled swiftly in favor of Katzenberg, finding that the evidence made the conclusion inescapable that Disney had in fact breached his contract, and thus owed him interest. The precise amount would be the subject of further proceedings. Geffen called Gold after the verdict. "I told you so," he said, though his intention wasn't to gloat. The next day, Gold visited Geffen at his newly restored palatial estate in Beverly Hills, formerly owned by Jack Warner. As Geffen had warned, the cost of settlement had now gone up to $200 million. On Saturday, the negotiations continued at the Four Seasons Hotel. Katzenberg's lawyers and an expert witness gave Gold a presentation on the value of Katzenberg's bonus and the interest calculation. After conferring with Eisner and Litvak, Gold called Geffen to say he'd failed to persuade them. Geffen reminded Gold that the longer Disney delayed, the higher the ultimate cost would be. The second phase of the proceedings began on May 25th. This time Gold sat in, and Litvak replaced Messinger as Disney's lead attorney. A series of expert witnesses made clear how open to interpretation was Wells's promise to pay Katzenberg a percentage of, quote, all proceeds from his work at Disney. Did this include the sale of plush toys in India and China, the subject of much testimony? Eisner was again slated to take the stand. Gold didn't like what he was hearing in testimony. Over the July 4th weekend, Gold again met with Geffen at Geffen's beach house in Malibu and dropped any argumentative pretenses. He wanted a deal. As Geffen had promised, the price to settle had risen yet again. This time he and Gold agreed on a number, $275 million. Still feeling burned from his experience with Ovitz, Geffen asked, "If I shake hands with you on this, does this mean we have a deal?" Gold assured him it did. But when Geffen called Katzenberg to announce the momentous news, it was Katzenberg who balked. "I'd always expected something that began with a 3. Then, "Okay, I'll take $280 million, he said, $5 million more than the deal Geffen had just shaken hands on. Now it was Geffen's turn to be furious. "Jeffrey, you can't do this to me. I've given my word." But Katzenberg, sensing another imminent victory in court, stuck to his guns. Finally, Geffen agreed that he would personally pay the extra $5 million if it meant so much to Katzenberg. The final settlement was, in fact, $280 million. Disney agreed to pay the extra $5 million, sparing Geffen from reaching into his own pocket. The settlement was announced on July 7th without specifying the amount. The irony of the settlement wasn't lost on Ovitz. The merits of many of the deals he negotiated but failed to consummate for Disney were debatable, but this much was incontrovertible. He could have settled the case for $90 million. Now Disney was paying $280 million. Michael Davies had left ABC, but he wasn't about to give up on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. With the backing of both Eisner and Iger, as well as Bloomberg, he knew that Millionaire had momentum, no matter what Tarsus thought about it. He still believed that the show was destined to change his life, so he persuaded Paul Smith to make him an executive producer. Smith agreed that Millionaire needed someone like Davies, who could steer it onto an American network and who understood American sensibilities. It took months of negotiations with ABC to complete a deal. Although Davies wanted Regis Philbin to be the host, someone he'd already lined up for his $64,000 question project, ABC initially held out for someone with more gravitas, who would give the show a more serious image. Both Phil Donahue and Bob Costas were suggested. But Philbin called and practically begged to host the show. He was just the kind of reassuring presence Davies wanted, someone who wouldn't intimidate a post-Jeopardy audience. Besides, Disney's Touchstone studio was already producing Live with Regis and Kathy Lee, so it had a relationship with Philbin. Another sticking point was how Millionaire would be broadcast. Paul Smith felt that a critical element of the show's success in Britain was that it was an event. It was stunted, meaning it ran every night for 2 weeks and then stopped. Smith insisted that ABC commit to 11 episodes, which it would run on successive nights, but the network resisted. Davies eventually got ABC to agree. The entire development cost was a modest $1.9 million plus $1 million in prize money, a relative bargain for 11 primetime episodes. Davies further narrowed the financial risk by lining up sponsors: People Magazine, AT&T, McDonald's. ABC scheduled the first run of Millionaire for the week of August 16, 1999, as a summer replacement, a time of traditionally weak viewership when it could afford to risk 11 consecutive nights. Davies had spent weeks reviewing old 1950s game shows for inspiration and used the British version as a model for the set design, which was built at a Sony television studio on West 53rd Street in Manhattan. Paul Smith flew in from London to oversee the first tapings, armed with his 120-page program guide containing the game's rules and production instructions. Davies nearly panicked after the first run-through. After he'd gone to the mat for Philbin, the host was terrible, forgetting the rules and mispronouncing words and names. But everything came together for the first taping, on a Sunday. The contestants were visibly nervous, and the live audience lent an air of electricity. The first contestant was an accountant from Maryland, who was also a member of the high IQ group Mensa. Philbin rose to the occasion, deftly underscoring the tension with just the right touch of humor. His rendering of, "Is that your final answer?" gave every contestant an anguishing moment of doubt and the audience a vicarious thrill. The brainy accountant took home only $1,000. Davies, Smith, and the rest of the show's crew spent most of the night editing. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire debuted the following night. Exhausted, Smith slept through the first airing. The show had had little advance publicity because ABC didn't want to spend to promote it. When Davies got in the next morning, the overnight ratings showed a strong 7.2 rating, 13 share. The second night it was 7.7 and 14. Then, in the third episode, a contestant correctly identified Lake Huron as the second largest Great Lake, but was erroneously dismissed from the show. Davies and the producers hastily agreed to do the right thing and bring the rejected contestant back for another chance at the $1 million. But the inadvertent mistake brought an avalanche of press coverage. Within 2 weeks, it was the highest-rated program of the summer. Davies could hardly believe the show's immediate success. It was like a dream. After seeing the ratings, Iger sent an email to everyone at ABC. "This is the kind of out-of-the-box creative thinking we have to do to succeed." That same morning, Eisner called Davies at the studio to congratulate him. Davies knew his gamble had paid off, not just his belief in Millionaire, but his whole crazy decision to devote himself to a career in non-traditional reality television. For the first time in years, ABC had a huge hit. And not just any hit, a bona fide, once-in-a-decade cultural phenomenon. Millionaire landed on the front arts page of the New York Times. The Virgin Mary, Arnold Schwarzenegger, leprechauns, nothing could stop Regis Philbin and his mind-numbing multiple-choice show, wrote Lisa DeMores in the Washington Post. Eisner had said repeatedly that all ABC needed was one big hit to turn it around. Now that he had one, he was determined to put it to good use. ABC promptly ordered another series of Millionaire episodes and scheduled them for the November sweeps period, the critical time when A.C. Nielsen measures the nation's television viewership. In the meantime, Iger asked Jeff Bader, the chief of scheduling, to do an analysis of how ABC should capitalize on the millionaire phenomenon for next year's regular season. Both Michael Davies and Paul Smith had always felt that stunting, running the show on consecutive nights at infrequent intervals, was essential to build suspense, maintain viewer curiosity, and keep Millionaire an event. Andrea Wong, Davies' successor as head of alternative programming, also worried about overexposure and argued strongly that Millionaire should be scheduled during sweeps periods, almost guaranteeing ABC a ratings boost. The show had never been conceived as a weekly staple, but now the ABC executives were told to study the alternatives and their financial implications. Bader, Lloyd Braun, Stu Bloomberg, and Patricia Feely-Crushel, the president of the ABC television network, met with Iger to present the recommendation that Millionaire be retained for sweeps periods and special events. But it fell to Bader to make the case. He argued that this will be a disaster if Millionaire is overexposed, and launched into reasons why Smith and Davies thought Millionaire had to remain a sweeps event. He'd barely begun when Iger interrupted. "I'm sorry, but this is not negotiable," he said. "What do you mean?" Braun asked. "Michael and I have already decided. We're going to run Millionaire 3 nights a week." There was a stunned silence. None of the ABC executives had even considered the possibility of so many episodes in a week. Bader looked to his colleagues for support, but no one said anything. "I'll take full responsibility for the decision," Iger said. Afterward, the group filed out. "Thanks, guys," Bader said. "You might as well go and get the gun because I'm going to be fired." The other executives apologized for not coming to his defense, but clearly Iger's mind was made up. They and others suspected that Iger's strategy was to use the short-term success of Millionaire to propel himself into the Disney presidency. It was also yet another example of how seemingly arbitrary decisions were being made from the top, without any real consultation with the people running ABC day to day. As the ABC executives had speculated, the huge success of Millionaire did come just as Eisner was contemplating naming Iger president. Although he'd mentioned the possibility the previous fall, he'd done nothing further about it, and had later backtracked, saying he was worried that Roth and Litvak would leave if Iger became president. Still, he'd encouraged Iger to be patient, and the success of Millionaire gave him a strong rationale for Iger's promotion. So it was all the more devastating when Iger, vacationing in Martha's Vineyard that August, got a worried phone call from Tom Murphy. Murphy, Stanley Gold, and a few other directors had again raised the issue of succession with Eisner, and Eisner had seized on the question as an opportunity to launch a long catalog of Iger's weaknesses and faults. He'd said that Iger can never succeed me, that he lacked the stature to lead Disney. Bob Murphy told him, "I hate to tell you this, but you have to leave." Iger was devastated by the advice from his old mentor. He didn't say anything to his wife because he didn't want to spoil the vacation, but he decided he'd have to leave the company. He was expecting a bonus of about $1 million in January. Then he'd announce his resignation. Lloyd Braun thought the success of Millionaire might be the last straw for Tarsis, and soon afterward he read a gossip item on the internet reporting that she was about to be fired. It was a difficult time for Tarsis. She and Robert Morton broke up. She was spotted at a restaurant making out with Friends star Matthew Perry after denying they were having an affair. She had failed to show up for a week of budget meetings in New York and had to send a written apology. Iger met with Tarsis, and she emerged from their meeting triumphant. Iger issued a public statement of support, calling the rumors she would be fired totally untrue. Braun was dismayed. Even before Millionaire's success, Charlie Parsons and Mark Burnett were again pitching the other reality show they'd developed for ABC, Survivor. Andrea Wong loved the idea and was desperate to get it on the network's schedule. Braun, too, had always liked it, and was especially eager to get an outdoor, action-oriented show on the schedule that would attract young male viewers. His deputy at Touchstone, Steve McPherson, was also enthusiastic. Admittedly, Survivor posed some unusual issues. ABC would have to commit to all 13 episodes. There would be no pilot. Nothing quite like this had been tried on network television. On the other hand, that was part of its appeal. Wasn't this the thinking out of the box that Iger had called for? Davies, Burnett, and Wong recommended Survivor again to Tarsis and Bloomberg. Braun stayed away from the meeting so as not to antagonize Tarsis. This time they didn't reject it out of hand, but they wouldn't make the commitment either. They told Wong that if she could line up sponsors without a pilot, she could move ahead. She'd heard that Toyota was looking for something unusual, so she started trying to pique the carmaker's interest. Braun was worried that Burnett would shop Survivor to another network while ABC tried to line up sponsors. By now, he was convinced that Tarsis was trying to sabotage every idea he supported, but he decided he'd try again to surmount the problem. He had stopped going to programming meetings to avoid Tarsis, but now he returned. Tarsis glared at him, then looked away. He decided to ignore this and ask a question. Everyone in the room froze. Tarsis pretended she didn't hear it. So he asked again. This time she gave a curt answer while looking the other direction. Braun got up and walked out. Afterward, he told Mark Pedowitz, the lawyer in charge of business affairs for Touchstone Television, that he'd had enough and he was quitting. "I'm finished. Iger just gave her a vote of confidence. No one cares what's happening at this place. Fuck it." Word of Braun's unhappiness filtered up to Iger, and a few days later he called a meeting. "You are going to behave like adults," Iger told Braun and Tarsis. They met in Stu Bloomberg's office. "This is ridiculous," Iger began, and lectured them like grade school children. "You are going to get along, and that's it." Tarsis was twirling her hair around a finger, avoiding looking at Braun. "I've spoken to Jamie," Iger continued. "I know she wants to say something." "I realize I've made some mistakes," she began, still not looking at Braun. "Maybe I haven't behaved in a mature way, but it's been hard for me. The rules changed. If you would show me more sensitivity, maybe this would work." "Lloyd, do you want to say something?" Iger asked. "Yes, I do," Braun said. "Jamie, I don't believe one word you just said." Braun had prepared a written list of the problems she'd caused him. He pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket and started reading. The agents she'd told not to work with him. The ABC employees ordered not to speak to him. He continued for 5 minutes. Iger grew increasingly agitated. "Are you saying you quit?" he asked Braun. "I'm saying this isn't going to work. It's my duty to say this. You decide how to handle it." "This meeting is over," Iger announced. That afternoon, Braun and Bloomberg met with Howard Stern, who was pitching a new show. The meeting went well. It was actually fun. It reminded Braun why he was in the television business. "Stu, this is what it will be like if Jamie is gone. I don't understand why you defend her. She undermines you." "What do you mean?" Braun filled him in on the threats Tarsis had made to agents if they dealt with Bloomberg rather than her. "Call the one agent you trust," Braun urged him. "Call and ask if this is true." Bloomberg called Iger that night. "She's got to go," he said. Tarsis was fired with 2 years remaining on her contract and resigned on August 27th, bringing to a close a tumultuous 2 years. "I can't tell you how happy I am," she told the Los Angeles Times. The movie sensation of 1999 looked like it was going to be The Blair Witch Project, an independent horror film that opened that summer. M. Night Shyamalan was dismayed that it would swamp his film The Sixth Sense, which got pushed forward to August from the fall and had a modest marketing campaign that drew little attention to the fact that a major star like Bruce Willis was in the film. The Sixth Sense opened on August 6th to generally strong reviews, though the New York Times critic hated it. Most critics were careful not to give away any of the surprise twists Shyamalan had been so careful to work into the screenplay. It was the #1 film its opening weekend, attracting the usual crowd of 18 to 34-year-old fans of the horror genre. But then, old-fashioned word of mouth took over, a phenomenon so rare that it was practically forgotten in Hollywood. As New York Post critic Rod Dreher pointed out, "I can't remember the last time so many people stopped me cold to tell me how knocked out they had been by a movie. Grown men relate stories of having trouble sleeping. Audiences can't get enough of this movie, and they're telling their friends and family about it." The Sixth Sense was ultimately nominated for 6 Academy Awards. Completed at a cost of $35 million, it earned just under $300 million in the United States alone, the most successful live-action film in Disney's history. David Vogel had been right when he told Eisner that he'd left Disney with one of its biggest pictures. Vogel hadn't found another job and had pretty much stopped looking. He had decided he no longer wanted to rely on the Machiavellian instincts he found necessary to continue as a movie executive. A few studio people called to congratulate him on the film's enormous success, but he heard nothing from any of the top Disney executives, including Eisner, Roth, and Schneider. Of course, Vogel was one of the few people who knew that Disney had sold off the profits to Spyglass and would earn only a 12.5% distribution fee. He wondered what Eisner thought now. In September 1999, Eisner summoned Steve Bornstein to an urgent meeting, saying he needed Bornstein to step in and run Disney's floundering internet ventures. Bornstein had been at ABC barely 6 months, and now Eisner wanted him to move to California. The only experience he had with the internet was setting up the successful ESPN site, which was run by a Seattle company called Starwave in partnership with Microsoft's MSN network. From the early days of the internet, the new medium had posed a challenge to the old media companies like Disney. The internet was a hybrid of distribution and content. Would consumers pay for content as they did for cable television? Or was the internet more like a broadcast network where revenues came from advertising? Was it both? No one owned the internet, but companies like America Online and Yahoo were portals, selling access to the internet's vast possibilities. Amazon and eBay were content sites, drawing users to the shopping services they provided. How could traditional media companies protect their markets? Simply as a defensive measure, every media company was forced into creating internet sites that corresponded to their newspapers, magazines, and networks, profitable or not, and most were not, given that they generated little revenue from either users or advertisers. At Disney, these issues were constantly on the agenda for strategic planning, first under Larry Murphy, and then, after his departure, under Peter Murphy. Like many executives of their generation, both Eisner and Frank Wells had been initially technophobic, slow to embrace new advances and impatient when they failed to work as promised. But with the rise of the personal computer and internet access, Eisner had become a voracious user of email. Its speed and convenience perfectly fit his impulsive personality, especially when he was suffering from insomnia. Soon, everyone at Disney carried BlackBerries, constantly scanning them for urgent messages from Eisner, who used a variety of email pen names: Michael Rust, Michael Breckenridge. Eisner also relied on Bran Ferren, an eccentric Imagineer who at least gave Eisner the illusion that he was abreast of the latest high-tech developments. Others thought Ferren lacked depth and scientific rigor, while conceding that he was adept at spinning fanciful visions of the future that seemed to appeal to Eisner. As usual, Eisner's strong inclination was to build an internet business from within. He'd summarily rejected Ovitz's proposal to buy a minority interest in Yahoo. Then Larry Murphy, working with Tom Staggs and a new chief technology strategist, Kevin Mayer, examined various options and in August 1997 recommended a partnership with Yahoo. Staggs had negotiated a potential deal with Yahoo in which Disney would acquire a 10 to 15% stake in Yahoo for $180 million in return for Yahoo giving prominent access to all of its sites. The logic seemed compelling to Murphy. At a meeting to sell Eisner on the deal, Murphy argued that while the portals were likely to emerge as the dominant forces on the internet business, Disney had arrived too late to establish its own branded portal without a massive and risky investment. The alternative was to leverage Disney's existing sites and strong brand name to create a partnership with one of the leading portals. Murphy considered $180 million a modest sum to gain a stake in the leading portal. Murphy and his team had chosen Yahoo over AOL, with whom they'd also had brief negotiations. AOL had suggested that Disney buy AOL outright, or even that AOL might buy Disney. Eisner personally called AOL chairman Steve Case to complain about the suggestion and reject any such possibility. But the notion that AOL might try to buy Disney, far-fetched on its face, seemed less preposterous as the value of AOL stock climbed into the stratosphere. Murphy was well aware of Eisner's preference for developing businesses within Disney, which had been a constant refrain ever since he'd rejected Marriott and decided that Disney could build its own hotels. But Eisner had made a major concession by buying ABC. So Murphy was both disappointed and surprised that Eisner not only rejected the Yahoo proposal, but also seemed annoyed by it. "Why do this with anyone else? We'll do this ourselves," Eisner insisted. He derided Murphy and his team as wimps. "Go back to the drawing board and come up with a plan to do this ourselves," he demanded. Murphy told Yahoo that Disney would pass on the deal, but the more he studied the alternatives, the more discouraged he became. After 6 months, he argued again that Disney could not enter the race alone and hope to catch up. Eisner still balked at the price of an acquisition. In the months Murphy had been studying the alternatives, Internet mania had driven stocks to extreme levels. Even as he was slightly envious about the fact that Disney stock was languishing by comparison, Eisner thought the values were absurd for companies that hadn't earned any profits and had no clear strategy for doing so. He was determined not to pay cash, and equally determined not to use Disney stock, backed by the hard assets of the company, to buy into someone else's vision. But there was also the nagging worry that a Yahoo or AOL might make a bid for Disney using its stock to pay for it. At a company meeting in New York called the Digital Future Summit, attended by Eisner and Sid Bass, Eisner listened to various strategies, including buying one of the major portals, but decided once again that Disney should build its own. It already owned a stake in Starwave, which ran the ESPN and ABC sites, and in June 1998, Disney swapped its Starwave position plus $70 million in cash for a 43% stake in InfoSeek, the third most popular internet search engine after Yahoo and Excite. To merge the internet assets and run the new portal named Go, Eisner tapped Jake Weinbaum, an executive at Disney who'd started Family PC magazine and had been running the Buena Vista Internet Group. The Go venture was troubled from the outset. As Murphy had predicted, it was hopelessly behind Yahoo, AOL, and the Microsoft portals. It never gained the critical mass of users necessary to attract advertisers and content. Its operations were far-flung, from Seattle to Sunnyvale to Burbank to New York to Bristol, Connecticut, where ESPN ran its site. The divergent cultures of Starwave and InfoSeek were hard to meld. Nonetheless, in the summer of 1999, Disney announced that it would acquire the remaining 53% of InfoSeek by issuing a tracking stock for the Go assets. Owners of tracking stocks are allocated earnings from a line of business, so the stock mirrors the performance of that business, in this case the Internet. It was a clever way for Disney to capitalize on the Internet mania in the stock market, since it simply issued stock to acquire the rest of a company valued by the market at $2.8 billion. Still, it assumed all its liabilities, and InfoSeek had lost more than $42 million in the last 6 months alone. Then Weinbaum left in 1999 to start a new website, business.com, even before the tracking stock was issued. In September 1999, Patrick Naughton, formerly an executive vice president at InfoSeek and now one of Weinbaum's top deputies, was arrested for possessing child pornography and soliciting sex with a 13-year-old girl over the Internet. For a family-oriented company like Disney, it was a public relations disaster, and Naughton was fired. He was later convicted and sentenced to home detention, probation, and a fine, but no jail time, in return for helping the Federal Bureau of Investigation create computer programs to detect sexual predators. Eisner's answer to the mounting problems had been to recruit Bornstein to replace Weinbaum. Bornstein refused. He said he didn't feel he really understood the Internet, notwithstanding the success of ESPN Online. He didn't want to move to California. Eisner tried a second time. He reminded Bornstein of his conviction that a talented manager could run anything, and insisted, "We are going to be the #1 portal." "How?" Bornstein asked. "We're Disney," Eisner replied. "We're storytellers. Anyone can get email to work and do the technical stuff, but we can make it a better experience than AOL or Yahoo." Bornstein wasn't swayed. He thought this was the Eisner of the ESPN stores, blindly optimistic in the face of common sense. Bornstein had already established a reputation building ESPN, and now he had a chance to turn around ABC. Why venture into a business he didn't have any feel for? But then Tom Murphy called him. Like many Cap Cities employees still at ABC, Bornstein revered Murphy. "When the chairman of the company calls and asks you to do something, you've got to do it," Murphy said. But Bornstein had one other reservation: Bob Iger. Rumors persisted that Eisner was going to name Iger as president. Bornstein did not want to report to Iger. "ABC is still a problem," Bornstein said. "It's your most important asset. If you promote Bob and move me to the Internet group, who's going to manage ABC?" Eisner scoffed at the idea of promoting Iger to president. "That's impossible," he said. "I'd end up with another Ovitz problem. There's not room at the top of this company for 2 people. We'd be stepping on each other's toes." Bornstein said he wanted Eisner's word that he would not name Iger president, and Eisner gave it. Finally, Bornstein agreed to take the Internet position. When he took up his new post, he was stunned to discover the extent of the problems. Organizationally, it was a mess, with 2,000 employees in 9 countries. The various Disney sites, separated from the operating divisions that created them and merged into Go.com, had no common purpose and no one championing them. Technological issues were far more complicated than Bornstein had imagined. He was at a loss to see how Disney's motley collection of assets could be forged into a profitable business operation. His first recommendation to Eisner was to admit defeat and shut down the portal, focusing instead on 4 areas where Disney could make money by operating its own sites: the Disney brand, ESPN Sports, Disney Travel, and ABC News. Bornstein, blunt and direct, didn't yet know Eisner well enough to know that his suggestion was heresy. Disney didn't admit defeat. Eisner derided Bornstein's pessimism, arguing that "you're running a railroad while planes are flying overhead," a refrain Eisner taunted him with in one form or another nearly every day. Eisner insisted that the Internet was the future and that Disney had to dominate it. The public offering for the tracking stock was scheduled for November. Bornstein found himself scratching his head, plagued by self-doubt. Did everybody else know something he didn't? It was one thing for a startup to be losing money, but Go.com didn't even have a plan. He couldn't see how, given the cost structure and revenue base, Go.com would ever make money. Still, he thought of himself as a company man. He'd do his best. The next installment of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire blanketed the ABC primetime schedule during the November 1999 sweeps period. Originally scheduled for 15 hour-long episodes, ABC at the last minute asked for 18, and Davies had to complete a marathon Sunday session in which the 3 additional episodes were taped in one day. Not only did the new episodes have momentum from the previous summer, the show fulfilled its full creative and dramatic promise when John Carpenter, a 31-year-old Internal Revenue Service employee, had the opportunity to win $1 million. His question: which of these U.S. presidents appeared on the television series Laugh-In? A. Lyndon Johnson, B. Richard Nixon, C. Jimmy Carter, D. Gerald Ford. As suspense mounted, Carpenter used one of his lifelines to call his father. "Hi, Dad. I don't need your help. I just wanted you to know I'm going to win $1 million." He correctly answered Richard Nixon. The New York Times cultural critic Frank Rich wrote that when historians looked back on the approaching millennium, they would find a country drunk on a TV quiz show called Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Not only is the millionaire viewership huge, but in an era of niche audiences, when every fractionalized demographic in the nation is pandered to by its own cable channel, Millionaire is gathering Americans from all walks of life around the electronic hearth in the way I Love Lucy once did. Low attention span kids and surly teenagers watch. Parents watch. The elderly watch. Who could imagine a happier ending to our long siege of White House sexual revelations and workplace massacres? At last, a G-rated cultural value that unites the entire American family. Greed. All brought to us by the wonderful world of the Disney Company, which has finally found a dirt-cheap entertainment formula that pleases Wall Street without offending any major faith. Thanks to Millionaire, ABC was so far ahead in the ratings race during the November sweeps that it was able to declare victory even before Nielsen had tallied the final results. On the last night of its run, it drew more than 30 million viewers and averaged over 24 million, dominating every demographic group. Millionaire also boosted the ratings of shows adjacent to it on the schedule, especially The Practice, a law drama on Sunday nights from producer David E. Kelley, that also won that year's Emmy for Best Drama. The case for placing Millionaire in the regular ABC schedule now seemed stronger than ever, and ABC announced that it would begin airing Millionaire 3 times a week, beginning in January. Without mentioning Eisner or Iger by name, Bloomberg and Braun told the New York Times that virtually every senior executive at ABC and Disney had weighed in on the scheduling decision. "We decided if we were going to do this, it was take no prisoners," Braun said, describing the decision to milk Millionaire for every bit of profit as quickly as possible. ABC doubled the ad rate for Millionaire, and Disney estimated that the decision would boost ABC profits by $50 million a year. With ABC suddenly in the ascendancy, the case for Iger's promotion to the Disney presidency seemed compelling, despite Iger's plan to quit in January. Under pressure from Wall Street to name a successor, or at least a strong number 2 executive, Eisner had again broached the possibility that fall. This time, Iger was skeptical. "Are you sure?" he asked. "You seem to be hot and cold on me." Eisner had looked startled. "What do you mean?" Iger felt like mentioning the call from Tom Murphy and Eisner's remarks to other board members, but he remained silent. Eisner himself seemed ambivalent about the prospect of any successor. With a characteristic mix of humor and irritation, he complained to the New York Times about constant speculation about his successor. "Everybody looks at me and says, 'Oh, well, he's 57. He must be nearing death, so why doesn't he have 6 successors lined up outside his office?' Nobody asks Sumner Redstone, who's 117. Redstone was born in 1923. In December, after the sweeps results, Eisner again brought up the possibility of naming Iger president and invited Iger and Willow Bay to join him and Jane for dinner. Iger figured that if Eisner offered him the job in front of witnesses, both Bay and Jane, he had to mean it. But again Eisner vacillated. "Every time I think of naming a president, I feel like I'm competing with myself," Eisner said. "That's ridiculous," Iger countered. "I'm not trying to take your job. It's enough to be president of the Walt Disney Company." On December 10th, Eisner had lunch with Gerald Levin, chairman of Time Warner, at Levin's private dining room in Time Warner's Rockefeller Center headquarters. Since Eisner had rejected Bollenbach's plan for Disney to acquire Time Warner, Disney and Time Warner had frequently been at loggerheads, especially after Disney acquired Cap City's ABC. Disney and Time Warner were both fierce competitors and important business partners. Time Warner owned the nation's largest cable system, paying Disney to transmit the ABC network, ESPN, the Disney Channel, and other cable channels. Disney was trying to persuade Time Warner to distribute its new soap opera channel, SoapNet, and Time Warner was balking. It was also resisting the higher fees Disney was charging for ESPN. More fundamentally, Time Warner had embarked on a different strategy for growth, vertical integration, meaning it would own businesses that both created and distributed content. Disney had taken a step in this direction by acquiring ABC, in part to ensure access for its television productions, but Eisner was hostile to the Time Warner concept. Eisner felt little affinity for his counterpart at Time Warner. In contrast to the often impulsive and combative Eisner, Levin was a self-styled philosopher and visionary, contemplative, introspective, and sometimes cryptic in his pronouncements. Eisner found this pretentious and off-putting. Still, Levin had been prodigiously effective at corporate political maneuvering, having emerged on top first at Time Incorporated and then Time Warner after the notoriously fractious merger of Time Incorporated and Warner Communications. By the time of the Eisner-Levin lunch, the irrational exuberance of the Internet boom, to quote Federal Reserve Board Chairman Alan Greenspan, was in full force. Levin told Eisner he was nervous that a big Internet company was likely to try to take over either Time Warner or Disney or even both of them. Levin argued that stock valuations of old media companies like Time Warner and Disney were depressed, whereas the stock prices of .com companies were so high that they could buy almost anything using their stock as currency. Both Time Warner and Disney, he suggested, were in jeopardy. "We'd never do a deal using that currency," Eisner said, referring to the inflated stock of the .com companies. He added that Levin was crazy to even consider exchanging Time Warner's solid assets for the speculative frenzy of Internet stock. Levin pointed out that he and Eisner might not have a choice if a .com company made a tender offer for stock and shareholders accepted it. "One of us is going to be taken over," he warned. "Mark my words." Eisner and Levin discussed the fact that one way to ward off such a possibility was for Disney and Time Warner to merge themselves, something that, unknown to Levin, Eisner had at least briefly considered at Bollenbach's urging. Just who raised this possibility is a subject of dispute. Eisner maintains that it was Levin's suggestion, Levin that it was Eisner's. They were the only ones in the room at the time. Neither, it seems, took the idea all that seriously, given that the delicate question of who would run the combined companies, Eisner or Levin, wasn't addressed. Still, the combination of Time Warner's cable system with Disney's cable channels and broadcast network made for an intriguing possibility. Given the magnitude of such a potential merger, Eisner nearly forgot to mention the impasse the two companies had reached over their cable negotiations. It was only as he was leaving that he brought up the ABC issue. "Jerry, I don't want to fight with you over this," Eisner said, sounding a conciliatory note. "I hate this deal, but I'm not going to stop it. Just get it done." He and Levin shook hands, and Levin took the handshake as a sign that they had an agreement to settle the dispute. But Levin's fear that an Internet company might be stalking Time Warner or Disney stuck in Eisner's mind. The very idea angered him, and not least because as an unreconstituted, old media executive, he would be superfluous in such a company. One Friday afternoon he was talking to Peter Murphy when Murphy said he had to get to a meeting. With? Eisner asked. The head of strategic planning for AOL, he said. Eisner practically exploded. Get him out of here. He's a Trojan horse. Cancel the meeting. Get rid of him. Late that night, Eisner reached Steve Case, AOL's chairman. He was still furious. Our company is not for sale, he said, but if you're interested, call me directly. Do not send some emissary. Case started to argue with him, but Eisner insisted they had nothing to discuss. The conversation lasted less than 10 minutes. On Monday morning, Case called Eisner. Have you calmed down? He asked. I thought you were going to have a heart attack. Just go away, Eisner replied. It's a good idea, you know, AOL and Disney, Case persisted. Go away, Eisner yelled. Later in the year, as Eisner sat down to draft his annual letter to shareholders, he had the approaching millennium to consider as well as the discouraging prospect of sharply lower earnings and a sagging stock price. And this was despite the remarkable success of Millionaire, The Sixth Sense, the rapid climb of ABC in the ratings, and the continued burgeoning success of ESPN. The biggest reasons for the decline in financial results were areas in which Eisner had scant interest: consumer products and home video. But soaring costs in the more creative areas of the company also took their toll. Live-action film, animation, and theme parks, where spending continued to build expansion parks like California Adventure at Disneyland and Tokyo Sea in Japan, in an effort to create destination resorts and induce guests to stay longer. The last 10 years comprised a spectacular decade for Disney, Eisner wrote. Unfortunately, in financial terms, it ended on a down note. With the continuing dearth of animated hits, Disney was feeling the after effects of the Lion King bonanza. The company now had more than 700 Disney retail stores, no longer novel as they were a fixture in malls and shopping areas across America, with nothing fresh to sell. And Disney was also reaping the inevitable repercussions of the decision to release its classics on video. While the decision had yielded enormous short-term profits, the library was now exhausted. All the classics had been released. Roy's concerns about the future value of the library were being borne out. The creation of the Go tracking stock had also failed to mask the mounting losses from Disney's Internet venture. Not that anyone really expected Internet ventures to show a profit in those heady days of 1999. But as Bornstein kept stressing, he couldn't see how Go would ever make a profit. Eisner sidestepped the issue in his letter, writing, There can be little question that the Internet is the next major development in the realm of information and entertainment. During the coming years, broadband transmissions will make it possible for the Internet to become a true entertainment medium. In Go.com, I believe we have brought together a collection of assets and skills that will allow us to seize the opportunities that emerge as the Internet evolves and grows in the years ahead. Eisner could honestly extol the virtues of the ABC acquisition, noting that the cable assets alone were probably worth the $19 billion Disney had paid. The full value of a single show like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is almost impossible to calculate, since it is profitable in itself, helps position the entire ABC network, it played a key role in ABC's remarkable November sweeps win, and provides a promotional platform for all of Disney. Our ABC properties have become so integrated into our company that I simply can't imagine Disney anymore without them. And Eisner had his usual optimism about the future. In January, there's Fantasia 2000, which is a remarkable continuation of a completely distinct Disney legacy. For Memorial Day weekend, there's Dinosaur, which is truly like nothing you've ever seen before. Further down the road, Kingdom of the Sun, and Atlantis are looking to be wonderful additions to the Disney animation legacy. Then there are our new theme park projects, each of which is dazzling. On the internet, Go.com is an exciting venture into an entirely new world of information and entertainment. I'd like to tell you which of our upcoming films and TV shows will be the next Sixth Sense or the next Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but that's impossible to predict. However, I believe that these kinds of mega hits are in the pipeline, and when they break through, their impact will reverberate throughout the company. Eisner said nothing in his annual letter about his decision to name Bob Iger as Disney's president, but in mid-December he began to prepare other top executives for the announcement, a delicate task given that Eisner's decision ended any lingering hopes on the part of Joe Roth and Sandy Litvak. Not to mention reneging on the promise Eisner made to Steve Bornstein. Eisner told Litvak of his decision and tried to placate him by naming him vice chairman. But then Eisner publicly repudiated the notion that Litvak was his heir apparent or in line for further advancement. Afterward, Litvak seemed deflated. He congratulated Iger. "I always felt like I wanted to be a member of Michael's club," Litvak said somewhat wistfully, "and then I discovered there wasn't any club." Litvak announced in October 1999 that he would leave at the end of the year. By mid-December, Roth, too, had decided to quit, and began forming plans to build his own production company. One afternoon, Peter Schneider came into his office and announced that he was going to quit. "This isn't working," Schneider said. Roth had never trusted him for obvious reasons, and the two had never felt comfortable working together. "I wouldn't if I were you," Roth replied. "I'm going to resign, and then you can have the damn job." Given how often Eisner had complained about Joe Roth, he seemed surprisingly reluctant to have him quit. Roth was spending the Christmas holiday with his family in Barbados, and he told Eisner that when he returned, he planned to resign. During the vacation, Eisner called him every day, just before dinner, urging him to reconsider. But when Roth got back, he walked into Eisner's office and said his decision was final. Eisner reminded him that under his contract, Disney had an option to extend it. "You said you'd never exercise it," Roth replied. Eisner nodded. But then, after lunch, he walked into Roth's office and handed him a letter exercising the option and offering him stock options on 7.5 million shares, then walked out. Roth glanced at the letter, then followed Eisner back to his office. "I told you not to do this," he said indignantly. "I'm going to make my own money." Eisner abandoned his attempts to keep Roth, and once he'd reconciled himself to the idea that he was leaving, asked his advice on a replacement. "Put Dick Cook in my place," Roth urged. Cook, who was in charge of marketing and distribution for the studio, was the last of the pre-Eisner studio executives still at Disney. "He's solid, reliable, he can run the studio." No, he's not creative," Eisner countered. "I'm putting in Peter Schneider." "No one likes him," Roth warned. Eisner announced that Schneider would succeed Roth as chairman of the studio on January 7th, 2000. A few days later, Eisner conceded that Roth had been right about Schneider, at least among studio executives like Garner, who'd been reporting to Roth. When Eisner met with them to tell them of his decision to promote Schneider, he'd met stiff resistance. "I've been trying to tell you this for weeks," Roth told him. "I didn't believe you. I thought you were just being political," Eisner said. "This is why I'm leaving," Roth said. "I tell you the truth, but you won't listen." Eisner said nothing to Steve Bornstein of his decision to name Iger president. Bornstein only learned about it just before the news was released on January 24th and was taken by surprise. Stunned, he went to see Eisner in his office. "I feel incredibly abused," he began. "I guess you're fucked," Eisner replied. "You gave me a commitment," Bornstein reminded him. You disregarded it. I changed my mind, Eisner said. 13. The long-awaited Fantasia 2000 premiered at Carnegie Hall in New York in mid-December 1999, with James Levine conducting a live performance by the Philharmonia Orchestra of London, flown in by Disney for the occasion. On New Year's Eve, Disney ushered in the millennium with a $2,000 per person black-tie benefit screening in Pasadena, also featuring a live performance by the Philharmonia. Fantasia 2000 opened commercially on New Year's Day in the giant screen IMAX format at just 54 theaters. Roy, credited in the film as executive producer, used the occasion to pay tribute to Walt. What better way to recognize the vision of one man who began building on a dream in the 20th century than by sharing the magic with everyone as we enter the new millennium, Roy said. Dick Cook, the studio's head of marketing and distribution, was doing his best to make Fantasia 2000 an event movie. Roy seemed delighted with all the promotion and related festivities, but Thomas Schumacher, the head of animation, had serious reservations. Each of the eventual 7 premieres in the United States, Europe, and Japan, featuring Levine and the Philharmonia, cost more than $1 million. Excerpts from the original Fantasia seemed grainy on the huge IMAX screen. And in an avalanche of press about the arrival of the millennium, Fantasia 2000, an old-style sequel to a 1940 classic, drew scant attention. Though it initially attracted crowds to IMAX theaters, the seating capacity was so limited that total revenue was modest, less than $3 million for opening weekend. Schumacher also worried that by the time the film opened nationwide, curiosity and interest would have been exhausted. The critical reception was also tepid. Fantasia 2000 contained a few segments as dazzling as anything Disney had produced. A sophisticated homage to Broadway caricaturist Al Hirschfeld, set in an animated New York City to George Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue, and the concluding episode, a vision of Earth's destruction and renewal set to Igor Stravinsky's The Firebird Suite. But not surprisingly, considering that every episode had a different director and group of animators, it was inconsistent. Fantasia 2000 often has the feel of a giant corporate promotion whose stars are there simply to hawk the company's wares, wrote Stephen Holden in the New York Times. The film is not especially innovative in its look or its subject matter. Despite its science fiction title, the movie is really a compendium of familiar Disney attitudes and styles, one that looks to the past more than to the future. The Eisner-inspired Pomp and Circumstance segment, now featuring Donald Duck trying to board Noah's Ark with the procession of animals, came in for particularly harsh criticism, confirming the animator's view that the piece didn't belong in the film. By the time Fantasia 2000 opened in wide distribution later that spring, Schumacher's fears were borne out. Public interest had evaporated. By Disney's reckoning, the film had cost $90 million and made roughly $60 million in the United States, and Eisner was impervious to arguments that at least $60 million would have been incurred anyway since so many animators were under contract. He didn't say anything directly to Roy, but told others that the film was Roy's folly, and that it had convinced him that Roy had little, if any, talent. On January 10th, Eisner was startled by news that AOL and Time Warner were merging in a stock swap valued at $165 billion, the biggest merger in history. AOL's Steve Case would be chairman of the combined companies, and Gerald Levin chief executive. Ted Turner, CNN's founder, Time Warner's largest shareholder and a board member, told the New York Times that he had voted to approve the deal with as much excitement as the first time I made love 42 years ago. Eisner realized that this was what Levin must have been worrying about at their lunch the previous month. Indeed, Case had first approached Levin the previous October, about the same time he was making overtures to Disney. Now Levin had decided to merge with AOL instead, trading Time Warner's hard assets for AOL stock, which Eisner viewed as little more than inflated paper. Although he thought it was a terrible deal, Eisner was worried about the implications. Disney's own internet venture was going nowhere, and now Time Warner had secured the biggest internet service provider. Along with its massive cable operations, Time Warner was aggressively expanding into other distribution methods, exactly the kind of vertical integration Eisner opposed, on both philosophical and financial grounds. And then there was the still unresolved issue of the Disney-owned channels being carried on Time Warner's cable system. The idea that a combined AOL and Time Warner might use its distribution power to freeze out Disney products became a near obsession with Eisner, bringing out his fiercest competitive instincts. He talked to Iger and emailed him constantly about the threat. It also brought Iger his first major test as Disney's president. Unlike Ovitz, Iger secured the title of Chief Operating Officer as well, the same title as Frank Wells. Iger's standing in the company had never been higher. In the wake of the success of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in the November sweeps and the Super Bowl earlier that month, ABC had vaulted back into first place among the networks. But Iger knew he would still have to prove himself and overcome Eisner's deep-seated anxiety about being upstaged by a strong number two. It hadn't been lost on Iger that Eisner refused to let a Disney photographer take a picture of him and Iger together to accompany the press release. So if Time Warner posed a competitive threat, it was also a leadership opportunity. Eisner decided that it was best, both for his and Disney's image, that he appear to be above the fray. Iger convened a strategy meeting at ABC headquarters in New York, where top executives argued that the very source of Disney's anxiety, the power of a combined AOL-Time Warner, could be turned to Disney's advantage by threatening to raise antitrust objections, a sensitive topic in light of the government's recent antitrust case against Microsoft. Eisner suggested that Disney go to Time Warner and demand assurances that Disney's programming would be treated the same as Time Warner's. If not, he said, Disney would lobby against the merger in Washington. Iger broke the news to Time Warner in a telephone call to Levin and Joseph Collins, the chief executive of Time Warner Cable, who had been handling the negotiations with Disney. "We're concerned about the AOL deal," Iger said. Their cable deal was now off the table. Levin and Collins were surprised and angry. "We had a deal," Levin said, referring to his handshake with Eisner. "The world has changed," Iger said. "The players have changed. It's AOL and you. It's a more complicated world." A relatively discreet business dispute over cable access had escalated into something much bigger. Levin argued that Disney was abusing the cable negotiations by tying them to the merger. But Iger wanted new terms and, in what he considered an effort to be deadly candid, he added, "We feel you'll be hard-pressed to cause trouble because of the merger process you have to go through." The conversation came to an abrupt close. Iger followed up by instructing Anne Sweeney, the president of the Disney Channel, to send a new term sheet, which he concedes was aggressive. In addition to all the previous requests, it removed some assurances that Time Warner had sought with respect to ESPN, asked for about $100 million more in fees, and contained numerous non-discrimination clauses, guarantees that Disney programming would get equal treatment. Disney's focus on the merger was also made explicit in a provocative letter of February 18, 2000, from Sweeney to Time Warner's Collins, in which Sweeney said that she was even less optimistic that we will be able to bridge the material differences between us. Time Warner executives estimated the additional cost of the proposed new deal at $300 million. Its officials were further galled by the emphasis on equal treatment in programming. In their view, Disney conspicuously favored its own programming on its networks. Time Warner responded with a term sheet of its own. It rejected nearly all of Disney's requests and lowered the price it was willing to pay. One morning during the first week of March 2000, Eisner, still preoccupied with the AOL merger with Time Warner, got out of the shower with a plan for escalating the campaign. He went straight to his computer and drafted an email outlining the strategy he thought Disney ought to follow, which was to launch an attack in Houston, where Time Warner owned the cable system. Full-page advertisements in the Houston Chronicle warned that cable subscribers were at risk of losing ABC because of Time Warner's refusal to agree to a deal. Disney offered to subsidize the installation of satellite dishes if subscribers switched to a rival service. Disney gave away vouchers for 15,000 satellite dishes in less than 3 weeks. To test the effect of the Houston campaign, Disney declared a unilateral truce on April 1st. It suspended the satellite giveaway program and the public relations blitz, and it proposed new terms for the retransmission agreement, softening the position it had staked out in February. But Time Warner's bargaining position got tougher, with Levin and Collins angered by what they considered Disney's betrayals and bad faith. Time Warner unveiled the ultimate threat. If Disney didn't agree to an 8-month extension of the existing retransmission agreement, Time Warner would cease transmitting ABC when the current extension expired on April 30th. In other words, Time Warner threatened to use what Iger thought of as a tactical nuclear weapon, taking ABC off the air. Iger didn't know how seriously to take this threat. Still, Disney scrambled to head off the crisis as the April 30th deadline approached by trying to extend the agreement for another month by letter and fax. April 30th, a Sunday, also marked the beginning of the May sweeps period, which would determine whether ABC remained the #1 network. Time Warner didn't respond. ABC network and station executives, worried about the effect on ratings, were pleading with Iger to make a deal. Eisner was so absorbed by the affair that he couldn't sleep. He was on the phone to Iger at 6 a.m. on Sunday, April 30th, which was 3 a.m. in California. Late Sunday afternoon, Iger organized a conference call of the roughly 30 executives involved in the crisis. He took a roll call, gave an impassioned speech. "We will stay the course," he said, and assigned battle stations. Each station manager was told to record a message to viewers to be aired at 11 p.m. Disney, meanwhile, made one last effort, an offer that Iger insisted be simple and clear. Disney faxed Time Warner a 1-paragraph document giving Time Warner unconditional and unequivocal consent to transmit ABC's programming through May 24th. After the 11 p.m. local news, Tom Kane, the general manager of WABC in New York, appeared live on TV to warn cable viewers about the possible loss of the network. At midnight, the Disney-owned channels, including ABC and ESPN, went dark on Time Warner's cable systems. On Monday morning, Iger woke at his usual time, 4:30 a.m., and worked out at the Reebok Sports Club across Columbus Avenue from ABC headquarters. He reached the office at 6 and shortly afterward left for Los Angeles. Just as ABC's phone lines were becoming jammed with callers, many of them from other media. In an approach modeled on James Carville's all-out defense of President Clinton during the impeachment inquiry, he began a non-stop schedule of media appearances as soon as he landed in Los Angeles, attacking Time Warner for depriving people of the channels. In New York, Houston, and Los Angeles, Disney offered free satellite dishes to the first 1,000 callers willing to drop Time Warner and switch to DirecTV. Late on Monday, Time Warner executives were still hoping that Disney, facing a possible ratings disaster, would capitulate. But with public anger at Time Warner mounting, Disney didn't consider the option. Even without Time Warner's 3.5 million affected cable viewers, Monday night was a ratings coup for ABC. The network had scheduled a special Celebrity Millionaire, and that show alone pulled a rating of 22.1. Each point represents about 1 million homes. In the New York area, where the signal was missing from more than 1 million households, the show exceeded the national average. On Tuesday morning, Iger spoke to New York Senator Charles Schumer. Schumer told Iger that his household was among those that had been blacked out by Time Warner the previous night. "My daughters are complaining that they couldn't watch Celebrity Millionaire." He wouldn't take sides, he said, but added, "TV signals should not be pulled off the air because of corporate battles." He said that he had already spoken to Levin and had asked him to extend the agreement with Disney for 6 months and get ABC back on the air. In times of crisis, Levin had often called upon Time Warner's co-chief operating officer, Richard Parsons. Parsons had been in Washington on Monday tending to merger issues. When he got home that night, his wife, who had been watching the news coverage, said, "How could you be so stupid?" The battle essentially lost. Time Warner capitulated. "Work something out," Levin told Parsons. "We've got to get this behind us." At 3:21 p.m., ABC reappeared on the Time Warner systems, even though none of the underlying issues had yet been settled. Then Iger called Parsons, saying, "This wasn't good for either of us, but it was worse for you." Eventually, Disney got almost everything it wanted in a deal valued at $3 billion. The victory was an early triumph for Iger and vindication of Eisner's firmly held belief that content was what mattered. In the end, Millionaire had trumped Time Warner's access to millions of cable homes. Parsons promised that Time Warner would never again unilaterally stop carrying a broadcast signal. "We've apologized to our customers," he said. "Our customers pay us $32 a month to get a cable service that includes ABC, and they don't care about our problems with Disney. They don't care about the legal issues. And one thing we learned is that there's no PR in the world that will overcome the Millionaire show." Millionaire had now proven itself to be more than a ratings juggernaut. Its soaring popularity made it a potent competitive and political weapon. But in the euphoria over the showdown with Time Warner, no one stopped to consider the implications of Eisner's content strategy. What if ABC hadn't had a mega hit like Millionaire? Phrased another way, what if Time Warner had dropped ABC and viewers didn't care? The implications of the show's success didn't stop with the victory over Time Warner. As a result of the previous summer's decision to schedule Millionaire 3 times a week for the upcoming 2000-2001 season, Eisner and Iger had slashed ABC's development budget, the rationale being that with Millionaire occupying so much of the schedule, ABC didn't need to order many new pilots. And in the chaos of Tarsus's final days and abrupt departure, ABC's development efforts were in any event already faltering. For the 2000-2001 season, there were only 6 comedies and 5 dramas in development, less than half the usual number. By the time the final decisions about the new season were made that year, there were so few options that the show's frequency was increased from 3 to 4 nights a week. As ABC prepared for the annual upfront presentations for advertisers in New York in mid-May, it was riding the wave of its new millionaire-driven ratings success, just as the continuing internet-driven boom in new .com companies, all competing for public attention, drove demand for advertising through the roof. Rarely had the stars been so favorably aligned for network television. At that year's ABC upfront presentations at Radio City Music Hall, hosted by Bloomberg and Braun, the ABC executives reveled in it. As the lights dimmed, smoke billowed across the stage, and a hydraulic platform ascended, transporting Millionaire star Regis Philbin toward the heavens. "Go ahead, take a good look at me," Philbin proclaimed, "the guy who saved the ABC television network." ABC raked in nearly $2.5 billion in upfront ad sales for the 2000-2001 season, a new record for a single network. On May 31st, Survivor, twice turned down by ABC, made its debut on CBS in the 8 p.m. Wednesday time slot. After watching heavy promotions of the new show on the Viacom-owned MTV and VH1 cable channels, ABC decided to crush it from the outset by using the heavy artillery of Millionaire. ABC added an additional episode of Millionaire, already running on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, to the 8 p.m. Wednesday time slot. Survivor was exactly the show that Mark Burnett and Charlie Parsons had pitched to ABC, right down to the desert island setting, actually the Malaysian island of Pulau Tiga, and the tribal council setting with tiki torches that looked like they might have been purchased at the nearest Kmart. The 16 contestants, carefully chosen for their demographic mix, contended with bugs, rats, contrived physical challenges, and one another's treachery in a Darwinian contest to outlast one another. Whether this was reality in any true sense of the word was open to question, but it was undeniably unlike anything ever seen before on American network television, far more original and risky than the game show with a reality twist Millionaire. The overnight ratings from the eagerly watched head-to-head matchup between Survivor and Millionaire stunned Disney executives, including Eisner and Iger, who claimed never to have heard of the program until it showed up on the CBS schedule. ABC claimed victory with 16.8 million viewers for Millionaire, but Survivor not only managed to attract 15.5 million viewers, an astounding number for an unknown summer replacement, but it beat Millionaire in the critical 18 to 34-year-old demographic most coveted by advertisers. Millionaire failed to deliver a knockout punch, and a barrage of press hailed Survivor as the breakout hit of the summer. Was its debut a one-time event and ratings fluke? While top ABC and Disney officials ducked questions, it fell to ABC spokesman Kevin Brockman to argue the case that Survivor is a good stunt, but it's a stunt. The next week, on June 6th, ABC again programmed an episode of Millionaire directly against Survivor. The results were devastating to ABC. Millionaire shed 1 million viewers, while Survivor jumped to 19 million. ABC abruptly canceled the following week's episode, and 2 weeks later, Millionaire lapsed into summer reruns, leading the Washington Post to report that Survivor had demolished Millionaire. Over the summer, Survivor became a national fixation. One contestant, Richard Hatch, became an instant celebrity when he came out of the closet in episode 2, and then went on to defeat former Navy SEAL Rudy Bosch and river guide Kelly Wigglesworth. Amid an avalanche of press, intellectuals struggled to define the appeal of the new reality genre. You grudgingly have to admit it's a lot more interesting than another episode of Friends or Frasier, Robert Thompson, a professor at Syracuse University, told the Washington Post. It's a cross between a frat party, a Club Med vacation, and a Girl Scout campout. In its final episode in August, Survivor attracted an audience of 50 million, easily surpassing the peak episode of Millionaire and larger than any other program except the Super Bowl. At Disney and ABC, the euphoria of the previous spring vanished with stunning speed, even before Braun, Bloomberg, and their colleagues had a chance to savor their success. Millionaire's defeat at the hands of Survivor was humiliating. For Andrea Wong and Lloyd Braun, who had championed the series, it was especially agonizing. Eisner insisted publicly, if implausibly, that he would turn down Survivor again if offered the opportunity, because it was lowbrow, didn't measure up to ABC's standards, and would cheapen the Disney brand. The enormous viewership for Survivor also gave CBS the chance to promote its fall lineup, including the other prominent ABC reject, CSI. Apart from Millionaire, ABC had failed to create a single new bona fide hit, though The Practice, The Drew Carey Show, and Dharma and Greg benefited from proximity to Millionaire. Of course, ABC still had Millionaire. The network hoped for another ratings sweep when the new season debuted that fall. Unlike ABC, CBS opted to maintain Survivor as a 13-week event, and the next installment wouldn't be aired until after the Super Bowl the following January. But Survivor had dealt Millionaire a serious blow. It had lost the momentum of TV's hot smash hit. Next to Survivor, it seemed staid and predictable. Young people abandoned it in droves, leaving Millionaire and its aging host to cater increasingly to an audience of couch-bound retirees. In the November 2000 sweeps, ABC eked out a victory in total viewers, but lost the key 18 to 49-year-old demographic to NBC, the focus of all the headlines with its hit shows Friends and ER. Because of Millionaire, the age of the network's average viewer leaped from 41 to 49 years. Michael Davies came under increasing pressure to create special episodes to inject some freshness into Millionaire. Not just Celebrity Millionaire, but also shows featuring sports stars, college kids, anything with a twist. Braun dutifully articulated the company line. Millionaire is going to be a staple of the network for quite a while. At the same time the network's fortunes were faltering, the consumer products division continued its precipitous slide, with operating income dropping from nearly $900 million in 1997 to just $386 million in 2000. Disney hired Andy Mooney, a Scotland-born Nike marketing executive, to try to resurrect the Disney brand, which was still suffering from a dearth of product spin-offs from animated hits. Eisner made a point of introducing Mooney to Roy, stressing that Roy was the custodian of the Disney image and urging Mooney to work closely with him. In the fall of 2000, Mooney asked Roy to speak to the creative people who worked with the consumer products division, who had gathered for a retreat at California Adventure, Disney's newest park not yet open to the public. Mooney spoke first, stressing the importance of the Disney brand, but Roy immediately contradicted him. Branding is for cattle, Roy said, arguing that what was important was creating stories and the products they generated. That Christmas, Mooney had the idea of creating a mountain of all-white plush toys in the Disney stores. This meant that Disney would have to produce a white version of a plush Mickey. Store managers warned Mooney that this was heresy. Mickey was black, period. Mooney thought this was ridiculous. Roy complained to Eisner and Iger, who nonetheless backed Mooney. Mooney and Roy began clashing over nearly everything Mooney proposed. When he wanted to launch a princess line of merchandise, Roy argued that it was inappropriate to portray and market characters like Cinderella and Snow White together, when in the fairy tales they inhabited separate worlds and never knew each other. For Roy, the last straw came when Mooney began marketing Disney-themed vintage T-shirts in upscale clothing boutiques like Fred Segal and Barney's, and trendy clothing chains like Hot Topic. One shirt showed Snow White with the caption, "Hangs out with 7 small men." Another showed an archival drawing of Tinkerbell eyeing her derriere in a mirror. Roy sent Mooney a handwritten note. "You are positioning Tinkerbell as a prostitute." The shirts were hastily withdrawn, and Iger made Mooney apologize. Iger was increasingly annoyed with Roy, who even urged that Mooney be fired. But the dispute over such seemingly minor details was a symptom of a far deeper disenchantment between a management determined to boost revenue and profits and Roy, who felt the Disney company was abandoning the creative heritage he had spent his life trying to protect. Despite those disquieting signs, Disney was enjoying an excellent fiscal year. The combination of a strong ad market, ESPN's continuing success, and ABC's rating performance contributed to a 39% jump in Disney's operating income for fiscal year 2000, which ended in September. The Miramax and Dimension units had proven to be a wildly successful acquisition, with hits in 2000 like Scary Movie, $157 million gross domestically, and Scream 3, $89 million, as well as continuing revenues from 1998's Shakespeare in Love and 1997's Good Will Hunting. The Weinsteins had seized on their success to renegotiate their contract and had expanded their financing commitment to $700 million. The theme parks also contributed a strong performance, partly due to millennium celebrations and a healthy economy, leading to robust tourism throughout the summer. Still, in contrast to Eisner's early years at Disney, where raising the admission prices and building hotels had made the theme parks a spectacular engine of growth, it was increasingly clear that the theme parks were becoming just another cyclical business, ebbing and flowing with consumer confidence and the strength of the economy, which were factors beyond Disney's control. Cost containment at the studio and in animation helped to mask the fact that the projects hailed by Eisner just a year earlier had been commercial and critical failures. The much-anticipated Dinosaur, Disney's first computer-generated animated feature, meant to show that Disney could match the technical prowess of its partner Pixar, opened a week before the Memorial Day weekend to mixed reviews and a $39 million opening weekend at the box office. A disappointment considering Dinosaur's $128 million budget. It wasn't the technology that was at fault. Dinosaur featured actual locations filmed as backdrops, with computer-generated dinosaurs and other characters imposed onto them. The opening sequence, a sweeping panoramic excursion through a tropical pre-human world, was uniformly praised, as was the realism of the computer-generated dinosaurs. But the story left many viewers and critics cold. Apart from elements of the standard Disney formula, the orphaned protagonist, the wisecracking sidekick, the uplifting ending, Dinosaur was criticized for its graphic depiction of carnivorous T-Rexes devouring other animals, and for the stark devastation of a meteor impact. Whatever the shortcomings of Dinosaur, they paled next to Kingdom of the Sun, which was little short of a disaster. It had now been rechristened The Emperor's New Groove, a transparently desperate attempt to make the story, set in the Inca Empire, seem more hip. The original drama and musical score had been almost entirely discarded in favor of a light-hearted comedy. Groove was now scheduled for a Christmas release, with Atlantis pushed back to summer 2001. Only Remember the Titans, a Jerry Bruckheimer production based on the true story of the integration of a Virginia high school football team, made on a non-Bruckheimer budget of just over $30 million with no big stars, turned out to be a solid hit, grossing over $100 million. Still, the success of Titans was just what Eisner needed to feel that his decision to get rid of Joe Roth and his return to the low-budget singles and doubles strategy had been vindicated. He extolled this wonderful and moderately budgeted motion picture in his annual letter to shareholders. Peter Schneider had greenlit the project on the proviso that the script, which was riddled with profanity, be rewritten to eliminate all four-letter words, so the film could be marketed under the Disney label. However odd it seemed that no member of a 1971 Virginia high school football team ever swore, it nonetheless was precisely the kind of family entertainment Eisner wanted more of. Eisner's real excitement was reserved for Pearl Harbor, which he was forcing Peter Schneider and Bruckheimer to bring in on the sharply reduced budget of $140 million. Coming Memorial Day weekend, we have as close to a sure thing as you can get in this business. Pearl Harbor, produced by Jerry Bruckheimer and directed by Michael Bay, the same team that brought us The Rock and Armageddon, with an all-star cast headed by Ben Affleck, Eisner wrote shareholders. Wait a second. I take back that this is a sure thing. That is bad luck. It is not a sure thing. It's an absolutely fantastic, probably successful film that should surely draw a significant audience. In contrast to the rosy optimism about the Internet expressed by Eisner just a year earlier, in the 2000 letter to shareholders, he sounded a cautious, even defensive note. Disney's Internet group was now characterized as embryonic and evolving. But unlike many Internet businesses, ours is based on solid assets that should help power this cylinder to performance down the road. Yes, the Internet group currently posts losses, and yes, that really concerns me and our management. In many ways, today's Internet environment is reminiscent of Disney's early days. Walt and Roy achieved moderate success experimenting with silent cartoon shorts. Then came what we today would call a killer app. In this case, synchronized sound. The Disney studios produced the first sound cartoon starring Mickey Mouse, and overnight Disney became a household name. The Internet is still in its infancy, but we are closer to the day when it will be transformed into a true entertainment medium, and our company will once again be poised at the cutting edge, and helping us out will be Mickey Mouse. It could be argued that this is exactly the kind of visionary thinking a chief executive should possess. But it was also what Steve Bornstein, the person in charge of the Internet group who was somehow supposed to wring a profit out of the assets, found so frustrating. The truth was that Mickey Mouse was not going to rescue Go.com. In February 2000, Bornstein convened a meeting at the Team Disney building to confront the future of Go.com. He saw no way out of the financial morass, and he was tired of arguing about it with Eisner. "Let me be blunt about this," Bornstein said. "We cannot compete and win." The portal strategy was a failure. Go.com was never going to be another Yahoo or AOL. It was a hodgepodge of Internet assets that Disney had cobbled together on the cheap. Building a portal was a flawed objective carried out with a poor strategy, he argued. Bornstein argued again that Disney should maintain its websites as line extensions of its various brands, ABC, ESPN, the Disney Channel, the theme parks, but abandon the idea of a portal and a separate Internet division. Bornstein knew this was the equivalent of corporate suicide. After the meeting, Peter Murphy came up to him. "I've never seen anyone at Disney show that kind of courage or conviction," he said. Bornstein wasn't looking for protective cover. This was his conclusion, and he was ready to take responsibility for it. He knew it wasn't what Eisner wanted to hear. He had done what he could for Go.com, but he wasn't going to remain in a hopeless quest. He knew his future at Disney was probably doomed, no matter how successful he'd been at ESPN. Disney was not a culture where anyone could admit defeat and expect to survive. His relationship with Eisner was already damaged. Now it was probably beyond repair. In a public concession of defeat, Disney exchanged the tracking stock for regular Disney shares in January 2001. In its own way, Disney's failure marked the end of Internet euphoria and the stock market bubble that accompanied it. It was the first major concession of what was becoming obvious but still unspoken. For all its promise, the Internet was yielding few business models that made any sense. Go.com tracking stock ceased trading on January 29th. The Nasdaq Composite Average had hit an all-time peak 10 months before, in March 2000. In the ensuing months, the bottom fell out of the technology sector as a whole, and the Internet segment in particular. AOL Time Warner was especially hard hit, fully vindicating Eisner's belief that Time Warner had exchanged valuable hard assets for a grossly inflated stock. Although Eisner had long argued that chief executives should be measured by what they did, the movies they greenlit, the TV pilots they bought, as opposed to the things they turned down, rebuffing an offer from AOL was arguably Eisner's best decision of the decade, since the consequences would have been ruinous. Still, it is faint praise to say that things could have been worse. The AOL Time Warner disaster didn't change the fact that Eisner, too, had been seduced by the promise of the Internet. Disney had squandered the assets it built up in Starwave to buy InfoSeek at the peak of the market, and had poured more millions into trying to make the unwieldy combination work. Ultimately, Disney's foray into the Internet cost it over $1 billion on paper, and when it bought back the Go Network's shares, Disney had to take a write-down of $790 million. Somewhat to Bornstein's surprise, Eisner said he didn't want him to leave the company. Despite the optimism about ABC in his letter to shareholders and his decision to make Iger president with primary responsibility for ABC, Eisner was nervous about the network's faltering prime-time development and its dependence on a single hit, Millionaire. So he asked Bornstein to assume a new position as president of ABC Incorporated, which inserted him into the management hierarchy under Eisner and Iger, but over Alex Wallau, president of the ABC network, as well as Stu Bloomberg and Lloyd Braun. Bornstein was dubious that what ABC needed was yet another executive in the management hierarchy, which was already plagued by confused lines of authority and turf battles. It was hard to differentiate his duties from Wallau's. He was especially concerned that he wasn't given authority over the cable operations, including ESPN, which he'd supervised before going to the Internet operation. Iger retained responsibility for those operations, which were the biggest profit centers. But Eisner insisted that Bornstein would actually run the networks, so he accepted. Iger was obviously unhappy with the choice, which put Bornstein into the ABC hierarchy between him and Iger's close allies Wallau and Bloomberg. It was clear that Eisner had pitted Bornstein and Iger against each other, and there was immediate speculation within the company about who would emerge as the survivor. Already wounded by the Internet experience, Bornstein had his work cut out for him. By the end of the 2000-2001 season in May, ABC had fallen to third place in the key 18 to 49-year-old demographic, behind NBC and CBS. CBS, on the strength of Survivor, the Australian Outback, and its breakout weekly hit CSI, won the competition for total viewers. A barrage of press faulted ABC for ruining Millionaire by overprogramming it. Braun bore the brunt of the criticism and was widely quoted defending the decision. Iger generally escaped criticism, leading Braun and Bloomberg to wonder what had happened to his assurance that he would take full responsibility for the decision to program Millionaire on multiple nights of the week. Braun and Bloomberg made a joke of it, with one another saying, "I will take full responsibility," as they passed each other in the halls. Iger confirmed that he and Eisner made the decision and said he has never shunned responsibility for it. He noted that Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune ran successfully day in and day out, and so there was no reason not to do the same with Millionaire. ABC rushed to order more pilots, 34 as opposed to 11 the previous year, and slashed the rapidly fading Millionaire to 2 episodes a week for the 2001-2002 season. In a move that brought ABC News celebrity interviewer Barbara Walters to tears, the network bumped Walters' long-running 2020 news magazine from its traditional Friday evening slot. At this juncture, Eisner was plainly worried about ABC, and at board meetings distanced himself, stressing that the network was Iger's primary responsibility. Indeed, he annoyed nearly all the ABC executives by proclaiming, as he did repeatedly, that "I could solve ABC's problems if I devoted 1 day a week to the network." Despite the success of the low-budget Titans and the praise lavished on it by Eisner, Peter Schneider's tenure as chairman of the studios had been personally and creatively unfulfilling, and he talked increasingly to Thomas Schumacher about leaving. His premonition that it would be hard to duplicate the excitement and success of The Lion King on Broadway had been borne out. It seemed like all he did was fight with producers like Bruckheimer and other Disney executives trying to carry out Eisner's cost-cutting mandate. He didn't want to end up like Katzenberg and Roth, bitter toward Eisner. He wanted to stay friends with Roy, who had done so much to support him when he ran animation, and it was becoming increasingly clear that Eisner would make that difficult. Moreover, in contrast to animation, where he'd gotten along well with the animators and other executives in the division, despite his sometimes prickly and exacting nature, many people in live action seemed to resent him. Todd Garner made no secret of his disdain. Still angry over the Pearl Harbor clashes, Garner quit Disney in April, as soon as work was finished on the film, to join Roth at a new studio Roth would soon name Revolution. So did Rob Moore, the studio's chief financial officer, who had clashed with Schneider within 5 days of Schneider's arrival. Others who had stayed seemed barely to tolerate him. Bruckheimer, now Disney's most important producer, was always professional and courteous, but the bruising experience over Pearl Harbor had alienated him from Schneider, and he treated him like a transitory studio executive who would be gone long before Bruckheimer stopped making films for Disney. It hadn't helped Schneider's popularity that he'd been forced to fire staff members. Even though he'd taken live action from a loss to a profit of $350 million in a year, he wasn't enjoying himself. Schneider's plan was to wait until Pearl Harbor opened on Memorial Day weekend 2001, then announce his resignation in the wake of what he expected to be a huge hit. And he wasn't the only Disney executive confident about Pearl Harbor. Audience surveys at preview screenings were positive. Awareness of the film among potential ticket buyers was a remarkable 92%, higher than for any other film scheduled for release that summer. Despite taking back his prediction that Pearl Harbor was a sure thing in his annual letter to shareholders, Eisner couldn't restrain himself, in part because he was so eager for a hit. The week before Pearl Harbor opened, he sent an email to all Disney cast members. "There are no sure things in the entertainment industry, but this comes close. It better, because I've already predicted this in the annual report letter I wrote in December. And I've been on CNBC and CNN in the last 2 weeks proclaiming it a smash. I've been telling everyone who would listen that this will be our biggest live-action film ever." With Eisner's credibility on the line, little was left to chance. Synergy was squeezed from Disney's assets. ABC ran a 1-hour special hosted by David Brinkley. Good Morning America featured the movie every day for a week, with co-host Diane Sawyer calling it the movie event of the summer, and reporter Jack Ford hailing it as the biggest summer blockbuster of all time before the film opened. The History Channel, co-owned by Disney with Hearst and General Electric, obligingly ran 3 Pearl Harbor episodes, as well as a History versus Hollywood segment that focused on the film. The E! Channel, also co-owned by Disney, lavished coverage on the film. Was the opening of a $140 million Disney movie legitimate news? As Frank Rich noted in the New York Times, the 50th anniversary of Pearl Harbor 10 years earlier received little coverage. But it's hard to fault Disney and ABC for blurring the lines when its rivals were doing the same. NBC ran a 2-hour National Geographic special hosted by Tom Brokaw on Pearl Harbor to coincide with the film's opening, and MSNBC ran a special about the making of the movie that could have been produced by Disney Public Relations. Newsweek did a 12-page cover story. In addition to all the free publicity, Disney spent about $70 million marketing the film in the United States. For the premiere, the Navy brought the USS John C. Stennis aircraft carrier from San Diego to Honolulu. Disney screened the film on board. Navy SEALs parachuted onto the deck as F-15 fighters flew in formation overhead. Veterans of the Pearl Harbor attack were flown in as special guests. The Honolulu Symphony Pops provided music. After the screening, Disney staged a fireworks display. The tab came to $5 million. Given all the hype that preceded it, it was indeed news when Pearl Harbor opened to scathing reviews and disappointing box office, at least by the inflated standards of the pre-opening publicity fueled by Eisner's boasts. The headline in the Wall Street Journal was, "Snora, Snora, Snora." Roger Ebert wrote that Pearl Harbor was a 2-hour movie squeezed into 3 hours. Its centerpiece is 40 minutes of special effects, surrounded by a love story of stunning banality. No studio had dared challenge the Pearl Harbor juggernaut, so it was the only major movie opening over the lucrative Memorial Day weekend, traditionally the start of the summer movie season. It earned $75 million over the Memorial Day weekend, a more than respectable opening. But the box office plunged in ensuing weeks. Especially galling for Eisner was that the big hit of the summer and the top-grossing film of the year was Shrek, a computer-generated fairy tale based on a William Steig novel, produced by Jeffrey Katzenberg at DreamWorks, which had opened just a few weeks earlier. With benefit of hindsight, it's hard to know what besides wishful thinking could have led to such hubris at Disney about Pearl Harbor. The film faced obvious hurdles, starting with a running time of close to 3 hours. Its length, its romantic plot, and the backdrop of tragedy invited unfavorable comparisons to the wildly successful Titanic. And surely Disney executives could sense that, however earnest and patriotic or dazzling the special effects, the storytelling, the quality to which Eisner paid so much tribute, was flawed. Todd Garner, whose idea it was, had said he didn't like the finished script or film, but by then no one was listening to him. Schneider's plan to exit under the halo effect of a summer blockbuster was ruined. He decided to wait until the release of Atlantis, The Lost Empire, the latest animated feature scheduled for June, even though he had never liked the film. Directed by the same team that produced Beauty and the Beast, Atlantis was a departure from the musical genre, an attempt to appeal to pre-teenage boys with an Indiana Jones-style adventure film, a quest for the lost continent. Atlantis garnered admiring reviews, but was hopelessly eclipsed by the success of Shrek, which took direct aim at the Disney canon with its edgy, irreverent send-up of the fairy tale genre. Atlantis didn't earn back its nearly $100 million cost, and became the latest in a growing string of animated disappointments from Disney. These developments were especially worrisome to John Musker and Ron Clements, who were deep into work on Treasure Planet, another attempt at an action-adventure animated feature. Their target audience of preteen and teenage boys apparently still associated hand-drawn 2D animation with children's fare and wanted no part of it. And other animators feared for their futures. Schumacher met with 2,000 employees in groups of 50 or less to discuss plans for cost cuts, more computer-generated projects, and other drastic changes, including layoffs and salary reductions. Morale plummeted. When Schneider announced his departure on June 20th, the press made almost no mention of a career that had included some of Disney's greatest successes. Instead, his resignation was perceived as confirmation that Pearl Harbor was a failure and Schneider was taking the fall. Disney had to issue a statement denying that Schneider had been fired for Pearl Harbor. After the Katzenberg and Ovitz fiascos, Disney's credibility was non-existent, even though in this case it was true. Eisner never got over what he considered the injustice of the press reaction to Pearl Harbor. In a sense, he had a point. The film eventually grossed nearly $200 million in the United States and another $253 million in overseas markets. Ironically, Bruckheimer, Bay, Affleck, and the others who waived their guarantees ended up making more than if they had stayed with their original deals. Not that any of them wanted to repeat the experience. Still, even Eisner conceded that Pearl Harbor didn't perform well enough to justify the enormous drain on resources that went into making the film. Just as Dick Tracy had marked a turning point during the Katzenberg era, Pearl Harbor marked the end of the Roth tentpole strategy, and yet another attempt to recapture the early success of Eisner's singles and doubles philosophy. Disney did not announce a replacement for Schneider as chairman of the studios, instead naming Nina Jacobson and Dick Cook as co-heads of the studio. Eisner pledged to be more personally involved in running the studio. Since the success of the ABC acquisitions, Eisner had shed some of his hostility toward mergers, especially since Disney wasn't internally generating the 20% growth he'd promised shareholders. Despite Eisner's aversion to having Ovitz do a deal to expand Disney's faltering Hollywood records business, Disney looked into the possibility of acquiring EMI Records, the venerable British record company. But the talks didn't result in a formal proposal. Steve Bornstein advocated buying DirecTV, the television satellite company originally launched by Hughes Electronics, which was acquired by General Motors. In 2000, GM decided to put DirecTV on the block, and Bornstein thought it made a perfect strategic fit with Disney. As had been proven in the showdown with Time Warner, Satellite offered a potent competitive threat to cable. If Disney owned a satellite distribution company, cable companies could never freeze out its content. Satellite also offered broadband possibilities that would enable movies on demand and interactive television. Bornstein was convinced that the lines between content and distribution were blurring as technology made new creative endeavors possible. But Eisner was cool to the idea. He insisted the world was still sharply divided and that Disney should remain a content company. Satellite was a means of distribution that Disney knew even less about than it did cable. Just as he knew that Eisner wasn't a real sports fan, Bornstein could tell that the technical aspects of satellite distribution simply didn't interest Eisner. Still, Eisner had the strategic planning department under Peter Murphy continue to pursue other acquisition possibilities, and that spring, Eisner first mentioned to Stanley Gold that the Fox Family cable channel, jointly owned by Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation and Hollywood entrepreneur Chaim Saban, might be for sale. Gold was enthusiastic, commenting at a board meeting that, "This has big potential outside the U.S." Fox Family had been on the block 4 years before, in 1997, when Disney could have bought the channel, but not the programming, for $2 billion. But Eisner had dismissed the possibility because the cable channel had an ongoing deal to air Christian evangelizer Pat Robertson's The 700 Club, repugnant to the secular Eisner. Since then, Fox Family had made significant strides, overtaking the Disney Channel in Europe with its 1993 hit series Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. But Fox Family's main appeal to Disney wasn't so much the Power Rangers and other programming owned by the channel as it was the channel's wide distribution and the opportunity to repurpose programming that had already aired or been produced for the ABC network. Just as the SoapNet channel had allowed ABC to rerun its daytime soap operas, Fox Family could be used to amortize the high cost of network programming by providing another broadcast outlet, another source of revenue. The channel could rerun established ABC programs. It could also be a development laboratory, airing new programming that, if successful, could then move to ABC. When strategic planning ran the numbers, they found it easy to project 20% annual growth rates, even before taking into account Disney's vastly superior marketing and economies of scale. Indeed, the strategy seemed so foolproof that no one at ABC itself was consulted about the possible acquisition, even though strategically it would be vitally important to ABC. Eisner did mention the possible deal to Gold, who was a close friend of Saban. "Can I be helpful?" Gold volunteered. "I know Saban very well. I can get you there." Eisner said he'd appreciate that. "Just give me the numbers," Gold suggested. "I can be a messenger." Eisner said he'd get back to him. A few days later, Eisner called. "He wants $5.5 billion, he said of Saban. "I can't get there. I can go to $5 billion, but not 5.5. "Should I see if that gets a response?" Gold asked. "Yeah, why don't you?" Late the following night, Gold met Saban at his house in Beverly Hills. "We can go north of 5, but not 5.5, he said. Saban was non-committal, but the next day when he spoke to colleagues, he could barely contain his glee. The next morning, Gold briefed Eisner. "Talk to Iger and Murphy," Eisner urged. When Gold reached Iger, Iger said there would have to be a caveat to any offer. Fox Family had bought the rights to most Major League Baseball games, a liability that was estimated to cost $700 million over the remaining life of the contract. Bornstein and others at ESPN thought the deal was grossly overpriced, considering that most games aired in the afternoon when the potential audience for baseball was small. The deal had proved a huge financial drain for Fox. Iger told Gold that Saban should understand that Disney's offer for something over $5 billion contained the proviso that Disney would not assume the Major League Baseball contract. If so, it would have to cut the price by $1 billion. So Gold called Saban. "Just so there's no misunderstanding, If we have to eat the baseball deal, we're $1 billion lower." Saban was silent. Then he said, "Oh, Stanley, you're going to love baseball." "Chaim, it's not whether I love baseball or not," Gold said. "You should call Michael," Gold added. Several weeks went by and Gold heard nothing further. Then he got a call in mid-July from Peter Murphy, who was with Eisner at Herb Allen's annual Sun Valley conference. "Michael met with Chaim and Murdoch and were about to do a deal," Murphy explained. "How much?" Gold asked. $5.3 billion. "That's without baseball?" Gold asked. Murphy said nothing. "Peter, is it with or without baseball?" There was silence again. Finally Murphy said, "With baseball." "What the hell is going on?" Gold exclaimed. "You know Michael," Murphy said. That Sunday, Steve Bornstein learned that Disney was buying Fox Family, the first that anyone at ABC had heard of the deal. Murphy insisted that Bornstein had been consulted, but Bornstein said he learned of the deal only after the Sun Valley conference. Murphy also denied saying, "You know Michael," or anything else about Eisner in his conversation with Gold. On Monday, July 23rd, Bornstein briefed key ABC executives, including Mark Pedowitz, the lawyer in charge of business affairs for the network. "What are we going to do with it?" Pedowitz asked. "They want to repurpose ABC shows," Bornstein explained, meaning Disney would rebroadcast shows that had already aired on ABC. "Didn't anyone realize we don't have the rights to do that?" Pedowitz asked. Evidently the first time anyone had asked him about the legal feasibility of rerunning programs produced by others who retained the syndication and rebroadcast rights. Bornstein just looked at him and shrugged. At Fox Family's Westwood, Los Angeles offices, Saban met with staff members to announce the deal. He was exulting over the $5 billion plus price tag, especially since there were no other bidders. Eisner had brought up the baseball rights but had quickly given in when Saban had bluffed and told him he had to take it or leave it. Saban told them the deal had been concluded in less than an hour's meeting with Eisner. After reaching a handshake deal in Sun Valley, Eisner and Iger flew to Aspen, where Eisner was hosting a retreat for about 30 top executives. They had already assembled when Eisner and Iger, accompanied by Peter Murphy, arrived, looking, as one executive there put it, like cats who had just swallowed canaries. Many at the meeting were astounded that Disney was spending over $5 billion to acquire a cable network and its programming, and that Steve Bornstein and others at ABC had not been consulted. Others argued that Disney should be investing in distribution systems, either cable systems or satellite. Comcast, where Steve Burke was now a top executive, had just made a hostile bid for AT&T's cable systems, the country's largest. Bornstein tried to revive the idea of buying DirecTV, which made far more sense to him than paying $5 billion for the Family Channel. "Why don't we make a bid with Microsoft?" he asked. Eisner was dismissive, arguing that Disney knew nothing about running a satellite or cable distribution system, but could easily program a cable channel. In any event, Disney wouldn't be able to absorb another big acquisition now that it was buying Fox Family. The Fox Family announcement coincided with the retreat, but the main purpose of the gathering was to enhance synergy among the top executives and foster a closer sense of teamwork. To this end, the group had been going on hikes and bike rides, and Disney had hired a consultant who had been conducting in-depth interviews with the executives and would be presenting his conclusions at the retreat. The interviews had been revealing in ways neither the Disney executives nor the consultant had expected. The consultant asked questions about whether Disney executives liked and trusted their colleagues and worked well together. Some were less than candid because they didn't trust the consultant, who they suspected would be reporting everything to Eisner. Others revealed as little as possible, sitting through the interviews with barely disguised impatience. And some were honest. No one trusted anyone else, least of all Eisner himself. The experience had left the consultant exasperated. As the Disney executives sat in a circle, he said, "The results of my research indicate that you guys are not a good team. You're not a team at all. You're not even a group." "Wait a minute," Bornstein interjected. "How could we not be a group? 3 people in a room are a group." "You guys are so bad you're not even a group," the consultant insisted. Eisner disputed that. "How can you say that? You haven't been to my Monday lunches." The session quickly devolved into arguments about the ways in which Disney management did or did not function as a team, which pretty much proved the consultant's point. Later, Eisner dismissed the whole experiment as a waste of time. Away from Eisner, several of the participants later conceded the issue. "What Michael likes is to put 6 pit bulls together and see which 5 die," one said. By late summer, Stanley Gold and Roy were growing increasingly concerned about Disney's overall financial performance. All key financial measures at the company, including return on equity, return on assets, and return on invested capital, had been steadily declining since 1995, each of these measures by more than 50%. The notion of Disney as a growth company was becoming increasingly hard to defend. Despite annual 5-year strategic plans that confidently predicted a return to 20% annual earnings growth, Disney's earnings for fiscal year 2002 were likely to be no better than they'd been in 1994 or 1995. ABC's performance was especially worrisome. The ratings of Millionaire collapsed, and with it went the lead-ins to ABC's other programs. It was especially galling that 2 of the biggest hits on television, Survivor and CSI, had once been in ABC's grasp and had vaulted CBS past ABC in the network rankings. So it had rankled Gold that as chairman of the Executive Compensation Committee, he was asked to have his committee approve a new $9 million 3-year contract for Stu Bloomberg. As far as Gold was concerned, Bloomberg was responsible for ABC's faltering primetime schedule. This was very much on Gold's mind when he arrived for the board dinner the night before the meeting in August 2001, held under a tent canopy in the garden behind Eisner's Bel Air home. Gold expressed his feelings to several directors. Roy was at his castle in Ireland. "Did you see the board package?" Gold asked them. "Did you see this Bloomberg contract? It's a piece of shit. It's outrageous." And he used the occasion to question more broadly Disney's performance. After dinner, some of the directors and the Eisners moved into the living room for drinks and coffee. As the directors said goodbye to Jane and shook Eisner's hand at the front door, Eisner pulled Gold aside. His face reddened in anger. "What the hell are you doing?" Eisner demanded. "What do you mean?" Gold asked. "You're talking to everybody. You're causing trouble. Everybody tells me you're upset." "I'm just talking to the other directors," Gold retorted, "and I am upset." "Your behavior is outrageous," Eisner said. Gold protested that he felt it was his obligation to speak up and that it was overdue. For too long the board had passively accepted whatever Eisner told it and rubber-stamped his decisions. This seemed to infuriate Eisner. "Are you saying you're losing confidence in me?" Eisner heatedly asked. "Are the 2 of you? Because if you are, then I'll resign. Is that what you want?" "No, but I'm getting close," Gold replied. Later that night, Eisner sent an angry email to Roy saying that Gold had been trying to undermine him and stir up trouble on the board. He also emailed Gold, telling him that the Bloomberg contract, as well as a generous deal for Lloyd Braun, was Iger's doing. Roy phoned Gold from Ireland to ask, "What's this all about?" Roy read him Eisner's email attacking him. Gold related the night's exchanges and said Eisner had asked if he and Roy were losing confidence in him. He reminded Roy that Eisner had promised years earlier at their victory dinner that he would resign if he ever lost their support. Had the time come to take him up on that? Gold, angry, was beginning to think so, but Roy was reluctant to do anything so drastic. He counseled patience. The next morning, both Eisner and Iger came to the committee meeting, which, in addition to Gold, was attended by committee members Andrea Van de Kamp, Sidney Poitier, Murphy, and Ray Watson. Gold began by saying he was against approving the contracts. "They make no sense, and it's not fair to shareholders," he said. "They have the worst record in the business." Iger mounted a stout defense of Bloomberg and Braun, though failing to mention just who had been responsible for programming Millionaire 4 nights a week and for slashing the development budget, which meant ABC had practically nothing in the pipeline. He concluded by saying that the upcoming season is great and would prove the worth of the contracts. Andrea Van de Kamp looked at Gold and rolled her eyes. Eisner immediately jumped to his feet, furious. "What are you looking at Stanley for?" he demanded of the startled Van de Kamp. Gold intervened. "Michael, these numbers make no sense. Anyone can see that." Eisner sat back down. Despite Gold's concerns, there was little likelihood that other board members would defy Eisner. Rather than antagonize Eisner and waste his vote as a protest, Gold decided he'd go along with the rest of the committee. The committee voted unanimously to approve the contracts. Still, Gold felt he'd made his views clear. On Tuesday morning, September 11th, 2001, Bob Iger's personal trainer arrived at his Brentwood home as usual at 4:30 for his morning workout, finishing at 5:45. Iger was walking to the shower when ABC News president David Weston called from New York. "Do you have your TV set on?" he asked. "You won't believe this, but a plane just hit the World Trade Center." Iger had a TV in his shower and turned it on to see smoke and flames billowing from Tower 1. "Oh my God." "It doesn't look like an accident," Weston said. "I'd better get into the office," Iger said. "Call me when you know." 15 minutes later, the second plane hit. Iger called Eisner from his car, waking him up. "Turn on the TV," Iger urged. "I'm rushing to the office to set up a command post. I'll call you as soon as I get there." By the time he arrived, a third plane had hit the Pentagon, and a fourth was reportedly en route toward Washington. Iger called Eisner again, and they discussed the obvious. If the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and possibly the White House or Capitol were targets of terrorist attacks, would Walt Disney World be next? 14. After he spoke to Eisner, Iger got theme parks chairman Paul Pressler and the head of security on the phone. Disneyland Paris was nearing the end of its day. Walt Disney World had opened at 9 a.m., and Disneyland and the new California Adventure Park hadn't yet opened. "This is horrific," Iger said. "We have to protect the people in our parks." The parks had contingency plans for a wide range of potential calamities, from hurricanes and earthquakes to crazed gunmen. Though invisible to guests, surveillance cameras were strategically placed throughout the parks, leaving little chance that an incident wouldn't be instantly detected. There had been some accidents over the years, even a few deaths, but no catastrophes. Still, no one had contemplated the prospect of a passenger jet being deliberately crashed into one of the resorts. Pressler and Iger made the decision to stage an orderly closing of Walt Disney World and not to open Disneyland or California Adventure. Eisner agreed. Rumors swirled throughout the day that Disney was a target, including its 2 cruise ships, which were in the Caribbean. Later, Iger spoke directly with Attorney General John Ashcroft, who assured him that the government had no evidence that any Disney properties were a terrorist target. Still, who could know for sure? The decision to close the American theme parks left thousands stranded in Disney hotels, and Disney waived hotel charges for guests. In part to give them something to do, all the parks opened at their usual times the next day. But already cancellations were pouring in. It dawned on Iger that the attacks of September 11th would have a serious impact on Disney's financial prospects. Iger was also on the phone a dozen times that day to David Weston at ABC News, both to learn more about what was happening and to discuss ABC's ongoing coverage. It thrust Disney into the uncomfortable but not unprecedented position of both managing the news as the parent of NBC and being the subject of news as a company that was a possible terrorist target. Generally speaking, ABC News tried to cover Disney as it would any other company, although this line between church and state had always made Eisner uneasy. It was understood that investigative pieces aimed at any of Disney's businesses were off limits. September 11th brought new strains to this coexistence. With anxiety about another terrorist attack at its peak, Weston told Iger that NBC reporter Brian Williams had a story that Spanish prosecutors had obtained what they characterized as surveillance videos of the World Trade Center, the Golden Gate Bridge, Sears Tower, Disneyland, and Universal Studios. Iger was stunned, first because he'd been assured by Ashcroft and other government officials that they had no evidence that Disney was a target, and second by the prospect that ABC News was about to label Disneyland a target, which was the worst possible publicity given that people were already afraid to travel. Suddenly Iger was thrust into the awkward role of news editor. He pressed Weston on whether Williams had actually seen the tapes. All Williams had was the World Trade Center footage, and Iger argued that it was reckless to label Disney as a target when the government continued to insist there was no credible evidence that it was. But given the statements from Spanish prosecutors, Williams stood by his story. "Just treat us fairly," Iger pleaded. After delaying for 2 hours, ABC ran the footage of the World Trade Center and identified Disneyland as an al-Qaeda objective. When Iger again confronted Ashcroft in the wake of the ABC broadcast, the FBI agreed to show the footage to Iger and other Disney executives. There were indeed scenes of Disneyland and various attractions including Pirates of the Caribbean and The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. The voiceover was in Arabic, but the comments were innocuous and the scenes looked like standard tourist videos. Iger was annoyed with ABC News since this was hardly what he would call surveillance, nor did it indicate that Disney was an al-Qaeda objective. Still, the damage was done, and further coverage by ABC would only reinforce the impression that Disney might be a target. Despite Stanley Gold's concerns about an acquisition of Fox Family that included the Major League Baseball deal, when the proposed acquisition came before the board for approval, he and Roy both voted for it. In part, this was because they weren't prepared for a full breach with Eisner, and dissenting on such a cornerstone of the CEO's strategy for the company would have been a declaration of war. The pro forma financial statements prepared by Strategic Planning and Finance also impressed Gold. Even with the baseball deal, the financial projections showed 20% annual compounded growth easily within reach. To reach these numbers, Disney planners simply took the Fox Family results and superimposed over them the equivalent results for the most successful cable channels, such as the USA Network. The assumption was that Disney, with its marketing prowess, economies of scale, and programming skills, could bring Fox Family to those levels and beyond. As Eisner stressed to the board, "We know programming." This, of course, had been before September 11th. The terrorist attack, which had suddenly threatened the health of the global economy, may not have been precisely an act of God, but it was an unforeseen material change in circumstances that might have justified Disney's canceling the deal. While the precise economic impact couldn't be immediately foreseen, it was obviously substantial both for Disney itself and the Family Channel, which depended on advertisers and cable operators for its revenue. The stock market, after remaining closed for the duration of the week of September 11th, had reopened on Monday, September 17th, and reflecting a crisis in investor confidence, dropped nearly 700 points, a record in total points, though not as a percentage decline. Disney shares were hard hit, dropping from over $23 on September 10th to $19.25 when the market reopened. They continued their downward spiral the rest of the week, and by Thursday were below $17. The reasons were obvious. With its theme parks heavily dependent on air travel and consumer confidence, Disney faced a potentially serious decline in tourism. A remarkably strong advertising market had buoyed financial results at the increasingly weak ABC network, but the collapse of the tech bubble and now a likely drop in consumer spending clouded the outlook for ad revenue. At Fox Family, programming activities had ground to a halt once the sale was announced. Fox had agreed that any spending over $10 million had to be approved by Disney. Over the summer, as decisions had to be made to acquire programming for the fall and winter, nothing was approved, and so nothing new was ordered. At the very least, Gold thought he could get Saban to cut the price substantially to complete the deal. He asked Eisner if he should again contact Saban to feel him out, but this time Eisner was insistent. "Stay out of this," he warned. "I'll handle it." On the Monday after the attacks, the same day the stock market reopened, Disney went ahead with a $1 billion issue of corporate debt, all of it purchased by its investment bank, Goldman Sachs. It was the first new debt issue since the attack, and Disney said at the time that the proceeds would be used to finance the Fox Family acquisition, though its SEC registration also indicated the possibility of buying back shares. 2 days later, on September 19th, Eisner got a startling call from Sid Bass, long his staunchest ally and closest confidant, about Disney, even though Bass had never held a board seat. Along with the holdings of his brothers Lee, Robert, and Edward, and their father, Perry, the Basses remained Disney's largest shareholders, even though they maintained they had ceased to invest as a group within the meaning of the securities laws and therefore no longer had to disclose their combined holdings. In the early 1990s, the Basses had decided to go their separate ways with their vast fortune, and the Disney stake had been divided among them. By 2001, none individually held more than 5% of Disney's shares outstanding, which would have required a filing with the SEC. Still, their interests remained closely aligned, and Eisner had retained the staunch support of Sid. Both Gold and Roy were well aware, as was Eisner, that the Basses and Eisner together held a controlling stake in the company, as they had ever since the Basses had thrown their support to Eisner in 1984. As long as he had the support of Bass, Eisner could pretty much afford to snub other shareholders, money managers, pension fund advisors, and even directors, since they served at the pleasure of the company's largest shareholders. But now Bass told Eisner that he faced a looming crisis from the continuing collapse of the stock market and the plunge in value of Disney shares. The Basses were facing margin calls on vast holdings in technology shares they had bought using borrowed money and other shares, including Disney, as collateral. The value of their holdings had fallen so low that the margin lenders were demanding that the debt be repaid. Long known as shrewd value investors, in large part from their wildly successful investment in Disney, Sid Bass, like many such investors, had grown impatient with the solid but unspectacular returns attained through value investing in the late 1990s, when the Nasdaq was soaring 80% in a year. In 1999, he had fired his investment manager and plunged heavily into the technology sector, less than a year before it hit its peak in March 2000. Now Bass told Eisner that he, his brother Lee, and their father had no choice but to sell a combined 135 million shares in Disney, representing a 6.7% stake in the company and virtually their entire position. Neither Robert nor Edward was involved in the transaction and, in any event, had already reduced their Disney stake. Such was the urgency of the Basses' plight that they needed the proceeds by the close of business the next day. Eisner was startled but impressed with how calm Bass seemed. The news set off a frenzy of calls to Disney directors and Goldman Sachs. With Disney shares hitting a low that day of $17.50, the Bass stake had a value of $2.2 billion, and there was no telling how much news of the forced liquidation would further depress the price. A stake of 135 million shares was far too large to simply dump on the open market, especially with investor confidence already precarious. When Eisner broke the news to Stanley Gold, Gold was upset. According to Eisner, he was hysterical. With Roy and related entities holding a stake of approximately 30 million shares, the fall in the stock price had already cost Roy millions. This news could lead to a further rout. Gold argued forcefully that Disney itself should buy back the shares, which would demonstrate confidence in the company's future, help put a floor under the stock price, and would also, he argued, be a good investment. Other directors disagreed. So did Tom Murphy and Warren Buffett, whom Eisner consulted. Having just issued $1 billion in debt for the Fox family acquisition, the Disney balance sheet couldn't support another $2 billion in debt, certainly not if it hoped to complete the Fox deal. Some resisted the idea because they weren't sure Disney shares were a good investment, given the changed economic circumstances and, as one put it, the lack of strategic direction. They were also suspicious of Gold's motives. He represented Roy's interests, and Roy had a large financial stake in propping up the stock price. Already irritated with Gold and Roy for their dissent on the board, Eisner fanned the directors' suspicions by alleging that Gold and Roy, like the Basses, were facing their own margin calls, which he claimed Gold had admitted. Eisner knew that Gold and Shamrock had substantial investments in Israel, and the Israeli market was hard hit after September 11th. Ultimately, Eisner compromised, agreeing that Disney would buy 50 million shares from the Basses at a below-market $15 a share. Gold called that morning. "Did you buy it all?" he asked Eisner. "No, 50 million shares," Eisner said. Before he could explain, Gold slammed down the phone. Eisner was furious. Here he was, worrying about a bomb going off in one of the theme parks, and all Gold seemed to care about was the stock price. Gold acknowledges that his conversations about buying the Basses' stake with Eisner became heated, that he raised his voice and used profanities to make his point, that he hoped to boost Disney's share price, and that Shamrock faced margin calls. But he argues that buying the shares was as much in Disney's interest as Shamrock's. He says Shamrock often used leverage in its investments and that it had no difficulty meeting its margin calls. In contrast to Bass, who had to sell Disney shares to meet the calls, neither Gold nor Roy nor Shamrock sold or divested any Disney shares to meet a margin call. Gold maintains that their Israeli investments have, in the aggregate, been highly successful. He also points out that, had Disney bought the shares at $15, it would have been a good investment. At 10 a.m. on Thursday, Disney announced that it had bought the 50 million shares, and Goldman Sachs had bought the remaining 85 million at $15 a share, well below the market price, enabling the Basses to realize proceeds of about $2 billion. Disney spent $750 million on the buyback, most of the $1 billion it had just raised in the debt offering. Once trading resumed, Disney shares dropped another 16%, then rebounded to close at just under $17 a share. Loyal to the end, a spokesman for the Basses stressed that they have a deep and abiding confidence in Eisner and in the future of Disney. The sale was a huge embarrassment for the Basses, puncturing their carefully cultivated reputation for financial acumen. Sid Bass had proven no more immune to the seduction of the technology bubble than had millions of less sophisticated investors. Such a failure of judgment, of course, raised inevitable questions about his unwavering support for Eisner. For Eisner, the most important relationship in his corporate life was irrevocably changed. Although the Bass spokesman said the sale left the brothers with a cumulative stake in Disney of approximately 4%, or just under 100 million shares, it was no longer anywhere near enough to constitute a controlling stake. Overnight, Sid Bass ceased to be relevant to either Eisner or Disney's future. The years Eisner had spent cultivating his relationship with Sid Bass had yielded an all but unassailable grip on the chief executive position. In 24 hours, it was gone. Disney's acquisition of the Family Channel closed on October 24, 2001, at a price of $5.2 billion, a mere $100 million off the price agreed to the previous July. Gold was incensed, convinced he could have driven a much tougher bargain after September 11th. Now that Disney owned the Family Channel, critical decisions had to be made about what to do with it. Would it be part of the cable network group under Anne Sweeney, which included all the cable channels except the ESPN brands? Or, given that the strategy for the new channel was to repurpose programming from ABC, should it be part of the ABC network division? Though arguments could be made for both alternatives, and Iger wanted it in the cable group, Eisner assigned the Family Channel to Bornstein in his capacity as president of ABC Incorporated. It didn't take Bornstein long to realize that he'd been dealt another losing hand. The plight of the Family Channel was dire. 60% of the so-called carriage agreements, in which cable operators agreed to carry the channel, had expired or were about to. Because of a change in ownership of the channel, some had the option to cancel. Cable operators were paying Family, on average, 17 cents per subscriber to carry the channel. Disney's pro formas for the channel had projected nearly immediate increases to 20 cents, but now operators were threatening to drop the channel entirely. And in return for carrying it, they were asking for discounts on the fees they paid for ESPN and the Disney Channel. The leverage was supposed to work the other way. To keep ESPN and other Disney-owned channels, cable operators were expected to cough up more for Family. Things got so desperate that Disney had to ask televangelist Pat Robertson to lobby some carriers, such as EchoStar Communications, after the satellite broadcaster tried to drop the Family Channel. In a letter to EchoStar, Robertson wrote that he couldn't believe the company would deny its subscribers quality family programs at the same time as it provided 5 channels of pornographic material. There were other problems. The Family Channel's programming assets, 800 Power Ranger episodes and a film library, had been repeated so often that viewer fatigue had set in. Due to cost cuts and spending restraints, there was nothing in the pipeline when Disney took over, and despite its Family name, the channel had no clear identity. It was an awkward amalgam of children's programming, baseball broadcasts, vintage films, and Pat Robertson's 700 Club, all appealing to different audiences. As soon as the deal closed, Iger and Bornstein convened a meeting to plan strategy for the new channel. As they started to explain the repurposing concept, Mark Pedowitz raised his hand. "You can't do that," he said, explaining that ABC didn't have the rights to rerun most of its shows on the Family Channel, a point he'd already made to Bornstein. "And it's not going to be easy to get them. There are profit participants." Even Touchstone executives were wary of the concept. Both Braun and McPherson argued that reruns on ABC Family would undercut the syndication value of the shows it owned, which were the most valuable assets any TV studio owned. Discussions got so heated that the meeting nearly aborted. For the ABC and cable executives, it seemed almost inconceivable that a deal had been concluded without confronting and resolving this most basic of issues. Murphy and his strategic planning staff seemed to think that TV producers would simply relinquish those rights. Of course, had anyone asked ABC about the strategy, these points would have been raised, but no one had. It was an egregious failure of the kind of due diligence routinely conducted before a major acquisition. To the ABC executives, it simply confirmed the arrogance of the strategic planners and Eisner's blindness to potential obstacles once his mind was made up. When they raised the repurposing problems with Eisner, he seemed irritated and said, "You'll just have to find a way to work it out." Eisner said that contrary to the perception of the ABC executives, he, Iger, and Murphy were not surprised and were fully aware of syndication rights, but expected to gain repurposing rights over time. The programming executives at the Fox Family Channel, now rechristened ABC Family, waited for guidance. Several deals had been close to completion before the spending freeze, including some movie packages and more episodes of an original series, State of Grace. But now Bornstein told them that their marching orders were to repurpose ABC shows. Their choices were severely limited since, as Pedowitz had warned, his effort to get the rights to do so with outside producers were stalled. Desperate for programming, Family took leftovers from ESPN, hours of cheerleading and ice skating competitions, such as the Hershey Kisses Challenge. From ABC News, it took anything about missing persons for a series it cobbled together called Vanished, and forged another series out of old 2020 segments about unsolved mysteries. The quality was embarrassing, and little of this made any sense for a so-called family channel. Finally, Eisner insisted that Family recreate the once successful concept of a block of Friday night family-oriented comedies, which ABC had branded as TGIF. The problem was that Family didn't have the broadcast rights to enough family-oriented comedies. Over Touchstone's objections, it had acquired the rights to rerun the ABC shows According to Jim and Alias, but that was it. So it added its old episodes of State of Grace and patched together a block of the three shows and called it TGIF. Tom Cosgrove, a scheduling executive from Fox, pointed out to Bornstein that Alias and State of Grace weren't even comedies. "This doesn't make any sense," he said. Bornstein looked annoyed. "I don't care, just put them on," he ordered. He was under orders from Eisner and Iger to make this work. 2 weeks after the block started running, Cosgrove tried again. "Look," he told Bornstein, "this isn't working. Ad sales can't sell it. The ratings are terrible. The affiliates are complaining. The producers are saying it's going to hurt syndication. We can't keep this on." Bornstein was angry, because he knew Cosgrove was right. "Fuck syndication," he said. "Tell ad sales to do it right and sell the damn shows." But a week later, he conceded defeat. "Take it off the air," he told Cosgrove. It was obvious that Bornstein was under stress and unhappy in his position. At meetings with family executives where the news was invariably bad, he would pull out a mesh bag and down several pills. He was suffering from migraine headaches. Staff members started placing bets on how long a meeting would run before Bornstein pulled the bag out. Despite Iger's insistence to Gold and other directors that the 2001-2002 ABC season would justify the lucrative new contract for Stu Blumberg, ratings at the flagship ABC network nosedived. It had fallen to fourth place in the key 18 to 49-year-old demographic and lost 22% of its household audience in a year, a startling decline. The shows that emerged from the truncated development period of the Millionaire era were especially weak. Bob Patterson, starring Seinfeld veteran Jason Alexander, was canceled before the end of the season, as were What About Joan, Thieves, and Philly. San Francisco Chronicle TV columnist Tim Goodman saluted Bloomberg and Braun as the worst executives of the year, or more. The fate of Millionaire was painful. Having failed to stem the public mania for Survivor, ABC aimed its former ratings juggernaut at another embarrassing reminder of its own misjudgment by placing Millionaire in the same 9 p.m. Thursday time slot as CSI. CSI crushed the fading Millionaire, which barely finished third in the time slot. At the end of the sweeps period in November 2001, Millionaire was cut to 1 episode a week. Braun talked openly about canceling it altogether and blamed the faltering show for the network's alarming ratings slide, which angered host Regis Philbin. He accused ABC of using Millionaire as cannon fodder against a hit like CSI and told the New York Times, "If Millionaire is the reason why ABC is no longer #1 in viewers, I'll eat my hat." The network's performance was so bad that someone at Disney had to be held accountable. But who? Clearly not Eisner. In an interview with Fortune magazine, he repeated the boast that had so annoyed Bornstein. "I would love every morning to go over and spend 2 hours at ABC. Even though my children tell me that I'm in the wrong generation and I don't get it anymore, I am totally convinced that I could sit with our guys and make ABC #1 in 2 years. Bornstein had only been in his job for 6 months, so he could hardly be blamed. That left Braun and Bloomberg. Though Braun had been most visibly on the firing line, bearing the brunt of the press criticism for the Millionaire fiasco, it was hard to fault him. While he too had championed his share of failures, he had backed both Survivor and CSI. Susan Lin, the ABC executive hired by Joe Roth to work at the studio, now running ABC's Movies of the Week and miniseries, had argued that ABC had made a fundamental mistake by trying to turn its back on the middle American, family-oriented comedies that were ABC's historic strength and consistent with the Disney brand. Braun had embraced the strategy, and in November he made a presentation to the board, describing the new direction and attributing the network's failure to the disastrous, Tarsus-inspired decision to imitate NBC with programs aimed at young, affluent urban singles. That left Bloomberg. Although Bloomberg was a close ally of Iger and Braun was not, Eisner now derided his taste in programming as morose and dark, apparently on the basis of Bloomberg's support for Once and Again, a ratings failure but critical success, and the earlier Nothing Sacred, about a controversial priest. The day after Christmas, Lynn was on vacation in Florida when she got a call from Bornstein. Earlier, he'd mentioned that he thought she and Angela Shapiro, head of ABC Daytime, were talented executives who could handle more responsibility. Lynn had helped create for ABC fragile hits, such as My Wife and Kids and According to Jim. "Stu is going to be replaced," he told her. "Do you want the job?" Lynn had always liked Bloomberg, but if he was out, the opportunity to succeed him was an exciting challenge. After she said she was interested, Iger called to discuss her deal, apologizing for the modest salary increase, which was nowhere near what Bloomberg had earned. "I can understand that you'd think it was unfair," Iger conceded, "but after getting the board to approve Bloomberg's contract, I can't go back to the board and ask for more," he said. 48 hours later, Lynn was on a plane to Los Angeles to take up her new duties. That same day, Braun heard the rumor that Bloomberg was about to be fired and would be replaced by Lynn. Braun liked Lynn and enjoyed working with her. Still, it was startling and disappointing that he had never been consulted on the choice, or even informed of it ahead of time, despite being co-chairman of ABC Entertainment. Bornstein hadn't consulted him out of deference to Braun's friendship with Bloomberg. On Monday, January 7th, 2002, Bloomberg was summoned to a meeting with Eisner. According to his later accounts of the meeting, Eisner thanked him for taking the bullet on Millionaire, acknowledging implicitly that he knew it hadn't been Bloomberg's decision to air it 4 times a week. He was also granted an extraordinary exit package. His $9 million contract would remain in effect and would simply be transformed into a production deal. As he returned to his office in the ABC building, Bloomberg passed marketing head Alan Cohen. Cohen had just gotten a new job at Fox. "I'm leaving," Cohen told him. "I'm fired," Bloomberg replied. That same day, Disney announced that Bloomberg was stepping down and would be replaced by Susan Lin as president of ABC Entertainment, reporting to Braun, who was now sole chairman. Iger pledged his full support and leadership to Lin, who responded that she was confident Iger wouldn't micromanage me. "He has no interest in reading scripts or hearing pitches or any of the day-to-day stuff. He just wants to know that there is a strategy and a focus to the work we're doing." She didn't sign the contract offered her, but its provisions went into effect anyway as her lawyer tried to wring some concessions from Disney. That Bloomberg was fired months after signing his lucrative new contract wasn't lost on Stanley Gold. At the January board meeting, he confronted Eisner in the corridor. "What the hell is going on?" he asked, demanding an explanation for the continuation of Bloomberg's contract, which he'd criticized in the first place. "Don't get upset, Stanley," Eisner said. "We would have had to pay him that much in severance anyway." "Don't bullshit me," Gold responded. "Don't insult my intelligence by telling me we would have had to pay somebody that kind of severance." Although Disney's weak results for the fiscal year ending in September and the ensuing months could in part be blamed on September 11th, Eisner couldn't ignore the plight of ABC in his annual letter to shareholders, which was released a few days before Bloomberg's firing. "Our broadcasting business also faces challenges that were partly caused by the overall economic environment," Eisner wrote. "Because of the softness in the economy, advertising rates were down for all of the broadcast networks. ABC was the #1 rated network in prime time during a very healthy overall ad market in 2000. But this year it has suffered the 1-2 punch of a down economy and a drop in ratings. This is why we are heavily focused on developing new shows that will help propel ABC back to the top. Of course, there is no formula for creating great content, but it is what we must do to reap the considerable rewards of owning a broadcast network. Both Bob Iger and I grew up professionally at ABC. This is a business we understand, and one of our top priorities is to develop the kind of programming that will underpin resurgent long-range success. Prime time does present a problem, and we are determined to solve it. So here's a little primer on the network television business. You can move from the #3 or #4 network to the #1 network in 2 years by having one new hit, say, every 6 months. When I was at ABC in the 70s, we went from last to first. NBC in the 80s had the same kind of success and pushed ABC out of the leadership role. Under Bob Iger in the 90s, ABC recaptured the lead. Now we have to do it again. In other words, there was nothing wrong at ABC that a few hits wouldn't cure. Not to mention the success of cable. Despite the ongoing turmoil at the Family Channel, Eisner hailed the channel's remarkably seamless integration with Disney. "I anticipate a remarkably swift integration into the company, followed by rapid growth and increases in profitability." Despite this optimism, other divisions of the company were hardly firing on all cylinders. At the theme parks, Disney's California Adventure had opened to weak attendance and tepid reviews. The second gate at troubled Disneyland Paris, promised in the previous year's letter, was still under construction. The once thriving Disney stores had not turned around, despite a redesign. Still grappling with a dearth of new products, results were weak, and Eisner announced the closing of 51 stores. And despite the optimistic forecasts for ABC Family, in the quarter ending December 31st, 2001, Disney recorded a loss of $362 million for the channel after writing down some of the programming assets acquired in the deal, conceding that the programming rights weren't worth what the company had paid. Family's revenues also dropped an alarming 27%. On February 28, 2002, Eisner made a rare visit to Capitol Hill to testify before the Senate Commerce Committee, which was holding hearings on how content could be protected from digital piracy, a subject of obvious importance to Disney. It was also a matter of personal interest for Eisner, who had been in New York the previous weekend and was infuriated to discover that videos of a Disney movie opening that Friday were already being sold on the street. Digital copying over the internet was an even more serious threat to Disney's burgeoning DVD business. Eisner's prepared remarks were carefully crafted to draw attention to the problem without stepping on the toes of Disney's many partners in the technology sector. But in the ensuing panel discussion, which included News Corporation's Peter Chernin and an executive from Intel representing Silicon Valley, Eisner was far more pointed in his criticism. It is very hard to negotiate with an industry whose growth, they think, is dependent on pirated content. In response to questions from Senator Ben Nelson of Nebraska, Eisner identified one such company. As a matter of fact, there are companies, computer companies, that their ads, full-page ads, billboards up and down San Francisco and L.A. that say, what do they say? Rip, mix, burn, to get kids to buy the computer. They are selling the computer with the encouragement of the advertising that they can rip, mix, and burn. In other words, they can create a theft and distribute it to all their friends if they buy this particular computer. This, of course, was an explicit reference to rip, mix, and burn television ads for the Apple iPod, showing how easy it is to burn CDs with Apple's iTunes program. Steve Jobs, Disney's partner in his role as chairman of Pixar, was also Apple's chairman. Thomas Schumacher, head of Disney's feature animation, was at his office in Burbank when he got a call from Steve Jobs. "Do you know what Michael just did to me?" he practically shouted. "No," Schumacher said. He'd heard nothing about Eisner's testimony. Jobs was irate, saying that Eisner had attacked Apple in congressional testimony. Schumacher tried to calm him down. "I can't believe this," he said. "It's a shock." Then John Lasseter called from Pixar headquarters. He was even angrier, saying Eisner had betrayed Jobs. Schumacher immediately called Eisner, saying that Jobs and Lasseter were livid about his testimony. "I don't know what they're talking about," Eisner exclaimed. "I didn't say anything." Schumacher called Lasseter. "John, Michael says he didn't say anything. There's been some misunderstanding." Lasseter seemed slightly mollified. "Well, I'll double-check," he said. Minutes later, he was back on the phone to Schumacher. This time, he was screaming. "I'm holding the transcript. Let me read it to you. They are selling the computer with the encouragement of the advertising that they can rip, mix, and burn. In other words, they can create a theft and distribute it to all their friends. He's saying Steve wants to steal his content." Confronted with the transcript, there wasn't much Schumacher could say. Although Eisner continued to boast that he could personally turn ABC around, he shrewdly distanced himself from what was an increasingly troubled asset. In February, Iger assumed more visible responsibility for ABC, announcing, "Michael and I have decided that ABC is our #1 priority, and we decided that my time may best be spent focusing on ABC." Iger elaborated in remarks to the Los Angeles Times, suggesting that he had not been involved enough in decision-making at the network. "I spent 2 full years managing the merger process. I got less and less involved instead of wanting to become more involved. I didn't have the time or the ability to focus during those years because I was given so much more to do." Just what this meant quickly became apparent to Steve Bornstein, who'd accepted his position with the explicit promise from Eisner that he would be running the network. After he negotiated a deal to bring comedian Jon Stewart to the network for a late-night replacement for the faltering Politically Incorrect with Bill Maher, Iger backed Lloyd Braun's preference for Jimmy Kimmel, the host from The Man Show. Kimmel was hired. Iger also stepped into negotiations to bring David Letterman and his late-night talk show to ABC, an idea Braun had proposed after learning that Letterman was disgruntled with CBS president Les Moonves. Letterman hadn't yet been able to renew his contract at CBS, which was expiring in 6 months, and under his contract, Letterman was free to negotiate other offers. When Braun first mentioned the possibility to Eisner and Iger, both had dismissed the possibility. But when Braun raised it again several weeks later, Eisner seemed intrigued. A move by Letterman to ABC would mean displacing ABC's acclaimed late-night news program, Nightline, hosted by Ted Koppel. The news division had some hugely profitable interviews, such as Barbara Walters' exclusive 1996 interview with Monica Lewinsky, and the news division as a whole was reliably profitable. But it often balked at the idea of promoting other Disney ventures, persisted in making unflattering references to Disney, an investigative piece on sweatshops that mentioned Disney products especially infuriated Eisner, and in general was sanctimonious in Eisner's view. Its ability to appeal directly to the public by invoking its mission of public service journalism, a higher, nobler purpose than making money, also meant that it was difficult, if not impossible, for Eisner to control the New York-based news division from Burbank. Braun argued that for an investment of roughly $100 million over 3 to 5 years, ABC would gain a profitable franchise. Letterman earned more than $50 million a year in ad revenue for CBS. The Tonight Show with Jay Leno was making about $150 million, compared to Nightline's profits of barely $10 million. Acquiring Letterman would give ABC's entertainment division a huge boost and provide a strong lead-in to the next morning's Good Morning America. Although Nightline was drawing a respectable 4 million viewers, that was far fewer than either Letterman or Jay Leno, and it attracted a much older audience. While the prospect seemed a long shot, one of Braun's strengths was closing talent deals. Eisner said to go ahead, but Braun was immediately worried about the Koppel factor. He stressed that they had to tell Koppel and try to get him involved in planning a new approach for Nightline. But Iger rejected the notion, arguing that confiding in anyone from the news division was inviting leaks. Still, Braun felt so strongly that he followed up with an email reiterating the need to reassure Ted Koppel to the effect that, "We are not going to succeed if Ted comes out against this. Let's work out with Ted how Nightline moves." He received no reply. Iger said that it was Braun, not him, who wanted the negotiations cloaked in secrecy, but several people at Disney saw Braun's email. Iger may well have been correct that briefing Koppel on the negotiations risked a leak, but he evidently failed to consider that the negotiations were likely to leak anyway, whether or not Koppel was told in advance, especially if others at CBS learned that Letterman was talking to ABC. On March 1st, ABC's pursuit of Letterman was front-page news in the New York Times, which reported that ABC had made a strong bid in a move that would displace Ted Koppel and Nightline. That same morning, ABC News president David Weston summoned his irate executives, anchors, and journalists to say that neither he nor Koppel knew anything about the talks. He denounced the possible move of Nightline as a tremendous blow with ramifications for the entire news division. A furious Koppel, who learned of the deal when reporters called for comment, huddled with top producers to plot strategy. It didn't help that the only expression of support from Disney came not from Eisner or Iger, but in a response from Alex Wallau, the president of the ABC network. Wallau said only that Koppel was one of the most respected journalists in America, and "We are hopeful that Nightline and Ted will continue to make significant contributions to ABC in the years ahead." Letterman issued a far stronger statement of support for Koppel than Disney did, saying he wouldn't join ABC if it meant displacing Koppel. Moreover, Letterman stated that he had cause to wonder how Eisner and Iger would treat him if this was how they treated Koppel, one of their most respected on-air talents. A full week after the story broke, Iger apologized to Koppel. "The way the story unfolded, we could have been more respectful to the people involved, and for that I have apologized," he told the Times. Iger also told me that no one would have criticized the strategy had Letterman agreed to come to ABC. But the negotiations continued, with ABC offering Letterman $31.5 million in annual salary and an array of other guarantees. Iger and Braun flew to New York on March 11th to make the final pitch. With considerable drama, Letterman announced on his show of March 12th that he would stay at CBS and that he hoped Koppel and Nightline would remain on ABC for as long as that guy would like to have that job. Although ABC was also handicapped in its courtship by its faltering primetime ratings, just as CBS's were surging, in the end, Braun was right that the deal was doomed without Koppel's endorsement. Once Letterman made his decision to stay at CBS, Koppel broke his silence and issued a scathing indictment of Disney management. "We hope the corporate leadership of Disney understands that it would not be reasonable to expect all of us at Nightline to continue our work in a climate of ongoing uncertainty. There must be a great many talented comedians who would welcome the opportunity to take over the Nightline time slot. Our hope is that Disney will send a clear and unmistakable signal to them, to us, to the advertising community, and to all of our loyal viewers interested in the robust future of network television news that Nightline can count on serious corporate backing." Disney remained silent. Koppel had won round one. But even though he'd bought some time, he had hardly endeared himself to either Eisner or Iger. The prospect of serious corporate backing was remote. Even as Disney professed support for Koppel and Nightline, Iger was negotiating a more radical approach to the news division, spinning it off into a new company that would merge ABC News with CNN. At least initially, the new company would be 70% owned by CNN and 30% by Disney. A reminder of the synergies that might have been realized had Disney and Time Warner merged, it offered economies of scale and an estimated $200 million in annual cost savings, while ridding Eisner of an increasingly unwanted stepchild from the ABC acquisition. While Iger and Jamie Kellner, chief executive of Turner Broadcasting, worked out the financial details, ABC News president David Weston met with Walter Isaacson, his counterpart at CNN, to focus on the logistics of merging two global news organizations with high-profile correspondents and anchors. They knew the publicity would dwarf the Letterman negotiations. But by midsummer, they'd pretty much worked everything out, even the locations of foreign bureaus. So far, nothing had leaked. All they needed was board approval. ABC did have a solid success that spring with its latest entry into the reality genre, The Bachelor, developed by ABC's Andrea Wong and outside producer Michael Fleiss. Ratings of the 6 one-hour episodes built steadily as a 31-year-old single Harvard graduate, Alex Michael, winnowed a file of 25 potential brides to just one, Amanda Marsh, and then proposed marriage on national television. Though the premise arguably pushed the boundaries of the ABC-Disney brand and drew a few protests from feminists, its final episode drew 18.2 million viewers, nearly beating CSI on CBS. Susan Lin announced that the runner-up, Trista Wren, would launch a companion series, The Bachelorette. At Disneyland Paris, the much-delayed Second Gate, a Walt Disney Studios theme park, opened on March 16th. Completed at a cost of $533 million, the park was a budget version of the larger Disney MGM studios, including the Aerosmith Rock and Roller Coaster, but not the much costlier Tower of Terror. The idea, as with all the new theme parks at existing Disney locations, was to induce visitors to stay longer, a critical need at Disneyland Paris, where hotel occupancy rates remained low. Still, the new park saddled the already troubled enterprise with even more debt payments at a time when the existing debt wasn't being serviced by attendance at the original park. Eisner attended the opening and invited the entire board to a pre-opening dinner on Friday night and to Saturday's opening ceremonies. Instead of the board dinner at Disneyland Paris on Friday, Andrea Van de Kamp, Stanley Gold, and Gold's wife, Eileen, chose to dine at a bistro in Paris. The next day, the few board members toured the new park with Eisner and afterward gathered for cocktails and a buffet at one of the new restaurants. Van de Kamp found herself chatting with Bob Iger and mentioned that she had some concerns. "I'm not sure there's enough here," she said. "There's not enough substance to keep people for a full day. People are already leaving and the park has only been open a few hours." Others came up and the conversation shifted as they mingled with other guests at the reception. Minutes later, Eisner spotted Van de Kamp and strode toward her. "I understand you've been griping," he said, his tone cold. Van de Kamp was startled. First, that Iger had already reported something she felt she'd told him in confidence, and second, that Eisner seemed so angry. "I was just expressing some concerns and observations," she replied. "We're here to look. We invested a lot of money in this. As a director, I think it's appropriate to share my concerns." But when she reported the exchange to Gold and his wife, she wondered why she was being so defensive. Eisner was the one behaving inappropriately in her view. Later, Eisner complained to Gold that he and Van de Kamp had skipped the Friday dinner. "Most of the board didn't come at all," Gold countered. Eisner liked to boast that Disneyland Paris was the most popular tourist attraction in Europe, with 12 million visitors a year, more than the Eiffel Tower. Disney's goal for the Disney Studios attraction was to increase that by 50%, to 18 million a year. But by the end of the year, that looked hopelessly optimistic. After returning from Paris, Gold had lunch with fellow board member Tom Murphy in New York at Café des Artistes, near ABC's former headquarters. In Gold's view, ABC was floundering. The Bloomberg contract had been a fiasco, and the family acquisition was a disaster. Roy was reporting that morale at feature animation and at the theme parks, the parts of the company he cared most about, was slumping. Gold had told Eisner he was close to asking for his resignation. Now he was even closer, and had decided to sound out other board members. "Michael doesn't know what he's doing," he said. "I think it may be time for a change." To Gold's surprise, Murphy said, "Let me shake your hand. I'm proud of you for speaking your mind. Finally, someone is willing to speak the truth." Murphy, who had been close to Warren Buffett since Buffett acquired his large stake in Cap Cities, added that Buffett had told him that he wouldn't consider investing again in Disney as long as Eisner was chief executive. Murphy suggested that Gold speak next to Ray Watson. When he returned to California, Gold called Watson, now the longest-serving member of the board. They met for lunch at Sai Sai, a Japanese restaurant in the Biltmore Hotel in downtown Los Angeles, far from Burbank and Hollywood, as they did every year for a private discussion. "Things are bad," Gold said. "I believe Michael has lost his way." Like Murphy, Watson readily agreed that it might be time for a change. "Management is in chaos," he said, adding that Eisner had no sensible plan for solving the problem or finding a successor. It came as a surprise to Gold when, less than a week later, he got a call from Eisner. "I know you're talking to people," Eisner said icily. Gold realized his confidence had been betrayed. He assumed Watson had told Eisner, since Gold had heard nothing after his lunch with Murphy. Still, he couldn't be sure. With Iger making the decisions for the ABC network that spring, Steve Bornstein had little choice but to focus on the troubled Family Channel. With the repurposing strategy in turmoil and the plight of the Family Channel worsening by the day, he turned to Angela Shapiro, a veteran of ABC Daytime, whom he considered one of the company's most talented creative executives. She was attractive and vivacious and popular with her staff. "Why me?" Shapiro asked. "I know nothing about it. I don't even watch cable." She was also candid. Earlier she'd warned that, "I'm not a corporate politics person. If you ask me what I think, I'm going to tell you." Bornstein insisted that he needed someone creative to take charge. Shapiro sat in on a Family Channel meeting where she quickly realized the strategy was a shambles. "What's the brand identity?" she asked. No one knew. "Who's the target audience?" No answer. Iger, too, tried to persuade Shapiro. She liked Iger. Like many people, she'd been smitten with his candor, sensitivity, and creative instincts when she first came to ABC. They discussed ABC Daytime and found they agreed on nearly everything. Shapiro warmed to the idea of working with Iger on the Family Channel. Still, she had one major reservation. She was not going to report to cable division head Ann Sweeney. Shapiro and Sweeney had clashed repeatedly after SoapNet was launched. As a cable channel, it reported to Sweeney's cable group, but it also had to work closely with ABC Daytime, run by Shapiro. Sweeney, the ambitious and polished administrator, and Shapiro, the more freewheeling creative executive, were polar opposites. Sweeney seemed to reject everything Shapiro and her staff suggested. As long as she didn't have to repeat the experience with Sweeney, Shapiro was willing at least to consider taking the job. "Who will I report to?" Shapiro asked Iger. "I can work with anyone except Anne Sweeney." Iger promised her she wouldn't report to Sweeney. When Shapiro described the meeting with Iger to Bornstein, she stressed Iger's promise and said she wanted the same assurance from him. But she didn't mind reporting to Bornstein. "If you're the head of both ABC and this channel, then I'm sure we can get the job done," she told him. Bornstein assured her that the channel would stay tied to ABC, even though the repurposing strategy was in doubt. "I guarantee this will never go to cable, and Anne Sweeney will never run it," he pledged. Shapiro had another meeting with Iger, which she later described to her staff. "Michael and I really think you should take the job," Iger told her. "You're perfect." Iger stressed that it would be Shapiro's task to devise a new creative strategy for the channel. She asked specifically if it had to be a family channel, and Iger assured her she could change the channel's name to reflect a new identity. Creatively, the channel was a blank slate. It seemed like an exciting challenge. Linked to the ABC network, the channel could experiment with all sorts of original programming, and if something really took off, it could move to ABC's primetime schedule. When Shapiro accepted the job, she insisted that Iger's promise that she would not report to Anne Sweeney be written into her contract, which guaranteed that she would report to the head of the ABC network division and not to the cable network group. Disney maintains that Shapiro's contract was ambiguous on that issue. In late April 2002, Bornstein was summoned to a meeting in Iger's office. Iger began by talking about how hard it was to be age 52 with a baby at home. Despite their differences, he and Bornstein often bantered about the fact that they had much younger wives. Unlike Iger, Bornstein and his wife didn't have children. The tables were later turned when Bornstein's wife gave birth to twins. Iger said he'd been at the beach that weekend as part of a baby group. The conversation idled to a close, and then Iger turned to the real reason for the meeting. "This isn't working out," Iger said. "No, it isn't," Bornstein readily agreed. Angela Shapiro was at the airport waiting for Bornstein. They were scheduled to embark on a goodwill tour to introduce Shapiro to the media and advertisers. Shapiro had just boarded the corporate jet when she got a call from Xenia Muka, the head of corporate public relations, telling her that Bornstein wouldn't be showing up and she should go ahead on her own. After the plane took off, Bornstein called Shapiro. "I had a meeting this morning," he reported. "I'm not here anymore." For the man most responsible for building ESPN, once perceived as a possible successor to Eisner, it was a dizzying fall from grace. It wasn't as though he hadn't seen it coming. Bornstein had resisted both the Internet and subsequent ABC assignments, but had taken both out of a sense of corporate duty. At ABC, wedged in the cumbersome management hierarchy between Eisner and Iger above him and Braun, Lin, and Wallau below, it was hard to see what authority he had, yet he was blamed for two doomed missions, first the Internet operation and then the family channel. With his departure, yet another threat to Iger, or for that matter Eisner himself, had been dispatched. 2 weeks later, Susan Lin and Braun stepped onto the stage at Disney's New Amsterdam Theater to unveil ABC's lineup for the 2002-2003 season, the third executive team to greet advertisers in as many years. With Eisner and Iger in the audience, Lin and Braun outlined the strategy that had evolved from Braun's earlier presentation to the board, a return to ABC's roots as a haven for family-oriented comedies like the Eisner-era Happy Days and Laverne and Shirley, or more recently, Roseanne. This year, Braun and Lynn had 29 pilots to choose from, far more than the previous year's impoverished development slate. Yet 25 of them came from Disney's own Touchstone studio, fueling the perception that Disney was inhospitable to promoting shows from other producers. Besides the mid-season entries of George Lopez and According to Jim, ABC touted 8 Simple Rules for Dating My Teenage Daughter and Life with Bonnie, starring Bonnie Hunt as a talk show host. Of course, ABC could not simply return to a past of scripted comedies. It planted the second installment of its new reality hit, The Bachelor, on Wednesday night against NBC's acclaimed The West Wing. Disney executives were especially hopeful about 8 Simple Rules, starring comedian John Ritter as a sports writer who must take a more active role raising his teenage daughters, especially after his wife goes back to work. The program had a special resonance for Eisner, since Ritter was a star of Three's Company, a huge ratings success for ABC 25 years before, during Eisner's tenure at ABC. Ritter hadn't had a hit series since, and had been reduced to guest star appearances on other shows. Initially, ABC wanted Roseanne star John Goodman for the role, and even made Goodman an offer. But when those negotiations foundered over the issue of Goodman's salary demands, $200,000 per episode, ABC executives reviewed tapes of Ritter's recent appearances on J.J. Abrams' Felicity, as well as Ally McBeal and Law and Order, and liked what they saw. Braun was so impressed by the pilot that he and Susan Lin placed 8 Simple Rules in the critical time slot of 8 p.m. Tuesday, when it would serve as the lead-in to the comedy block that included According to Jim, Life with Bonnie, and Less Than Perfect. Eisner had used Tuesday night to rebuild the ABC schedule when he was in charge of programming, and 8 Simple Rules inherited the slot once occupied by Happy Days. Viewer reaction to the new Tuesday lineup would thus be a referendum on ABC's new strategy of family comedies with broad appeal. Still, the new schedule was hardly the unfettered work of Braun, Lynn, and their staff. ABC announced that a remake of the 1960s hit police drama Dragnet would air once NFL Monday Night Football ended its season. Dragnet was hardly original, but Braun and Lynn were eager to get something from producer Dick Wolf, famous for Law and Order. Eisner liked it, as did Fred Silverman, the former ABC programming head and Eisner's former boss, whom Eisner had retained that spring as a consultant to the network. That meant that at least 7 high-level executives had a say in the ABC schedule: Eisner, Iger, Silverman, Bornstein, Wallau, Braun, and Lynn, as well as Jeff Bader, who was in charge of scheduling. At least the schedule had some semblance of coherence, but Braun and Lynn didn't want to overpromise or suffer from inflated expectations. "We want to be as aggressive as we can in the fall with our new shows, but at the same time be realistic that we can't expect to fix things all at once," Braun told the press. One of the new shows that didn't fit Braun and Lynn's back-to-basics theme, but was undeniably original, was a show from Live Planet, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon's new production company, called Push Nevada. Iger was especially enthusiastic about the unusual drama, which featured a fictional IRS agent in a peculiar town in which viewers looked for clues and could win a prize for solving the mystery. Iger said he thought it could be the next Twin Peaks. Produced by Disney's Touchstone division, Disney did own the repurposing rights for Push Nevada, and Eisner thought it was perfect for demonstrating the inherent synergies in the Family Channel acquisition. At one of his first meetings with Shapiro, he urged her to run episodes of the series on the channel. "Are you kidding?" she asked. "There's a guy stark naked seen from the rear end. You can't put that on a family channel." Eisner said he didn't see why not. "Get edgy," he urged. Shapiro resisted. Push Nevada had such low ratings that Eisner stopped mentioning it. It was soon canceled. Soon after, Shapiro had a testy exchange with Peter Murphy, head of strategic planning, who called demanding to know what her vision was for the channel. In a version of their encounter soon circulating within the family staff, Murphy demanded an immediate answer, adding that he was under pressure from the board. Shapiro said she needed time to research the issue, but family staff members were indignant. Murphy and other members of top management must have had a vision when they bought the channel. Otherwise, what were they thinking? In light of Gold's intensified scrutiny and the recent weak results, preparation of Disney's new 5-year forecast, which would be presented at the June 2002 board meeting, took on unusual importance. In May, Eisner and Iger convened a series of meetings with division heads to review the targets, and prior to those meetings, there were numerous rehearsals. At the Family Channel, responsibility for the plan fell to Angela Shapiro, but for the financial aspects, she relied on Jim Hedges, Chief Financial Officer for the ABC TV network, and Spencer Newman, who reported to Alex Wallau. Neither Hedges nor Newman could get Murphy or anyone else at strategic planning to give them the projected numbers that had been used to justify the purchase. Finally, strategic planning delivered the targets, but the family executives couldn't figure out how they had been derived. All projections are necessarily somewhat conjectural, but the assumptions are supposed to be based on fact. In reality, the Family Channel was falling far short of the projections from strategic planning. Hedges and Newman worked with their numbers, but couldn't come up with anything close to the strategic planning targets. Tensions mounted. Finally, Shapiro and her staff were told that Iger was taking the unusual step of attending the next rehearsal for their presentation, an ominous sign that Peter Murphy and his staff weren't happy. Shapiro was out of town, so she participated by phone. There were at least 10 people in the room. Iger had a copy of the latest projections from Newman and Hedges. "You've got to go back and rework these," he ordered. Newman and Hedges said they had tried but couldn't get to the numbers. "We can't be this far off," Iger insisted. "We don't know how to get even close to these numbers," Shapiro interjected over the speakerphone, a point reiterated by her staff. "We can't present a number to the board that is hundreds of millions lower than we just gave them a few months ago," Iger insisted. "Bob, I've never presented numbers I can't deliver," Shapiro replied. "You should know that I'm having a very hard time with this." Still, the family staff went back to the drawing board and came up with numbers that, while still short of what strategic planning wanted, were as aggressive as they felt they could possibly justify. Iger confirmed that family executives and Murphy were at loggerheads and that he intervened. He said it's entirely appropriate to push executives to produce better numbers. He has done so many times, and that it often produces better and more accurate results. All of this was in preparation for the meeting in late May 2002, where Shapiro had to present plans for the channel to Eisner, Iger, Chief Financial Officer Tom Staggs, and Peter Murphy. At the meeting, she stressed the creative approach she was hoping to develop for the channel, which would be aimed at younger women. She obviously wished she could leave it at that, but she couldn't avoid the numbers. "Michael, the finance people will take you through the numbers, but you should know that they're incredibly aggressive." For good measure, she repeated, "Corporate has made me feel that it's imperative that we reach these numbers, but you should know that these numbers are incredibly aggressive." She stressed the word incredibly. As she paused, there was silence in the room. Finally, Eisner spoke. "Angela, I need you to look at me. Either you're totally exaggerating and these numbers are not aggressive, or you're saying that we really overpaid for this channel." Shapiro paused to ponder her alternatives as everyone at the meeting practically held their breath. There was no good response. "I'm waiting for an answer," Eisner said. Shapiro took a deep breath. "I had nothing to do with the purchase of the channel," she said. "I can't speak to the reasoning or the purchase price. All I can tell you is that these numbers are more than incredibly aggressive." Eisner frowned, then seemed resigned. He stood up. "I hear what you're saying. I don't envy you. he said. "You have a really bad job." Then he walked out. Early in the summer of 2002, Pixar's Steve Jobs invited Disney's Thomas Schumacher to visit Pixar's new animation facility in Emeryville, just outside of San Francisco, which featured a badminton court in the lobby. Jobs and Lasseter were obviously proud of their new creation. At the end of the tour, Lasseter said, "I'll see you guys back at the studio," and walked toward his car. "I'll give you a ride back," Jobs told Schumacher. It was obvious he wanted a chance to speak to him alone. "The relationship with Disney is going so well," Jobs began, ticking off the amazing string of successes: Toy Story, Toy Story 2, A Bug's Life, and the previous year's Monsters Incorporated. "I love you," Jobs continued, "but I'm furious with Michael." He reminded him of Eisner's stubbornness over the sequels to Toy Story, and again brought up Eisner's testimony in Congress. "How can I be a partner with someone like that?" Jobs asked. "I don't trust Michael. I don't know who I can trust." It was an awkward half-hour ride, since there wasn't much Schumacher could say without seeming disloyal to Eisner. When he returned to Disney headquarters, Schumacher sought out Eisner. "Michael, let me tell you, they're really pissed off." Eisner brushed aside his concerns. "They'll get over it. Steve Jobs and I will take a walk." Schumacher wasn't the only Disney person to whom Jobs reached out that summer. One day, Roy Disney bumped into Dick Cook, chairman of the studio, in the parking lot. Jobs had refused to negotiate directly with Eisner, so Cook was acting as intermediary. "Steve Jobs would love to talk to you," Cook reported, "but he doesn't want to call you directly." So Roy called Jobs. As he had to Schumacher, Jobs aired a long list of grievances against Eisner. "He'll say one thing one day, another the next, and then he'll deny saying it at all," Jobs complained. Roy had heard much the same thing from Lasseter. "I just don't see how the relationship can continue as long as Eisner is there," Jobs concluded. Roy empathized with Jobs, and the next time he was in San Francisco, he had dinner at Jobs's home in Palo Alto. Roy had an Eisner story of his own to match every one that Jobs told. He shared his observation that when Eisner and Wells came to Disney in 1984, it had been like the scene in The Wizard of Oz where the Munchkins are freed from the Wicked Witch of the East and sing, "Ding dong, the witch is dead." Now Eisner had become the witch. Jobs nodded in agreement. "I'll never make a deal as long as Eisner is there." When he returned to Los Angeles, Roy briefed Gold on the dinner and said he was gravely worried about the Pixar relationship. Though they didn't want to reveal that Roy had met with Jobs, they began interjecting concerns about the Pixar negotiations into their periodic letters to the board. But it didn't seem to do any good. Later that summer, Shapiro convened a retreat at the Grand Californian Hotel at Disneyland to forge an identity and a new brand for the Family Channel. Now that repurposing had been discredited as an overall programming strategy and Bornstein was gone, the staff felt liberated. Using reams of market research, they examined the landscape of cable channels to find a demographic that was underserved. And while there were no obvious holes, they targeted two: baby boomers, a group now in its 40s and 50s, and thus neglected by the major networks and their advertisers, and women aged 18 to 34, a key advertiser demographic. The group could find no rationale for a broad family channel, which made little sense given cable's appeal to narrower interests and the wide range of alternatives already available. In the weeks after the retreat, Shapiro settled on the women's idea, a segment she knew well from her experience in daytime. The 18 to 34 age group also complemented Disney's existing properties, since the Disney Channel drew young viewers and ABC was skewing older. Her team named the prototype channel Pink and created a logo, branding, and marketing campaign and sample schedules. In August, she and her staff members met with Iger and Disney's general counsel Alan Braverman in Iger's conference room to unveil the new concept. "This is what we can be," Shapiro concluded. Braverman looked awkward. "There's one problem with this. We have an agreement with Hearst that we won't compete directly with Lifetime." Co-owned by Disney and Hearst, Lifetime was the leading cable channel aimed at women, though its audience skewed older than the target for Pink. The room fell silent. Were there loopholes? Braverman said he'd researched the agreement. Soon after, he delivered the verdict. Pink was out. Braverman said the decision was a business, not a legal decision, and that he and other executives were well aware that Pink posed a threat to Lifetime. So the family staff went back to the drawing board and developed another concept, still aimed at the 18 to 34-year-old post-MTV demographic, a Pink that would appeal to both men and women. It would be fun, sexy, with lots of reality, led by ABC's The Bachelor. The leading competitor for that demographic was Comedy Central, but it skewed male. The new channel was dubbed XYZ, an amusing alphabetical counterpoint to ABC. Shapiro gave another presentation in Iger's conference room, this time with Eisner present. Everything was done in blue and green, the colors of XYZ's new logo. "This is fantastic," Iger exclaimed. "You've nailed it." Eisner, too, said he loved it. He picked out the logo from several prototypes, slanted, spray-painted letters with a 1980s graffiti look. Even Braverman liked the idea. Now that she had Eisner's and Iger's backing, Shapiro organized a second presentation for Anne Sweeney and members of her cable group. When she and her staff finished, Sweeney spoke up. "I'm not sure, but I think our affiliates are telling us we have to keep this a family channel. This may be tough." "What do you mean?" Iger asked. "I didn't know this was the direction you were moving in. All the contracts say this has to be a family channel or the affiliates can opt out," she said. Once again, the room fell silent. Sweeney suggested that Shapiro could try to slip the new programming into families' primetime slots without any marketing or advertising support. Perhaps the cable operators wouldn't notice, or by the time they did, ratings would be high enough that they wouldn't care. But Shapiro argued you couldn't raise ratings if you couldn't market the new shows. Braverman said he'd review the contracts. A few days later, he delivered the verdict. No to XYZ. Shapiro and her staff couldn't believe the issue of the channel's name change was only being confronted now and not before the acquisition. Hadn't someone reviewed the affiliate contracts? Braverman said that he was well aware of the affiliate agreements and that XYZ was rejected for content reasons, not because of legal impediments. Discouraged, she and her staff locked themselves in a room for 12 hours. What could they do creatively if they stayed with the concept of family? Maybe they could stretch it. Just about anything could be a family these days. Friends, boyfriends, girlfriends. They decided to try to recast XYZ, a hipper, younger bookend to ABC, but still a family channel in the broadest sense. There seemed to be no alternative. In anticipation of the new name and brand, Shapiro began running Bachelor episodes, and another reality show developed at Disney's Buena Vista studio and by Fisher Entertainment called The Last Resort, which featured couples trying to save their relationships at a tropical resort. Admittedly, scenes of scantily clad couples in hot tubs stretched the notion of family fare, but the channel still had vestiges of its previous identity, such as a morning block of Power Rangers and shows aimed at young boys. Shapiro lobbied hard to introduce the new XYZ channel name and 18 to 34 brand identity, but Sweeney and her staff said affiliates were threatening to use any name change as an excuse to drop the channel or to renegotiate their contracts with lower fees. "Who?" Shapiro asked. "What affiliates might we lose? Tell us what the risks are." No one at the family channel got any answers. XYZ hung in limbo as the channel's identity became even more confused. Shapiro may have negotiated a contract that guaranteed she wouldn't report to Sweeney, but it was obvious to the family staff that she was being blocked at every turn. Earlier that year, Dick Cook, now heading the film studio with Nina Jacobson, called Jerry Bruckheimer about a new project. "You won't be excited, but take a look," Cook told him. hardly a ringing endorsement. The project had begun life as another attempt to carry out Cook's idea to mine the theme parks for movie ideas. First there had been The Country Bears, based on Disneyland's Singing Bears, and Disney Vice President for Production Brigham Taylor had sketched out an idea for Pirates of the Caribbean, initially as a cheap direct-to-video project. The Haunted Mansion, another venerable theme park attraction, was also in development. But during a meeting to discuss whether Disney should invest in Master and Commander Far Side of the World, an expensive seafaring adventure starring Russell Crowe, Disney passed, Taylor mentioned his pirate idea and suggested Disney might do its own adventure movie set on the high seas. Jacobson had encouraged him to develop a script. After talking to Bruckheimer, Cook sent over a new script by Jay Walpert based on the pirate ride. As Cook had predicted, Bruckheimer was underwhelmed. "It's not a movie I'd go see," he told Cook, and Bruckheimer had long adhered to the self-imposed standard that he'd only make movies he'd want to see. But Bruckheimer knew two writers who were fascinated by the pirate genre, Ted Elliott and Terry Rossio, who had just written Shrek. Cook said he'd show them the script. Ironically, they'd already pitched a pirate movie to Disney and had been turned down. After seeing the script, the writers called Bruckheimer with a fresh idea. Make the pirates cursed, the same idea they'd pitched to Disney before. The pirates would already be dead, trying to return a stolen treasure to earn their final resting place. Visually, they'd look mortal, but would turn into skeletons in the moonlight. Now Bruckheimer's interest was piqued. He called Cook to say he was interested in something that would merge the pirate and supernatural genres. As the new writers went to work on the script, Bruckheimer flew to Saint-Tropez to meet with actor Johnny Depp. Depp, the sultry, iconoclastic star of the cult classics Ed Wood, Edward Scissorhands, and What's Eating Gilbert Grape, was hardly an obvious choice for a Disney action adventure. Depp had turned down the chance to star in such mainstream hits as Speed and Titanic. Nor had his films been big commercial successes. But Depp and his companion, French actress Vanessa Paradis, now had 2 young children, and Depp had hinted that he was interested in performing in films his children might enjoy watching. It would be hard to imagine a more striking contrast between the bohemian, irreverent Depp and the conventional buttoned-down demeanor of Dick Cook. But the two had met 6 months earlier and had gotten along surprisingly well. Cook stressed that he hoped Disney and the actor could work together. Still, a pirate movie conjuring up dated images of Errol Flynn with earrings and bandana was hardly what Depp had in mind. Bruckheimer stressed that this wasn't going to be a conventional pirate movie, especially if Depp took the lead role of the renegade pirate Jack Sparrow. Bruckheimer wanted to reinvent the genre. With Depp at least interested, Bruckheimer approached director Gore Verbinski, someone he'd been talking to since Con Air. A former rock guitarist, Verbinski had moved from directing music videos to the cult horror hit The Ring. "I thought the pirate genre was extinct," Verbinski told Bruckheimer. But the more Verbinski thought about it, the more intriguing the project sounded, especially if Depp committed to it. With Bruckheimer attached, he knew he'd get a big budget. If they failed, they'd fail big. He liked the element of risk. When else would he get a chance to do a big-budget pirate movie? With Depp still uncommitted, Verbinski met the actor in London. Depp was having some trouble with the notion of working for Disney, which symbolized everything he wasn't. "What can we do that will really freak the studio out?" Depp wondered. "Pirates are gross and disgusting," Verbinski pointed out, encouraging Depp to use his imagination. "Yeah, that's great," Depp said. Then he had an inspiration. Jack Sparrow would already have had his nose cut off, leaving nothing but a bloody wound. "I could play the whole part without a nose," Depp enthused. "Uh-huh," Verbinski replied, non-committal. He knew that would never fly, but why make an issue of it? "See how liberating this could be?" Verbinski continued, noting that there was another straight part, the romantic hero, which meant the Sparrow character could be as eccentric as Depp wanted. Images started popping into Depp's mind. Lee Marvin in Cat Ballou, rock stars, Keith Richards prancing around the stage as lead guitarist for the Rolling Stones. This could be the end of our careers, Verbinski mused, but let's have fun. Once Depp committed to do the film, for a relatively modest fee but also a cut of the gross, Verbinski turned to Orlando Bloom for the role of the straight romantic lead, and sent a script and cover letter to Geoffrey Rush, whom he wanted for the part of Barbossa, the villain and pirate captain. Barbossa is both treacherous and charming, and requires a commitment to that wondrous archetype of villainy that has been missing from cinema for so long. Verbinski wrote Rush in a cover letter with the script. As I look across the landscape of contemporary actors, I cannot think of anyone else but you who has the ability to make Barbossa simply delicious. This is a big pirate movie that turns the genre on its head. Rush loved the reference to simply delicious. All that remained was the issue of budget. Eisner had groaned when Cook presented him with the notion of a $120 million period costume drama on the high seas, a recipe for disaster. Every recent pirate movie had failed, including 1980's The Island, based on a Peter Benchley novel that Eisner had tried to buy while he was still at Paramount. Thankfully, he'd been outbid by Universal. Cutthroat Island with Geena Davis was a 1995 flop. Why would this be any different? Eisner rejected the idea out of hand. Bruckheimer called him repeatedly. Finally, Eisner agreed to attend a meeting at Bruckheimer's luxurious offices in Santa Monica, but he was still determined to kill the project. Bruckheimer had assembled storyboards and drawings of the major scenes, the island of the dead, the Caribbean port under siege, the skeletons underwater and on the moonlit pirate ship. After getting a tour and running commentary from Verbinski, Eisner sat down. "I love it," he said. "Why does it have to cost so much?" "Your competition is spending $150 million, Bruckheimer countered, ticking off projects like The Matrix and The Lord of the Rings, franchise films that were allowing Warner Brothers to dominate at the box office. Disney desperately needed a franchise of its own. Eisner shook his head in exasperation. "The theme park is a drawback," he said, Country Bears still in mind. "Let's move this away from the park." If only he knew, Verbinski thought. With Depp as Jack Sparrow, there was no danger that anyone would confuse this film with the charming but tame Disneyland ride. It was no wonder Eisner was worried about a $120 million budget for a pirate movie. As the summer of 2002 unfolded, forces beyond their control buffeted Disney and Eisner. Economists confirmed that a recession had begun even before the terrorist attacks of September 11th. Investor and public confidence had been shaken by an unprecedented series of corporate scandals, beginning with Enron in the fall and continuing with WorldCom, Tyco, Adelphia, and Health South. It was the dark side to the booming 1990s. The stock market decline that began with the bursting of the internet bubble in the spring of 2000 had turned into a rout, with the technology-heavy NASDAQ index losing an unprecedented 80% of its value. Eisner's view of the AOL-Time Warner merger was vindicated when AOL stock turned out to be the inflated paper he had always claimed it was. In the midst of an SEC investigation into accounting fraud at AOL, Gerald Levin was forced to resign. A shareholder initiative to withhold support for the re-election of chairman and director Steve Case garnered about 22% of the total, not enough to force his ouster, but a shocking vote of no confidence nonetheless. Bowing to the inevitable, Case resigned on May 16, 2003. By these standards, Eisner and Disney seemed like pillars of ethical and prudent behavior. However much Disney had lost on its own failed internet venture, it paled in comparison to Time Warner, whose deal with AOL was now widely derided as the worst deal in business history. And yet Eisner was drawn into the vortex. A common theme in the egregious cases of corporate fraud was a passive and often compromised board of directors that failed to protect shareholder interests. Disney's board had always been something of a special case. Not only was its independence compromised by numerous conflicts of interest, but as long as Sid Bass had remained, in effect, a controlling shareholder and staunch ally of Eisner, the board had served as little more than a figurehead of corporate governance, with Bass and Eisner making all the critical decisions. Now Eisner faced calls for reform at a critical time. Just as Bass had relinquished his grip and Gold and Roy were beginning to assert their independence. Perhaps Eisner could turn the calls for reform to his own advantage. At the June board meeting, he announced that Disney had hired Ira Milstein, a senior and respected partner at Weil, Gottschall & Manges in New York, and an expert on corporate governance, to help draft reforms that would govern the Disney board. While no one could argue that reforms were in order, the undertaking also carried an implied threat to anyone who decided to support Gold and Roy. After all, there were any number of reforms, such as shrinking the size of the board, that could be used to get rid of Eisner's critics. At the June 2002 meeting, Eisner unveiled his latest 5-year plan for Disney's return to annualized 20% growth. The plan depended heavily on the performance of the new Family Channel, projecting an 88% annualized growth in operating income for the channel. The other pillar was ESPN, with a projected 75% annualized growth. In addition, Eisner predicted that theme park revenues would return to their peak 2001 levels, and that all the ABC network needed was a stroke of creative lightning. But even as he unveiled the projections, it was clear that Disney's results were falling hopelessly behind the results forecast for the current 2002 fiscal year, which would end in September. Disney had some success to its credit, notably Lilo and Stitch, the first animated feature to emerge from the animation unit in Orlando, and the latest film from M. Night Shyamalan, the supernatural Signs, starring Mel Gibson, opened nationwide on August 2nd and made $117 million in its first week. But two successful films couldn't compensate for the continuing slump in tourism and the turmoil at ABC. In July, Disney released its fiscal third-quarter results, and its stock plunged to an 8-year split-adjusted low of $13.75 a share, lower than it had been in the wake of September 11th, when Sid Bass had faced a margin call. Under the new Sarbanes-Oxley Act passed by Congress to combat corporate fraud on the scale of Enron and WorldCom, Eisner and Tom Staggs, as Disney's CEO and Chief Financial Officer respectively, had to personally certify the accuracy of Disney's financial results by August 1st. In reviewing its filings, Disney discovered it had failed to make certain public disclosures, including relatives of directors employed by Disney required by SEC Regulation SK. Toward the end of July, Eisner reached Gold at his apartment in New York. He sounded almost gleeful when he told him that Milstein had advised him that, under new rules being considered by Disney, Gold was no longer independent because his daughter had a job in the consumer products division of Disney. Surprised, Gold had no ready response, but he had his lawyers consider the issue. They responded that at the very least the issue was premature. The New York Stock Exchange was examining the question, but hadn't promulgated any new rules. Eisner agreed to hold off at least temporarily, but Gold now had to share his pivotal position as chairman of the Nominating and Governance Committee with George Mitchell, who was rapidly emerging as a staunch backer of Eisner on the board. Gold thought it ironic that Mitchell was being hailed as independent, while his law firm had earned $2 million in fees from Disney, while Gold's daughter's job paid $86,000. Mitchell also received a $50,000 annual consulting fee from Disney, in addition to his $45,000 a year director's fee and stock options. He also served at one point on 8 other corporate boards, 6 of which paid fees to his law firm. The growing conflicting tensions within Disney burst into public view on August 8th, when Los Angeles Times reporters James Bates and Claudia Eller reported that key directors are increasingly impatient with its lagging financial performance and stock price. According to sources close to the board, relations have become increasingly strained between Eisner and two of Disney's most powerful board members, Roy E. Disney and Stanley Gold. Tensions have risen in recent weeks, including some pointed exchanges between Eisner and Gold, sources said. Eisner was convinced that Gold had planted the story. He fired off a stream of emails to Gold accusing him of leaking the story. Gold hotly denied the accusation, but agreed in an email to keep his differences with Eisner in-house. Gold was furious that Eisner had obviously given Ray Watson permission to present Eisner's side to the press, even as he tried to silence him. Disney director Ray Watson said the board as a whole supports Eisner. The story read, quoting Watson, "We have no interest in going out and bringing in an unknown into this company and this difficult industry when we believe we already have the best CEO in the business." Gold was particularly upset given Watson's remarks to the contrary during their lunch, when Watson had criticized Eisner. He quickly fired off a sharply worded letter to Watson. "Dear Ray, I was surprised to see you quoted in the Los Angeles Times on Thursday. While you are certainly entitled to your opinion, and I respect that, I am mystified as to how you arrived at that conclusion since our lunch just 6 months ago. At that time, I shared with you my doubts about the company's performance and the current leadership's ability to improve that performance. At that lunch, you said that the company was in chaos and that Michael and the senior management had no sensible plan to extract us from this chaos. I respect your right to change your mind. You did so in 1984 before supporting the Eisner-Wells team. What I would like better to understand is how your position changed so as to permit you to conclude that Michael is the best CEO in the business. Certainly it can't be the quantitative performance of the company during those 6 months. But there is plenty of blame to go around. We, the directors, are guilty of not discussing the real issues affecting the company. We have not fully and critically addressed the failed plans of our executives or the broken promises that management has made to the board and the shareholders over the last 5 years. We are too polite, too concerned with hurting each other's feelings, when our real job is A, to protect the shareholders, and B, to coalesce around a management team and a plan that we believe will get us out of our current malaise. I hope you will receive my comments in the spirit in which they are offered. Serious concern by a director who believes that we, the Disney directors, have long been too compliant and uncritical of management's failures. We can no longer accept as fact that all of the bad things that happen to Disney are out of management's control, and all of the good things are a result of having the best CEO in the business. Kindest personal regards, Stanley P. Gold. Gold sent copies to Eisner and each member of the board. Andrea Van de Kamp, for one, was startled by the tone of Gold's letter. She knew he was concerned, but thought the letter was harsh and would likely prove ineffective with other board members. She called Bob Iger to discuss it. "We're really upset," he told her. "Michael is frantic." Eisner's counterattack was swift. The day Gold sent his letter, Disney disclosed that Gold's daughter, Jennifer, worked in Disney's consumer products division. Disney also disclosed that Ray Watson's son, Ray Jr., worked at the Disney Channel, and that Revetta Bowers' son, Craig, had previously worked in Disney's Internet Group. The most startling disclosure was that John Bryson's wife earned $1.35 million a year as an executive at the Disney co-owned Lifetime channel. Under the guidelines being developed by Ira Milstein, Gold would be forced to step down as co-chairman of the governance and compensation committees. These developments were especially unsettling to Revetta Bowers, who had long endured criticism that she was only on the board because Eisner's sons had attended her school. Informed that she would no longer be considered independent, even though her son was no longer at Disney, and therefore that she could no longer serve on the nominating or compensation committees, she told Eisner she wanted to resign. Instead, he persuaded her to wait until the end of the year, when she wouldn't stand for re-election. A week later, on August 16, 2002, Eisner and Gold met for lunch at the Lakeside Golf Club, the scene of the celebratory lunch on the day Eisner and Wells were named chairman and president. Eisner began by again accusing Gold of leaking to the press, which Gold hotly denied. "Bruce Orwell told me he spoke to you," Eisner insisted. Orwell covered Disney for the Wall Street Journal. "Let's take a fucking lie detector test," Gold said. "I have not spoken to Bruce Orwell, so either he's lying or you're lying. Which one is it?" Orwell told me he never told Eisner that Gold had spoken to him. "I never said anything of the sort," Orwell said. Eisner dropped the matter and turned to the real reason for the lunch. He asked Gold to resign as chairman of the powerful Governance and Nominating Committee. Gold refused. He said the person who should be resigning was Eisner. He reminded Eisner of his repeated promise to step down if he lost Gold's and Roy's confidence. "I never said that," Eisner said. Gold was incredulous. Eisner had said it many times over the years, to him, to Roy, to their wives, and to others as well. "Let me ask you, Michael," he said, "are you going to go out as a gentleman, or are you going to be carried out on your shield?" "Let me assure you I'll be here long after you're gone," Eisner retorted, before angrily walking out. Gold followed up with a letter to the board the following Monday, in which he refused to relinquish his position on the committee. He quoted the New York Stock Exchange guidelines to the effect that employment of a relative does not preclude the board from determining that a director is independent. Such employment arrangements are common and do not present a categorical threat to director independence. I think that when the board considers this, it will conclude that the company's employment of my daughter has not and will not compromise my independence. Furthermore, as demonstrated by the current disagreements between us, questions about my independence from management cannot be of real concern to any director. I have stated my views directly to you